And now, your mama knows. Welcome to Anthony L. Lewis Entertainment, where everything is in real life, no characters, no filters, just Anthony L. Lewis. What to expect is me meeting people, going to different places, and checking out a bunch of different things, be it movies, restaurants, or anything else. Oh, and one of my favorite hobbies are video games, so I guess we'll be doing some of that too. Well, I'll see you all in the next video, and I hope you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and share this to some more people so they can get in on this Anthony L. Lewis Entertainment. And now, your mama knows.
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man! And now, your mama knows.
29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What are you, fucking nuts? You thought...
Subscribe to the most epic channel on YouTube for live streams every week. Daily videos. Subscribe. Bruce, unleash the baby god dragon. What's going on, guys? It's the Cowboy King of Entertainment. I'm back with another video. It's Anthony L. Lewis in real life. And guys, I am really excited over these Tuesday shows because Tuesdays, it's allowing me to use my creativity and be a little edgy. I feel like I'm a wrestler, right? I feel like I'm a wrestler that has a talk show, all right? And I'm going to turn all of you into wrestlers also on this epic adventure on this talk show. So, man, I'm looking forward to just chatting it up with you guys. But let me give you the premise. If you're new and as each week it keeps evolving, I pretty much want us to get into our silly little debates that we usually do, arguing over which video game is better and is the PC more powerful and this console is more convenient and then all the stuff in the world that people want to bring up what's going on in the world with our president and whatever, right? So I will be the judge, jury, and executioner. I will be the person to be like, all right, we're going too far. But the only way this is going to work is audience participation from the people on the panel and the people also in the comment section. Yes, you guys in the comment section will be just as powerful as the people on the panel. Now, we're just going to have topics like normal. We're just going to get into it, right? But when I notice two people have really good points on the opposite side, then we're just going to have them go head to head. And even, ISO Motion Gaming donated $4.99. Let's go. I appreciate it, man. I know you said my goal was funny. Listen, I see that YouTube got this new thing where you can put a goal or whatever. And I'm like, you know what? I'll hit the goal button and, make up something silly. So now I got to get myself some McDonald's. My wife is actually cooking today. I know she asked me to get more ground beef. So I don't know what she's cooking, but whatever she's cooking is with ground beef. But anyway, back to the show. Thank you so much, ISO. Appreciate it. And ISO, I'm just waiting for you to go live because I got something for you in return. And that's why, if you notice, I've been asking you over and over, when you going live? When you going live? So let me know when you're going live, all right? So also congratulations, ISO just had a new baby. Sorry, because he never had a baby before. But with that being said, so we're going to get into the show, guys. But trust me, just follow with the Cowboy as I go down this rabbit hole of what Tuesdays will become, because it's going to be nothing less than epic. So with that being said, if you're new to the channel, I put out one daily vlog a day showing my life. I've been vlogging my life since 2011. Every birthday, Christmas, Valentine's Day. My honeymoon in Mexico, swim with sharks is on this channel. Now, I do a Tuesday podcast. We're all here right now, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, every Tuesday. And then later on, I do a Monster Hunter stream, just community. You guys play Monster Hunter, jump in with me. We'll run around, have a blast. On Wednesdays, I do my wrestling league that we've been doing every single week for over 2 years called We Wrestle Wednesdays. And it's nothing less than fun. We play in the WWE 2K 2025 game. And then I'll sporadically do some streams here and there. But that's pretty much the gist of the channel. If you're a channel member, I create my vlogs, and sometimes I do a bunch of them, and they'll all be available for the channel members. And then little by little, I put them out each day for everybody else. And if you're a channel member, we got some cool emojis. I actually took the liberty to make some of you guys into emojis on the channel. So make sure you use them if you're a channel member. I know Rudigs uses it a lot. So with that being said, I'm going to grab a chair. I hope you guys grab a chair. And we're going to get this show started. So, guys, welcome to the Gun Show! All right, I like to say that because Obi used to say his welcome to the Chosen Zone. Anyway, so, guys, let's get into it. Now, let me get to the comments real quick. Actually, I'll do this. I'm going to add the link. Anybody could join. So here you go, to join the show. Now I changed up my microphone a little bit where I place it. I hope you guys can hear me better. If you can hear me clearer, better, louder, whatever, let me know. Maybe I need to turn it up. But all right. So Michael's in the building. My man Vet is in the building. He said, yo, Vet coming in hot, hot, hot with double YouTube raid. LFG. Let's effing go. I'm assuming that's what that meant. Michael said, hey, Anthony, and I call you Cowboy. Let's see. Rudig's in the building. Swag surfing. Let's go. ISO donated that $4.99. Much appreciated. LOL, hopefully soon. Thanks again, man. Oh, you got it, ISO. I'm waiting. Let me see. ISO, bro, just go live for like 5 minutes. Just let me know when you're going live for like 5 minutes, man. Give the people a little recap. Go live and just say, hey guys, it's ISO. Been missing you guys live, but as you know, I got a baby, and I just want to say hi to you guys. Hope you have a good day. Peace. I'm out. And as long as I see you do that, I'm gonna pop in real quick, and I'll leave it at that. So I would join, but I got a baby boy sleeping. I'll be in the chat lurking. Hey, not a problem, ISO. All right. So with that being said, I added the link for you guys to join. I'm going to pin it. So bam, you guys could join in whenever. Now, here's what's weird. I said, oh, there go Rouster. Okay. Wait, how come I missed some people? All right. David in the building. Rouster's in the building. Preacher curls are the best. You're in the right. Yeah, man. Preacher curls. I think preacher curls is the best thing is the best thing I ever did for biceps. So yeah, man, I just get on this thing and I got the preacher curl is right down here. Can't really see it. Hold on, let me move this out the way. And yeah, I got the bar right here with the chain. And man, let's go. Just pull these things up. Get that pump on. Yeah, it's pretty good. What I got on there is pretty light. But anyway, yeah, thanks for noticing, Rouster. Mr. Workout Man yourself. Let's see. LOL. Okay, I'll do something soon. Yeah, man, let me know. I've been lurking, man. I've been lurking on the channel, All right, so I know we got some guys coming in. And but before they get in, I always have like some of my own little stuff I kind of want to talk about, stuff that's not really as popular. Let me see. Okay, one moment. My neighbor just texted. One moment. He's helping us build our shed. Well, he's pretty much building our shed. He came over today while I was working. so I couldn't really help. And then I obviously had to do the show. So okay, got it. And let me just text my wife. Hold on, guys. Okay, almost done. All right, there we go. Now, so whenever the guys jump in, we could go to the topics they want to discuss, but I always got some like my own little topics. We mostly touch gaming. You guys know how it goes with the gaming, but I like to be in the realm of all the other crazy stuff in the world. So before the guys jump in and shut me down, I am going to pull up some stuff that I've been putting to the side that I want to talk about. So let me pull up my Discord, and then we're gonna get into it. So I have a tab, and you guys are welcome to go into Discord and go see the tab. So you'll always see kind of what I'm gonna bring up, so you'll kind of know. So first things first, let me see. I got a question for you guys. So this is the cool thing. I wanted to do it this way so I could copy the question and I could actually pin it and I could bring it up. Now, we don't really have to go deep into this. This is just, every now and then I want to ask some questions. And, if you guys are watching or you have something to say on the subject, I want to bring it up. So here's my question, okay? Let me move this here. All right, so here's my question. Do you guys think it's better to save money for a rainy day or spend it and live for today? Now, I know it's kind of loaded, right? Yo, what's up, Mystic Fragments? We are doing great. Speaking of Mystic Fragments, guys, I am going to be a guest this Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern on Mystic Fragments show, where he does a 1-month episode. He's picking different people in the community, and they have their own special episode, and it's a certain what if. My what if is what if Gamefly, right? The rental service that I use all the time. You guys know. If you don't know, let me pull out. My recent Gamefly is actually Split Fiction. But if you guys don't know where Gamefly is, well, come to the show. It's going to be nothing less than epic. But the question is, what if Gamefly partnered with a gaming publisher? So I think that's going to be cool. I am the man for the job to answer that question, because nobody has more knowledge on Gamefly, has used Gamefly more than me, the Cowboy King of Entertainment. Just saying. All right. Now, before I was rudely interrupted by Mystic Fragment, I actually heard about Gamefly. Thanks, to Cowboy. See? All right, so now we got somebody in the back coming in. You know what? Let's bring that person in, and then they can actually jump on this this topic as well. But then again, maybe I could give them a little bit of time, because it looked like they might be stuffing their face a little bit. If you're ready to come on now, just give me the thumbs up. I'll pull you in. I see you trying to, wipe your mouth off and everything. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? All right, he's ready. Guys, coming in is the brand new. Nobody could take this away from him. The brand new took my spot as king of content, Vet Rage Gaming.
What's going on? What's up? I was gonna waltz in like Big Papa Pump and just kiss the guns.
But you should have had the chainmail on your head.
I would have, if I could go buy some. I would. Shit, not much. Just eating some salmon burgers.
I was about to ask you what you was chewing on, man. Looking good.
Salmon burgers and a Caesar salad. Good stuff.
Oh, salmon burger. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'd already cooked. I did chicken yesterday. I had, what the hell did I grill last week? I don't know. Regular burgers. I did done the crab cakes. I did fish that I did on the grill. Now we're just doing some salmon burgers, Alaskan salmon burgers.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Before we get into this, the first question, and I know you said you were, just so everybody know, I got to do this because Vet said he's coming on here today to cause some chaos. But to be fair, all right, I'm not taking up for Vet, but to be fair, Vet is what you would call a winner. Everything Vet does in life, he does with a purpose to win. And you know what they say about winners.
You're a winner. And you know what winners say. Fuck the losers who can't take a joke. Man the fuck up.
So
Essentially,
it's nothing personal, right?
Essentially,
it's just if people take a joke, right?
No, they need to. That's part of the problem with the gaming right now, man. Ain't nobody can take fucking jokes anymore these days.
Yeah, man.
Everything's got to be so serious and shit.
Dude, everybody is like this. So here's the thing. The whole Xbox thing, Xbox been saying they want to do something different, and they're sticking to it, right? Now I get it. As console wars, if you put it as a console war, right, people are going to interpret it however they want.
Oh yeah,
you can say they winning, and that's on you, right?
They'll come out and say, "Oh yeah, see, look, Xbox is admitting defeat." Blah blah blah. I mean, it's not right, but it's not the same as Google admitting defeat. Literally admitting, I mean, paying, and then turning it around and being like, "Hey, guess what? I know we fucked up with Stadia. We gave you all your money back, but guess what? We're getting back into gaming again. We're just doing Google Play for games with PC, and we're gonna basically the exact same thing." And I'm like, y'all have got the bit either they're really stupid, they're either completely blind and oblivious to the entire gaming thing, or they've got the biggest set of balls on the planet. It's one of those three.
I think the thing is, I don't look at it that way because they're only doing those little like.
No. I've been reading more into this. They are going all in. They're bringing the entire Android gaming section. All Android games are coming to PC. They're also doing PC. They're also setting it up now for developers to port all of their games to Android and PC through the Google Play Store. They're going directly for against Microsoft and Epic Games now.
So, okay. The reason why that's not a big deal to me is because a couple of years now, they had the whole Dex thing where now you can play your games on a PC. So I feel like they kind of already did that. And then here's the thing, not to be funny, but let's be clear. And not Android, but mobile phones. I was talking to Severance the other day. We was getting into it. And
I watched that shit. That's comical.
How PC gaming controls the market and they make more money than consoles. Like if you're doing that, mobile gaming destroys console and PC put together. So,
that's why Google's getting into it. That's why do you think that is the main reason? And I've said this from the very beginning of cloud. That's why Microsoft's getting out of consoles. That's why they're moving into the Xboxes, everything. They know damn well that was the whole reason they did the ABK deal. It was literally, it had nothing to do with Call of Duty. That's just the icing. They specifically did that to get into the mobile gaming market because the mobile gaming market is more valuable than any other gaming aspect out there.
I mean, it definitely makes more money. But on the flip side, it's still just mobile games, right?
For now.
Now, did you see the trailer for the Game of Thrones game? I thought that was a console game. And then I realized, like, in months, I'm like, yo, I'm getting that when it come out. And then a friend of mine said, bro, you got me hyped up for this game. It's a mobile game. I said, no, I seen the trailer. He said, that game's a mobile game. I looked at it again. I was like, damn, well, that mobile game was amazing.
That's the thing that some of these mobile games now are console quality level, which just blows my mind anyways, that we're at that stage now that that's also how good that the games are getting, like the hardware in these phones are getting. I mean, you got the Samsungs. You know how damn that you unfold that phone. It's basically it's a tablet. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, but this phone is more powerful than the Switch. Now, just nobody get on me. I'm gonna say something else. So my wife and I would play on my PlayStation 5, and she would play in Fortnite, and she would play Fortnite on her phone. Here's what's crazy. I said, hey, let's play a whole new stage, right? You know how Fortnite, you could just use people's stages?
Yep.
We went to use the stage. On my PlayStation 5, I had to like it had to like load up. On her phone, you snapped your finger, she was in it. I was like, how the hell is a phone? But again, her phone came out way more recent. That she got the same phone as me, right?
That's like,
that
like
phone
my,
only came out like a year ago.
well, like my desktop, if you go by the how fast it is, my desktop is like 3.3 gigahertz. Right. This little device here is 5.1. This thing puts my damn desktop, and I can put this has got Windows 11 on it. I was talking to Chariot Man about that. This thing, all I need is essentially is a hub, a USB-C hub, plug everything, and I could get rid of the desktop. I don't need that. I got this.
It's crazy. I mean, look, when you play, when you go on your phones, they all say desktop mode.
Well, in Android, Google is moving that's the direction that they've been moving. They're turning the phones. Android is moving towards just basically becoming. I think what they want to do is get rid of Chrome OS and just merge the two and just have Android take over. And it makes sense to do that because they know as well as anybody, mobile gaming and the tech behind mobile moves faster than PCs do.
So let me do this. I am going to, so I did have a question, but I love what we're talking about right now. So let me just read some people's answers. I'll ask you real quick, and we got somebody in the back. So the question was, do you think it's better to save your money for a rainy day, or should you, why did I put send it?
I mean, hey, look, if you want to send it, just send me a DM. I'll give you a PO box. You can send me that money.
I seen ISO put send it, and I was like, send it. All right, hold on.
Look, he's just trying to get that Cash App going.
My bad. Okay, or should you spend it? Okay, whoops. And Sandy, I need you to ask you a question. Oh, Taco Tuesday.
Oh, damn.
Do you think it's better to save your money for a rainy day or spend it and live for today?
I've been taught to save my money, so I gotta go save.
You don't save no damn money. Get out of here.
Why the hell you
get out of here? Get out of here. Get out of here. Close my door.
What you said?
It's not no, I didn't answer it yet. But I'm on the border because I like to live. Like we go out to eat dinner. Like
yeah,
this,
but we're not spending tons of money.
But we if you add up what we spend on food a month.
All right, but we're able to do that and still have money in the bank.
I know. I'm just saying though, we still don't. We're not
Sandy, get him right. What's going on, Rouse? I see you in there.
Hey, Pat, why you didn't tell her to get up out of here, man?
I did. She just
I
ignores
thought
me.
you're supposed to be on here and keep helping everybody keep it real. What is her problem?
I'm trying, but she don't know. She don't listen.
You know how women are, man.
Ain't nothing changed. So, I'm gonna tell you, like, for me, shit, I'd spend it. We don't know what the hell's gonna happen tomorrow or the next day after that. Spend and live. I mean, I'm a prime example of that. I already do that as it. I mean, if I spend it the way I want to, then you know what you dealt with, I'm gonna deal with the same. But I still buy what I want and everything. I just, I don't care.
Rouster said, "What's up to you, Vet?
What's going on, buddy?"
So real quick, ISO said GameFly is trash. He said, just kidding. He said, I say send it. I think he meant spend it. And I screwed that up. He said, I think it depends on the situation. It's always good to have some backup, especially when you have kids. That depends on you. You know what? So that is true. We don't have young kids anymore. So we kind of just like we paid for my buddy's getting married in May and he lives in Arkansas. So we paid for our tickets 2 days ago. We already paid for our 10-year anniversary thing we're doing in June. So we kind of do, I'm gonna say we spend more money than we save, to be honest. Mystics says Sandy get them. But let me bring in none other than F the Cat. And we about to get real. We all came on the show to keep it real. ISO said, I'll buy more guns and have a range.
ISO, there's plenty of places to live in Virginia. It's called the Wood Mountains, buddy.
Don't encourage him. No. Vet, you mean West Virginia. The rift where the hills have eyes.
Oh, I don't even go to that neck of the woods. Those fuckers are crazy. That's why Virginia cut ties with them some bitches.
I only know one person who lives in West Virginia.
I was thinking of going to Knoxville County, Tennessee.
Okay.
I wanted to live in the town where the mayor of the town is Kane. I just wanted him to be my mayor, but you know.
Let's do this, Vet. Let's bring in none other than somebody. People might call him a troublemaker as well. People might say, you know, he do things just to push people buttons. And I think he does it well because he really doesn't care about anything. So we're gonna bring in hold on, wait a minute. My man Rich popped in the building. So I want to move to Nashville area. What's up, Rich? Rich is a good friend of mine's back home in New Jersey. We've known each other for many years. I actually did a birthday. I hosted an anime birthday party at my house. Got the stream on the channel if you guys want to check that out. But bringing in none other than F the Cat. Let's go. F Cat, what's up, man? What's going on?
Yeah, I've been back there for a while.
I know I did have you back there for a while, but you know, me and Vet were just chopping it up. I'm sorry, but you know, I'm trying to, you know, spread the love around.
Hey, we're just trying to get him back to the SBCN days. You know that.
Yeah,
that old,
and also so
the
this
old
way,
Cowboy style. We got to get.
Some people might be in the back for a little bit, but that just means I'm like really putting a spotlight on the person. You know, that's on at the moment. Remember that SBC spotlight. So
if the government is suing Google to the point to where they turn into blue stacks, I'm all for it.
What's blue stacks?
You put Android games on PC.
That shit never worked though. That shit was garbage. And you know they moved that whole fucking program. It's all run in the cloud now.
Oh yeah, now they got it. Well, parts of it is running.
Yeah.
You just go and install the native.
I felt like it's Vet's fault. I just dropped that on the floor.
Oh damn.
All right, so FCAT, before we move on, I just had a quick question. Still stuck in Rich, you still in the office? All right, man. I'm sorry to hear that.
Go lay down.
FCAT, I got a question for you. Hold on, let me try to get this thing. It was cool the other day, the way I did it. There it is. All right, FCAT. So do you think it's better to save your money for a rainy day or spend it and live for today? Let's go.
I don't know. I'm usually broke all the time. I can't tell you.
That'll work.
So you usually spend it?
Yeah.
Go lay down. Hey man, I'm trying to live. All right, so let me pull that off. All right, now, before we get into anything else, I got some stuff, some lighthearted stuff, right? Just to kind of, you know, break the ice before we get into it. Get into it. First things first, I want to, you know, if we could give if we could give a moment of silence for the late great George Foreman.
Great boxer. Yeah.
Great boxer.
Shitty grill, but great boxer.
We'll say that. So that's something that happened in the, you know, recently. George Foreman passed away. You know, unfortunately.
I'll give a shout out to the Usos because they did a tag team match last night after like God knows how long.
That is true.
And I got to give a shout out to Big Jim because I heard that slap when he slapped the shit out of Gunther at the end. Yeah. Dude, that thing was. I don't know if maybe it's a Netflix thing that makes it the sound better, but god damn, that thing sounded wicked. Oh, I know.
Has WWE ever buffered?
I've never had it. I think they did the first episode.
Last week, I turned it on a little late, and when I started playing it, there was one spot where it kept saying, it was like it wouldn't go any further. It was like, come back later or something. I was like, wait, what? And every time I went back at the same spot, and it seemed like I waited maybe like 20 minutes, and then
I know when I've watched it, usually I catch it when it's over. So it'll immediately go and say, well, you got to wait, watch it later on or, whatever. As long as I can get it loaded up and then I just start it from the beginning, it's fine. But when I've caught it at when it's live, I don't have any issues with it. I think.
And I noticed they fixed it yesterday. Before yesterday, let's say you came on 20 minutes later, right? Hour later. They made you have to press play live and then real quick pause it, and then you was able to push up and go to start from beginning. I was like, I don't like that. But last night,
the only other thing that I don't like, I wish they would, is the same issue that I have with watching SmackDown, is when I gotta say, dude, the international crowd, holy shit, they put every single one of the places that SmackDown and Raw is in the U.S. to shame.
Yep.
I don't think I've ever watched one in recent years.
Here's what's crazy.
The pop that loud, or them singing. Dude, the fans in the U.S. don't even sing.
This is what's amazing with them. Dude, they're in complete unison. When they start, every now and then they'll be off. The whole crowd gets the same exact. Like in the U.S., sometimes I'm like, hey, could y'all just start over? Could somebody give you a 1, 2, 3? But man, yeah, I gotta say those UK crowds. Now they're starting to get on my nerves a little bit, because sometimes they'll be singing a little bit too much, and I'm like, bro, you got John Cena just came out. Could you be quiet and let John Cena do his thing? So that is starting to bother me. But since we're on wrestling a little bit,
no, ain't nobody care about John Cena. He's a has-been. He needs to get his ass out of here.
So let me ask you guys this: let's merge a little bit of gaming and wrestling. I said this a while ago. I'm just saying, I buy that. What's your thoughts?
Mm-hmm.
Now, he doesn't have the voice, Triple H, but dude, he looked like him.
What if they did a movie and they used him as Kratos?
No, that's what they're saying.
Oh, that's what they're saying. Okay, that's what you're talking about. Got it. Hell yeah, I'm going to see that. They may as well take my money now.
Yeah, they're saying, do you think Triple H would be a good pick? But look at him.
Hell yeah. They basically already am.
Right? I mean, he was already the King of Kings.
Now he can be the God of gods. I mean, hell, they don't even know. I'm just saying.
All right, and let me something else I wanted to get into before we get crazy. Oh yeah, Vet. So you brought something up, and so I want to bring up your question as we were chatting it up the other day.
Yep.
So give me a moment. Whoops. Let me edit it.
No worries.
Get your question on.
I gotta download some shit while I'm at it.
So guys, this is what Vet was wondering, right? And let me go to the chat real quick.
You must have got the NVIDIA app update.
Who got the video app update?
No, I'm saying that must have got the NVIDIA app update.
Oh, I don't have NVIDIA though. I'm all AMD. What are you talking about?
No.
I saw the new NVIDIA app.
Yeah, they just enabled GSF.
Yeah, Vet, thanks for the raid, man. Rasta said he came in the raid.
Got it. Yep.
He gotta go. See you later. Rich said I spend, but I always put a couple of bucks away each paycheck. And he said, old school ECW fan.
Mm-hmm.
So Vet was saying the other day. Now, Vet, can you explain it better than I could? You were mentioning what if Grand Theft Auto was on a subscription when we was talking about it.
It's on GTA Plus, but you don't really need GTA Plus.
No, he's talking about GTA 6.
GTA 6 is not when it comes out.
It'll be on GTA Plus, probably.
Well, I doubt it. There's no way the GTA Plus is only like $7 a month on PC, and it's $6, I think, on console. But my thinking is, now I don't know if Microsoft would actually do this because it's Microsoft. But my theory is that this is only Rockstar, Tencent already said that GTA 6 is coming out console only. So that means PC's not going to get access to it for at least a year, more than likely. But what if Microsoft one-ups Sony and says, hey, let's put it on Game Pass Ultimate. Except because we'll put it on, we would basically put it on xCloud. The only way that you can access it though is if it's on xCloud, you have to pay obviously the $18 a month for Game Pass Ultimate. You also have to buy the game. Because like for instance, I'll use this as an example. I have Assassin's Creed Shadows. I played that today on stream. I played it on xCloud. Well, the only way to play Shadows on xCloud is if I own the game. I have to physically own the digital copy, and then I can use xCloud to play it. Mm-hmm. Same with Luna. If I don't own that game on Amazon Luna, and I don't have the subscription to Ubisoft Plus, can't play it. So Microsoft could very easily double dip and get people to not only get on their subscription on Game Pass Ultimate, and they're going to get sales. They're going to get Xbox sales for the game itself.
Wait. So are you saying if you... Okay, I'm trying to understand this. So
you're buying the digital... You're buying a digital copy. So you're buying the digital copy of GTA 6. So you can download it to your PC, your Xbox. Mm-hmm. But let's say I'm at a hotel or I'm on vacation or something. Mm-hmm. I can just go on my laptop and log in on Xbox Cloud Gaming and play that game because I own the digital copy because it's in my account. So I don't need to bring my Xbox with me. If all
right, let me break it down. You're saying that if somebody purchased GTA 6, it would be cool if it was a game on Xbox that they allow if you have the game already, and as long as you have Game Pass, you'll be able to stream that game via game
anywhere.
Xbox.
Yeah, anywhere. Okay. Because that also allows people that don't have a console to just buy the game and pay the subscription. That's the part that I'm getting at that would make sense business-wise for Microsoft because you're selling the subscription and you're making money off of people buying a game for a console that they don't own.
So technically, they could say, remember how Stadia used to be like, this is the cheapest way to play a game? Because that would be Stadia. Yes, we used to people didn't have a console, they didn't have a good PC, but they was able to purchase a game from a storefront, which was Stadia, and then literally play it. So it would be that.
And Microsoft is already bringing the Xbox store to mobile, to Android, to other devices that outside the console to be able to do that. That's where that is what I'm thinking that they will do.
Is that actually gone through recently?
Has what gone
through? I know that Google was trying to block it or whatever.
Block what? The play? The storefront thing?
To purchase games, like to put the Xbox store on,
put the App Store on the wall.
It should be able to. I mean, I've got the Epic Game Store, and I get free games. I get 2 free games every time.
No.
Well, the Epic Game Store, you have to go to a link, and you have to force install it.
Yeah, but that's no different than. I mean, Microsoft could do the same thing as Epic.
Right.
Google can't do anything about it because they already know if they block the store, they're going to get sued. They're going to get brought back to court. They're violating a court order. They were already told they have to open it up. That's the same thing that Apple did. That faced with the EU law.
I think
you're basically sideloading it. You're basically sideloading it.
Yeah, because we're saying is currently there's not an official Xbox.
Yeah, you're not going to go. Yeah, you're not going to. I don't think that they'll be able to go into the Xbox app you currently have and do that. They may make it a third-party thing where it just does the same thing that Epic does. But like I said, I think that this would make perfect sense because it gets, if you're not already in the ecosystem, this is like you said, with the whole thing with Stadia. Where was the one place that you could buy and play Cyberpunk when the consoles were having all those effing issues? Stadia was the only place to do that. And Microsoft, this would also one up Sony, because Sony doesn't really do their cloud. They don't let you buy a digital copy of a game and play it on the cloud and on any device.
Well, you could play it on your PlayStation, but
right. But it's not in the same sense as what Microsoft has with Xbox.
Right. No, you're right. Yeah, you're right.
Where I can use the TV, I can go on my Steam Deck, I can use my any of the the mini handheld devices.
If we're being real, xCloud, is the closest thing to Stadia.
Yeah. At this point, it basically is. The only other one that I would think that is anywhere near it would be console wise, it would be XCloud, because XCloud or Stadia was competition was Xbox and Microsoft and Sony, because to me it was the console. That was what they were going for. It wasn't PC gaming. But
my experiences on XCloud lately, it's a little bit better. But they have an issue with their website where like you have to like refresh for it to recognize you signed in or something.
I never had any issues with it. When I streamed today.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
So I had an issue when I streamed today. I was about an hour and a half in, and I did stop because I had some jittering issues, and my latency was like, I don't know, it was like 14 milliseconds, which for me is high. So I went in. I added
that stuff where where it shows the FPS counter and all that stuff.
Well, what I did is I have an extension that I have added to my browser that allows me to choose what server I want, because I actually have a map in my Discord. I have the map that shows where all the servers are for Xbox Cloud Gaming. So, and the benefit for me is normally I get 7 to 8 millisecond ping. That basically I can live stream and play Call of Duty, Warzone, or whatever, any game, and have zero issues. It's almost like I'm playing on the actual console. But I have two servers in Virginia. That's why I have such a good connection.
Right.
XCloud gives me the best one possible.
We're done with this GTA on subscription, right?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, you can pull me up if you want to.
Let's go. All right, guys, listen. We're about to pull.
But for me, the closest thing to Stadia is the PlayStation 5 Cloud. For me, that would be the closest.
Okay.
But
I saw that ad.
We were talking about GTA 6. Apparently, people are worried if GTA 6 is delayed, could it take company? So everybody, this is basically saying like everybody is avoiding GTA 6, which we all know is going on.
So here's what I don't understand, right?
That's why we're not getting games being released and stuff.
Yeah, but this sounds redundant to me. For instance, right? If GTA 6 is delayed, it could tank companies. But if the companies are already delaying their games, it would be the same thing as if GTA came out. I don't understand.
Oh, well, first and foremost, let me announce there was no trailer 2 today.
There was no what?
There was no trailer 2 today. So that guy was wrong, and the fans have been wrong a million times.
Hold up, real quick. Say his name and he appears. Here is Ron Slusher. Here is Ron Slusher. Okay, Ron, no one actually said your name, but hey, man, we're good to see you.
You know he's going to appear no matter what.
No matter what.
See, I don't think it's going to be an issue. I mean, I agree. I think that there could be potential game companies. I don't think it'll tank companies. I think that it may backfire on a lot of these people that are waiting. Now, I agree that there are companies out there that are probably waiting to see if GTA is going to launch, like it says. But remember, Tencent owns Rockstar. They've got another game coming out in literally right before this one comes out. So they're going to have 2 games launched, 2 separate types of games. And I cannot remember what the other one was that's coming out in like September.
Mind's Eye.
Yeah, like I know that they
Mind's Eye.
Yeah, they got another one coming out. Like, so I don't think that can be an excuse at this point.
So let me ask you guys, realistically, when do you think GTA will come out?
I think it'll be the holiday season. They're gonna wait. I know this article says assuming it'll drop October. I think it'll be November. Mm-hmm. It'll be right when the Christmas holiday shopping season starts up, because then you'll be able to, not only will you be able to advertise, the biggest game in like the last decade coming out, but you'll also be able to tie it in with console sales. because, like we said, it's only going to be on consoles initially, which means that you're going to have, Sony will make sure that they have those custom skinned, the GTA 6 PlayStation 5 or PS5 Pro. Then you're going to have the Xbox Series X that's going to look like that. You also have the Xbox handheld that's coming out at the same time.
This is Mind's Eye. I just figured I'd put it in the background. I want to say it's a GTA knockoff, but I think they said somebody who used to work on GTA made the game. So, my problem is
Ruin ain't coming out on November 11th. Get out of here with that nonsense.
Ridiculous. November 11th.
So,
if it ends up being November 11th, I'm never going to hear the end of it.
I still go back to, like, if I was a shareholder of Rockstar and you showed me all this, I would not be worried about anything. Like, I would be like, take your time and stay to the industry.
I mean, honestly,
like, they can channel drop GTA 6 out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, GTA
and
6
it'll be like Godzilla. Godzilla will show up and like destroy everything. Like,
yeah,
the game's gonna do great regardless.
Oh yeah. Well, it's no different than any other. There are some games that it doesn't matter when it launches. It's gonna just take everything by storm.
Like Call of Duty.
Yep, Call of Duty, wrestling, MLB The Show, a baseball game, hockey's one of those. Well, not really, but Madden's another one. Right. No matter how shitty that game is, you'd be surprised, dude. No matter how shitty that game is and how much the community hates Madden, every year they go out and they buy that damn shitty game, and they keep investing in EA. Let's be real with that one.
I don't know.
I think that it makes sense that this game comes out. It'll be tying around holiday season.
Do you guys think it's possible that GTA will come out and get bad reviews? Can that happen?
If there's so much riding on this game, and I've said this to any number of times that the GTA stuff gets brought up.
Oh no, people think GTA 6 is gonna get a Game of the Year winner award. But, they're gonna walk through the finish line, no problem.
Maker said R.I.P. GTA 6.
Well, Maker's a troll. Who cares what he says? He don't even show up on shows on podcasts anymore. He's got no room to talk. But here's the thing: if there's the slightest issue with that game, anything that the community does not like, it will get just bombed immediately by the community. And all it takes is it'll get review bombed. It will be a rest in peace.
Yeah, that is true. This like GTA 6 has to come out perfect. Like it does not, like this is the new Destiny. Like it needs to come out perfect, or else everybody's going to complain the entire time.
They will give it a pass.
No, because it's GTA 6. Because it's GTA 6, that is why it is held to like basically the highest standard. That's the gold standard of gaming at this point. So
right, and
it's going to be up here.
The only other time this happened was with Destiny 1.
Yeah, but you know what's good with GTA, right?
Oh, damn, Ron!
It's held up high.
Dude, that would be a death. That would be the death of that game immediately. Ron coming in hard with that question.
No, he got a point though. We're gonna get to that. Rudy's got a point, but so GTA is held up high, right? But if we're being honest, it's a pretty basic game, right? Like all they have to do is make sure everything works, right? We're gonna get to what Rudy just said, but make sure everything works. Now the online mode is tricky, right? Because look at wrestling. So I mean, the online mode, they gotta make sure that's not screwed up because people love it so much. But to Rudick's point, he said woke games are rest in peace woke games. But he said, what if GTA 6 has a
Ron said this
and gets
we're gonna get to that.
Oh, Ron said it. My bad.
Yeah,
we're gonna get to that though.
Okay, we'll get to that. All right, cool. Online mode will come later. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking is if they like,
Yeah, I'm thinking it's gonna be sold separately, just like the GTA Online is sold separately now.
No. But they made that later on after the game was well out.
Right.
It's like now you can choose which one.
Yeah,
you want.
I don't see that. I don't see
together.
online. I don't see an online mode coming later. I think it's going to come with the game. The biggest selling thing the thing that makes the most money for Rockstar when it comes to Grand Theft Auto is the online. It's the money, the in-game currency, all of the things that you want to buy. You have to pay real money. That's where they make their money.
Yeah, no,
GTA Online is
shark cards.
I also don't think they would want them to have this started off with a negative look. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, if you don't include the online, you're going to piss a lot of people off. There will be people pissed, and that's going to review. They will go right to Steam and they will review bomb the shit out of it. Maker, I get that. That was how many years ago was that though?
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, to Vet's point, I was going to say the same thing. They know this is the most anticipated game pretty much of all time.
This isn't. We're not. This is the thing. It's the same thing with them coming to PC. Like they shorten the window. They already said they shortened the window for PC.
Look what happened when they brought GTA 5 Enhanced to PC. Look at the reviews on Steam. It didn't get great feedback with that one. They messed up a few things here and there. They missed the mark a little bit, and the community let them know. They got ripped apart with that. And Makers got. I understand that GTA 5's online came 3 months after release, but what era was that? That was what, PS3 when GTA 3? Yeah, that we were in a different internet era at that point. Hell, what wasn't MySpace was still a thing, I think, at that point. Tom was my only friend, and then he bailed on me after he took a shit ton of money.
It's messed up, man. I can't believe Tom did that to you, bro. I remember that.
I know that motherfucker.
Red Dead 2 Online was also released at a later time.
You're talking about old ass games that came out over a decade ago. Yeah. The internet standards were a whole lot different 10 years ago than they are now. If they do not release the online mode with that game when it comes out, that game will not be a success. That will be a failed launch, in my opinion. I guarantee you that will be a failed launch. People will still buy it, but they're not going to make
promise it later. I don't see anybody getting grantee about it.
Oh, they still will.
They still will, but it'll be understandable if they say something.
Whoa! Let's not act
officially.
Like people are going to complain. People are always going to complain, but they will.
Please.
They will.
That game is going to launch, and we all remember growing up when we were told video games were bad. If you play violent video games, you're going to turn out just like in the game, and we all turned out wonderful. I mean, most of us did. I can't say anything. I can't say anything about Maker, but But my thing is, the way society is today, we all know where this game is based out of, even though it's going to be in a fictional location. We all know it's Florida. We all know it's going to be Miami. It's going to have all the trailer parks and all that shit. And I've already seen all this other shit about the game. So you're going to be split. Anyways, that game is going to you're going to have the left and the right going at it with that game. This is going to be one of the biggest topics. I guarantee that it will get dragged everywhere.
You know why they came to Florida, right?
Land of the free, baby. Land of the free.
They came to Florida because the Cowboys here, baby. I'm gonna be pulling up to my house in the game and everything.
Shit. As long as the only thing I have to say about that game is if it doesn't have Gator wrestling, it's a failed game.
Failed game.
Yeah, they better have some Gator wrestling.
We're gonna turn on the news and it'll be like Florida man wearing a cowboy hat.
Yo, I went to the beach one time. It was some dude walking on the beach with a cowboy hat. He was a black dude too. I was like, yo, look at that.
But no, I was mentioning this earlier. The Project Jesus AI assistant now is available on the NVIDIA app, which I was looking forward to because basically with this you can just tell it to like run the best settings for your computer and it'll do it itself. Like you don't have to tinker with anything.
As long as you meet the requirements. That's the only downside to that. It will work with the 30, the 40, and the 50 series cards.
Right.
But you still have to meet the requirements, the memory and the processor and all that other BS.
Right.
I think the only thing that's hard too with PC is if you say the best
right,
the AI is going to know what's the best setting, but technically,
Yeah.
you visually what you can see, you may want to turn something down or up because for you, that's the best setting. So it's going to do the best settings that your computer could handle.
Yeah.
Right. And you don't have to do anything, and you'll get, like, you can tell it to make it set it for like 50 frames, like 50 frames, and it'll do it.
So Maker said came out 7 years ago.
Shut up,
he
Maker.
said on PS4. Ron
Shut
said
up, Maker.
GameFly needs to shut down. And then Maker said Jim said this AI was useless as it only did things that was already done by updating the driver. Well, maybe it does it easier.
Jesus. It takes voice command. It also, when you're playing a game and like say like you want to cheat and be like, oh, what I'm supposed to do now, it'll tell you. So now you can cheat in games.
I already
Cheat
cheated
in games. Like Cowboys gonna use the hell out of it.
I already cheated.
Where the hell do I go?
I just hacked my way into games.
Go down the road and pick up the stick.
Yeah, I just put the game on easy, so I'm already cutting the curve.
Yep. Hell, I put everything on easy and I still die.
And me too. Man.
Yeah, I'm gonna try this out. I'm gonna see how it works. And I got it installed.
You definitely gotta let us know. You'll come back on and let us know what your thoughts.
Hang on, I want to see where I post. I had an article that I found. Let me see where it's.
Well, here I still got I got a question for you guys.
But,
Let me see what's his name. His name is David Cornsett. So here's my question: do you guys feel like he looks like Superman? Because I don't. Like,
No.
I don't, dude. He looks like he could be like, the dollar store Superman, or like
that's the Temu Superman. That's the one you get on Temu.
My bad. A great value.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like you got the classic.
I mean, you can't top the OG. You can't top Christopher Reeves.
Right.
The only one out of all of them that I liked was the most recent one we had. I did like that one because they had that Superman Returns, the one where he left and went to Krypton or whatever he did.
Cavill.
Henry Cavill, I liked. I didn't like the one before that because they basically made Superman like some deadbeat dad that just dipped out on his baby mama for 5 years and then came back into the picture. Stadia Superman, you fucking ass. Jesus. Wait, is that the Phil Harrison Superman? Oh, damn.
Oh man. Yeah, I was looking and I was watching a video and I was just pulling up a bunch of videos showing my wife and we were talking about it. I was like, dude, just don't look like Superman. It doesn't have the look for me. And I feel like all the other three did have that look as far as Superman in the movie. Because even the Brandon, I don't know his last name, but the guy, the second one, Brandon, whatever, he had a good look.
Yeah.
But we'll see. So
they screwed up when they screwed it up when they let Henry Cavill go. That was it at that point.
Yeah, that was crazy. Well, they're going to start all over anyway. Maker said he looks fine to me. If the movie didn't suck, that'd be great. Well, let's see. I mean, listen. Hopefully, the movie actually is pretty good. Because here's the thing: The Last of Us show was the worst casting to me. They look nothing like the characters. But guess what? When I gave them a chance, they stole the show. They did a great
The only
job.
thing that I want to see out of this is they better do something to honor the OG Lex Luthor. That's all I gotta say.
So the dude that plays Lex Luthor actually looks pretty good to me.
No. I'm saying they better do something to honor, just in memory. Either just put something on the screen or something to honor Gene Hackman. Because let's be real, there wouldn't be a Lex Luthor without Gene Hackman.
As long as this guy is not as bad as Snow White.
Know what now? Snowflake? Oh yeah. Ain't nobody care about that gay ass movie. I mean, I love the OG Disney, but the Disney that came out here and said, "Hey, this movie's going to make $100 million just this weekend in the U.S." They made $40 million. They made $43 million worldwide overseas.
Right.
Their budget was way beyond that $100 million, and they only made 80. I think they said 83 million
Crazy.
over the box office.
So
They got a 1.9 rating. I've never seen a Disney film ever get a 1.9. Maybe you actually no.
So for me, with Disney, like I don't know, they got real weird. Like they made it like known, kind of like Concord did. Like Concord came out and it made it known, like, whoa, hey,
Well, this is because, well, one, Rachel Ziegler is an idiot. She came out literally right after she was told she was going to be the star, and basically said, "You're going to watch this movie and you're going to love it because I'm better than everyone." And two, this is what happens when you cave to you go in all full force on politics. When you go woke, you go broke. And Disney still hasn't realized that everything they do that's going to focus on this BS that they're spewing with, catering to the trans, the gays, and everything else is going to keep making their stock value plummet. And when they go bankrupt, they ain't got nobody else to blame but themselves.
You know what's funny? I even feel like Disney's bringing down Marvel. I'm not like Marvel. Just isn't.
Yeah, I see the people complaining that Lilo doesn't look Hawaiian enough.
Well, man, look, I'm going to move to Hawaii just so I can say I'm Hawaiian. I mean, and as long as I'm a little bit more bronze, I will. If I can get rid of the freckles, the Italian and all that. I mean,
you can claim can claim
Lilo
race swap sometimes.
Look,
sometimes.
Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch is fine. I like that one, but that's because they didn't really have to do much. There ain't much that you can F that movie up unless you really fuck up what Stitch looks like.
Yeah,
like they tried to
right.
Sonic.
So my oldest daughter, she that was her favorite movie as a kid. So she actually told me she did see it. So I gotta ask her what she ever thought. I didn't ask her did she like it or not. So.
Well, Maker's got a point. The whole go woke, go broke. Look what happened to Ubisoft. As much as I do like playing.
Actually, pull me up, Cowboy.
Hold on, real quick.
Because we need to do a funeral for Go Broke. Go Broke.
Right,
Damn,
real quick.
Lilo and Ben.
At least in the video game. In the
All right, real quick. Lena. You're live right now, and I got a question for you. Okay. What's up, Odyssey? Guys, this is my daughter, my oldest daughter. So you was a big fan of Lilo and Stitch. And so we just brought it up.
But yes.
I know, and you said you seen the live action. How was it?
The live action comes out Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, I thought the other day when I sent you that thing, you was like you just seen that.
No, you sent me the trailer. That's what I was.
Oh, you said you meant you seen the trailer. All right, never mind. All right, sorry, I just had to hang up on her. My bad. Whoops.
Anyways,
Right,
but yeah,
anyway.
the funeral for Go Broke, and in the video game industry, in the movie industry, sometimes it's pretty apparent. You can see it and be like, oh yeah, kind of like with Little Mermaid.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on.
I actually did take my youngest daughter.
All right, hold up. I'm gonna counter this because where are the numbers?
So Santa's is actually tracking right behind Valhalla, which is
But they're not telling us that they have not shown the numbers. They're saying it in the articles. Every article I've seen has said the same thing.
it's selling pretty good.
I know, but why aren't they showing us the numbers? Because they're not saying. Are they buying?
Well, most of it's tied to Ubisoft Plus as well.
Exactly. So it's not the biggest launch.
I actually thought this was doing good. I haven't heard anything bad about this besides
well, Anthony,
there were a scene of the black dude with some little boy or something like that.
Oh no! He was kissing a non-binary. He was kissing one of those. What are they called? Fuck are those things called? Oh, non-binary.
Yeah, so you can choose. You can choose. So when you choose these routes of romance in these games, you have to go on a very long, extensive dialogue choices and things like that. And yeah, you can end up in that situation where you're in a relationship with a non-binary.
Yeah, I didn't even know this game had romance in it.
Well, all of them did. Hell, even Odyssey did. You could have had
Odyssey.
Cassandra and Alexios. You could have made both of them do the same thing. But the problem is that's the thing nowadays. The times that we're in, you're going to see more of that shit. The problem that I have with this being everybody's saying how great this game is. Like I said, I like the game. I like playing it. I just don't like the fact that Ubisoft is hiding how much money they made off of this, because they're making all of these articles are making it out like they made a killing off of this, and they're not showing whether people were paying the $60 a pop for the game or was it all just off of subscriptions?
So the thing is,
Maker said, hold up real quick. Maker said, apparently based on how the game launch is tracking to hit 6 million in the first month, where Valhalla was 8 million in the first month.
But what is that? But by what? But what standard? Are you talking like people playing it? Then yes, I understand that. They're avoiding how much money they made off of this.
No, is it? But he said 8. He said that's just the money, right? He's saying that.
I'm a guess.
Yeah, but it didn't flop. That was the whole woke movement thing, was that it was going to flop and fail like Concord.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
So Mystic said, doesn't matter how much money he made. I think we're just having a conversation about that. People thought it was going to flop. Some people say it's doing good. Some people said it's not. No one actually is.
They didn't even find out about the romance thing till now. Before it was just the black guy being the samurai thing, they were all against.
I mean, technically, if you want to consider controversies, it's basically you have to actually look at the fact that Ubisoft has already been sued about they had to hire lawyers to protect the developers because and make different things and fix a bunch of shit per the Japanese government who's gotten involved in this game, because there's so many things wrong that have basically gone wrong with Japanese history and whatnot that they're pissed. It's just not stuff that's talked about over here.
They got mad because you can destroy shrines in the game.
Well,
Japan got mad.
Well, because that's technically, they day one they changed that. There was a patch that came out for that.
It's because of that.
No, actually, I know who.
Kind of like Spider-Man 2 patch.
Spider-Man 2.
They updated it. Mystic. It could have been because I think me and FCat was talking at the same time. But I turned my volume up, so hopefully you hear me better.
Oh, my bad.
They did patch that though. They did a patch so you can't tear up the shrines and all that. And I figured it was because of Vet. Vet did so much damage. He actually said it too. He's going to do so much damage that I have to patch.
I did. I literally said it numerous times.
You did say it. I was watching you on screen.
I know. I was like, I am going to spill so much blood of the innocent. And then I come to find out that when I finally got to play it, I had that fucking patch got pushed through before I could play it. And now I can't even kill NPCs. If you kill the NPC, even though it's based, the game style is like Assassin's Creed Odyssey, you can't set people on fire. I tried. I could do that in Odyssey. I could do that in Origins. I could literally roast people. I can do that in GTA 5. I can listen to them scream as they're burning. So you can't do that in this game. You can't just kill random NPCs, which you could in the other two games. So they took away.
And this is why they're never here, guys. Hear me out. This is why they will never. You know what? I need to hold on. I need to go full screen for this one.
Yeah.
And this is why the video game community, the video game publishers, the video game developers, the makers, everybody, you will never see another game like my favorite game in the world, Prototype. You can grab an innocent person, run on top of a building, and throw them into a helicopter. I'm just saying. You'll never see a game like that again. Unless you're killing aliens.
Hold on. I got one better than that. You remember from the Xbox 360 era, a game called Splatterhouse?
Well, forget that. I go back further than that. Splatterhouse was on the TurboGrafx 16.
No. I know that. But when they brought it back out, the amount of blood, and you could literally kill everything. And
but my point with Splatterhouse, you was killing demons though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Prototype, you was killing regular people. They're never gonna let you do that again.
No, you can't even dismember. You can't even. I mean, as many games as I have played where I push the boundaries, I will say though that with GTA 5, I can still kill cats and other animals. Not as viciously as I did in Red Dead.
But when I was watching you play Assassin's Creed Shadows, you was cutting heads and arms off though.
Oh yeah. Now there are games though that I literally used to play way back in the day when I was a teenager. So this was like 30 years ago or so. But there was a game called Soldier of Fortune 2.
Okay.
And it was a military game, but when you could kill the people, but then if you had a sword, or a knife or whatever, I could just hack away, and then their limbs would just fly off, and you just see blood spouting out. So I literally would kill the enemies, but then I would go back and dismember their bodies and just scatter the parts, kind of like I did in Red Dead.
Yeah, see, that's the thing with the new Assassin's Creed. I guess you could brutally kill your enemies, but you just can't kill innocents.
Yeah, they got, and I think it's because of the whole the Japanese
culture
thing.
And all that.
I think that even though, let's be real, that was what the fuck they did back then. If we want to get historically accurate, that was 100% what was going on back then.
Yeah.
My whole thing is the whole woke movement should see the movie business out of the game. And
well, listen, I'll take it back to what I said. At the end of the day, these companies, developers, publishers, I don't care. Make whatever the hell you want. I'm just not gonna play it if it's nothing I want to play. I don't really care anymore.
That's how it should be. But the problem is, a lot of video games that come out now, how long do they take to make? They take a shit ton of time to make. They take a shit ton of time to put together, build, whatever. Right. And the storylines on them are it's like watching a movie a lot of time. That's why
the movie industry has more questionable choices. Like remember we heard about Denzel Washington might be Magneto. It's like, come on, bro.
Well, that's because every movie that had a white guy.
On,
look. One, I'm not going to trash Denzel. It doesn't matter what he stars in. He's going to be fucking gold. He's going to win. It's going to be great.
He would actually be a good Magneto, but like you're like, what?
Because the way the movie industry is now, every movie that had a white person in it, they have to remake it and put either a black guy or a gay, angry gay lesbian in to make people feel better about themselves.
No, yeah, you're right. That's like their formula. But I think the whole Denzel thing was just that was just people making up rumors.
I actually heard that Denzel started the rumor just because he was bored.
No. First he was their Momma. First he was their Momma. Then he was Magneto. Yeah. Yeah. But
that's because it's a bad thing to be right now.
Yeah. So I mean, I think Assassin's Creed is definitely getting over the controversy and the.
Well, the thing is,
it's not going to save Ubisoft, which is their defense. So this isn't going to save Ubisoft. Of course, nothing's going to save Ubisoft.
Oh, hell no.
I mean, they just shut down.
Here's my thing, though.
Fucking X-Defiant.
What's going on with Ubisoft Scalar?
There was something came out. They tried to sell their IPs to Microsoft.
No,
EA.
There's a lot of they're going to be selling off. I think they're waiting to see how this game does, because this was the make or break.
But it's doing fine. And
well,
they're going to do more.
Ubisoft can't do anything. What people fail to realize is Ubisoft can't do anything to sell their IPs. They're not the majority shareholders anymore. Tencent is.
Tencent.
Well, yeah.
Tencent says you're not selling shit. They're not going to do anything. They can't. They'd have to have Tencent's approval to sell off any of their IPs.
Yeah, but wait. You guys remember Ubisoft Scalar? Like what happened to that? That was supposed to be like this amazing thing that they was gonna, white label and let other people use to help create games like in AI. Like
the Stadia thing?
If they're doing anything.
The Stadia thing with Assassin's Creed? You talking about the Assassin's Creed portal thing with Stadia?
You don't remember Ubisoft Scalar?
Yes, I do. I just pulled it up. There was a trailer on it in 2022.
Yeah, I did a whole video on it.
Ain't nothing's happened.
Yeah, I did a whole video on it. They were saying how it could help developers make worlds and be real. It pretty much was AI.
Well, think about it as this also. What was the whole? Remember the Microsoft ABK deal? What was the one thing that Ubisoft got out of it? What's transpired from that? They got all the cloud access to all of Microsoft's, all of the Activision stuff. They own all of that. Right. Yet where's all that on the Ubisoft side of things? No, nowhere to be seen. They got all that cloud. They got all the cloud games, all of their games. So everything from I think it was this current Call of Duty that just came out, and all the way back to the beginning. Ubisoft owns all of it for the cloud, but they didn't do anything with it. They've got the license to. They can put all of that on any of the companies that they work with, and they have done nothing with any of it. It's not on anybody's cloud service. So they basically. It to me, if I was Microsoft, I'd be taking their ass to court for that, because that was the only
Microsoft. I don't think it bothered Microsoft. Microsoft had to do that in order to get the ABK deal. So for them,
but that was part of the but that was part of the deal. That was part of the deal that Ubisoft said that as soon as it went through, they would put all those games on make them available via the cloud, which should have meant that all of that Activision stuff was supposed to be on Amazon Luna. It was supposed to be available via GFN, and technically PlayStation and Xbox were supposed to have them on their cloud services, and they're non-existent. Nobody's got We've never seen any of that stuff.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Because Ubisoft's going bankrupt, and people they don't.
Hold up, is that water outside?
Is what? What?
Is that water outside? Is that?
No, that's that's grass and my deck.
Oh, it's funny. It looks like okay. To the right. To the
okay. Oh, that's just the porch. That's just the porch. There's like a plant thing that my kid and I were put together.
Okay, the way it looked.
What I want to do while I'm still here is get a second camera so I can just have one aimed outside and then one aimed at me, so that way I can figure out when people tune in, what they're really tuning in for. Is it my gameplay? Is it me? Or is it just to see what's going on outside?
All right. So, FCAT, anything else? Because let me see. I mean, I got something that's going to be a little crazy, but we'll get there. I had Doc Dark's video about Assassin's Creed controversy. But we kind of already talked about it.
I thought he retired. I thought we retired him. I didn't even know he still existed. I totally forgot about him.
Well, we made him run the PC, but
yeah, that's right. He's not a real gamer anymore.
I do want to let me see. Let me ask you guys about this. So, would it bother you if when you were gaming, right? Hold up, I don't think that's what I want to show. I want to actually pull it up. Okay. Did I not click on it? Yeah, here it is. Let me make this full screen. There we go. Maybe not. I think that's good enough, what I had. So wouldn't it bother you if Xbox started having ads for third-party games? So that's what somebody made a post in their post. They were saying Xbox is now showing full-screen ads for third-party games.
They've been doing this. They've been doing this. This is why is this news?
So, one, is this like
this is a normal regular thing for Xbox. Like, this has been happening. Like, Doc did videos on full screen ads popping up. This happens normally on Xbox.
Well, I don't hear about it that much, so I guess it's not that big of a deal.
And people do bring it up to complain about it on Twitter.
Fair enough.
Like they did with the McDonald's ad. They complained about the McDonald's ad that said the $2 breakfast meal.
Gotcha.
But yeah, my thing with Assassin's Creed, like, It's really killing their narrative.
Are you talking about the woke thing?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Assassin's Creed Shadow doesn't have that much woke stuff in it, though, right?
No,
I
it
mean,
does. Now it does. Now they found out it does because people are like literally going to Google and searching how to be gay on Assassin's Creed Shadows. Like, it's that deep,
yeah,
Cowboy.
but I feel like if you gotta search
This
something,
is like people going on Grindr, getting messages and complaining that it's woke.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's not in your face. So I feel
I
like
don't know if that's the same thing as to
it's
go
not,
on.
Yeah, it's not the same thing. So Concord was blatantly in your face. If you gotta go online and search for it, then it's not in your face.
Hold on, wait. What? So what? Hold on, let me see what I'm reading here because my wife was showing me a video that I'm gonna probably need to bleach my eyes out afterwards. But okay, Xbox showing full screen ads for. Like, I didn't see any full screen ads. I fucking played 3 hours of Assassin's Creed Shadow on xCloud. I had no ads.
Yeah, I seen that, so I was curious on if people noticed it and was it a problem. Also, Maker said, I think I know they basically stopped Assassin's Creed Infinity. So I heard that
that's the Stadia thing. That's the Stadia Tech one.
No, but I heard that somebody said when they clicked on Assassin's Creed Shadows, it almost was like you could go to a hub.
Yeah,
So
it was a hub that showed all the old games.
Yeah,
like it showed all the old characters.
You can literally log into and load each of those up. I tried that on stream. I showed that on my stream today.
Yeah, that's
pretty much what Infinity was supposed to be. Right?
Yeah, that was pretty much it. But it was supposed to launch the game. It was the thing. It was supposed to launch the game.
But it does launch. Like, I can launch different versions, like any of the Assassin's Creed at least on Xbox. I haven't tried on GFN or on PC or any of those, but I know if I load this up on xCloud right now, once it gets me in, I can do the same damn thing. I can go and log into Shadows.
It was supposed to be cloud-based.
Well, I mean, hold on. I'm logging. It's launching with cloud gaming right now on Xbox because I don't own a console. I feel like I'm although I feel like I'm tainting my Xbox cloud gaming since I'm using a PlayStation 5 controller to play it.
Well, guys, look at this. I went to pull up Ubisoft Scalar, and the fourth video is mine.
Oh my! Wait. Is that a cowboy I see there?
Yeah, the fourth video is mine. Look at that.
What in the hell?
Stadia is Ubisoft Scalar. But hold on, let me play this.
What's going on, Chariot Man?
CMG.
Over the course of their history, video games have evolved to bring more and more players into worlds where they can experience new adventures. Step by step, game makers have taken advantage of incremental improvements in technology to push the boundaries of what is possible. Always dreaming of bigger and more interactive game worlds, yet always being limited by the computing power at their disposal. What if we could make this limitation a thing of the past? Games are powered by engines. The bigger and deeper games have become, the more complex the engines. Animation, sound, rendering, physics, gameplay, and many more systems are crammed into the engine in very static ways, making major changes increasingly difficult. Our approach is different. We are setting game makers free from the restrictions of single machine computing, transforming these engine systems into distributed services and allowing them to harness vast amounts of processing power in the cloud. This enables the construction of gigantic game worlds at a scale far greater than anything that has come before. This technology is built to power the game worlds of tomorrow. To bring them to life, it supports massive numbers of game assets, simulations, AI and player entities. And because the dreams of players and game makers are constantly evolving, this technology is made to...
He said it died with Stadia. So I just wanted to play that a little bit. If you guys didn't know what we were talking about when we were bringing up Ubisoft Scalar, Maker said Ubisoft Scalar was being worked on by Red Lynx and Massive, which both just made Star Wars Outlaws. It says so. Apparently, it wasn't that. They did this for Call of Duty. Yeah, I was going to say Call of Duty been doing that. What's up, CMG? Switch 2 in 8 more days. Wait, well, Switch 2 not coming out in 8 more days. Wait, is it 8 more days, or is that's going to be when they're going to show?
Yeah, the direct is supposed to be soon.
Okay, got it. Yeah, but that don't mean it's coming out in 8 more days. That just means you're gonna get more information in 8 more days, right?
Yeah, but I wanted to bring up the game that I believe is going to be the nail in the coffin
for
the go woke
Okay, what's that?
people.
Let's see. All right, guys, this is gonna be the game that's gonna kill the woke narrative. Oh, South of Midnight.
This is going to put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, but what's woke in that game?
Sweet baby.
But what's woke in the game?
Nothing. It's just this is one of the Sweet Baby games. And Sweet Baby is the reason why the whole woke movement was started. And I
feel
believe
like
if this game actually is good.
But I feel like that's not really proving a point, right? Let's say you have a company that's backing. Okay, let's say I used to be a KKK member, right? All right, we're gonna get a little crazy. All right, so hold on, here we go. We're gonna get a little crazy. All right, so I'm just making some extreme illustrations here. Okay, so just hold on, just follow me. All right, so imagine if I was a KKK member, right? And everybody knew I was a KKK member, right? And I said, you know what? I'm just gonna stop talking about it. And there was a new movie coming out, and I decided to fund the movie, right? I paid for the movie. So the movie comes out, and the movie has nothing to do with racism at all. And if you didn't know I was funding the movie, then you would have no clue. I feel like that's the same thing with South of Midnight. If there's nothing woke in the game, then the people who don't know who Sweet Baby Inc. is, but know the term woke, wouldn't even be able to put the parallels together because there is none, right? So the game itself has to have woke stuff in it in order for it to be considered woke. So I don't feel like that fits the narrative that this is going to kill the whole woke thing if it's successful, because nothing in it is woke. Now, if it started off and the chick was ugly and found out the chick was a dude and, you know, blah, 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 then that would have actually, you know, fit the narrative. Dodgeman is in the building. Hey, Dodgeman, just quit playing Black Myth Wukong, all right? Just give up. You're never going to beat it. He says Stadia still works in Mexico. Boo, Dodgeman said. The new rumor is Switch 2 will release in June. Okay. Let me see. The Switch 2 showcase is in 8 days. That's what Chariot Man was saying. It does. And the direct. All right. So let me bring that back on.
I was going to say they also claim race swap in South of Midnight as well.
Hey. You keep that game's name out your motherfucking mouth, don't you?
Hey, wait. F-Cat is from the Bayou.
Yeah. Well, he better not fuck with my Southern game. That's the only game I have that'll be basically based out of the South. But I guess technically GTA 6 will. But, you know, this, I'm looking forward to this game. I don't give a fuck if it's woke or not.
I already bought the early access.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a copy of it so I can.
I bought the Game Pass early access.
It haven't grabbed me yet. I need maybe another trailer or something, but I'll play it down the road.
Hold on, let me see if I can do this real quick.
I'm hoping this is like award winning. Like I'm hoping this is like.
Well, we know as much as Rue wants to try to act like he knows a thing or two about video games.
I'm hoping I want to beat this game like I did with Forspoken. Like, you know if that makes sense.
This is what you was talking about, right? Where you could just kind of jump around the different eras, right?
Yeah, that's what I think you were telling me.
Yeah. So this is obviously Shadows, you know, the woke game that has the gay stuff in it. but let's say I want to play Odyssey instead.
Okay.
Click access. It's going to tell me to launch the memory. So I'm going to click that, and then it says launching Assassin's Creed Odyssey. I actually don't know.
Yeah, this is
and see, look, play with Ultimate.
Right, so this is pretty much what they were saying. They Assassin's Creed Infinite. They wanted to make a hub where you pretty much could merge all the games. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, can you do that in another game, or you can only do that in Shadows?
I don't know. I haven't loaded any of the other ones up. I think it's just Shadows so far.
Okay, I'll let you do that. Now, what is this, GFN?
Nah, Xbox.
Oh, nice.
GFN don't ever fucking work for me, and I get a better signal with Xbox. Look, I love GFN, but I'm not wanted by them no more. After I was look, it's not my fault. They told me, because I may have posted a few things in the Discord and let out some information allegedly that got deleted within minutes. So when the GFN reps contacted me finally, they said, "Well, we can't let you back into the Discord just yet. We'll put you on a limit. We'll send you some emails with the news and stuff." Which one never got that, so kind of figured that was going to happen when I heard email. And then I may have shared two videos of the black dude kissing a non-binary dude with some comment that was on Twitter that wasn't very politically correct. And then I shared the female character making out with another chick on the beach and posted something else. And those videos got 600 views within 2 minutes each. And then I got a message they were removed. And then I got a message on the Reddit saying I was permanently banned from the GeForce Now subreddit because of those videos. So I don't think that I will be allowed back into the Discord ever. But
now, Vet, how does that make you feel?
I don't give a fuck. I barely use it. I mean, I use it, but let's be real. Out of all of the cloud services that I use, and I've used them all, obviously Stadia was the best, but Google can suck a big fat dick, and the people. And I already told everybody that was a Stadia fan what they should have done. They chose not to listen to me, and I got put in the corner in silence by Dr. Spaceman. Maker of Chaos was there. He knows what's up. Luna works, but out of the big ones that I've used, which is obviously I promote, is between Boostroid, GeForce Now, and Xbox, I get the best the best cloud service that works for me with the lowest latency is Xbox, because I'm getting which is crazy.
When everybody's trying to figure out where to go, I actually made my video.
Probably live closer to a server. You probably live closer to a server that.
Oh, I know I do.
Yeah, when the whole thing was going down with Stadia, I actually made a video and told everybody I think you should go to Xbox. Because Xbox is the closest thing to what Stadia represented. You could get it, you could play it on every device. You can buy your game. Well, at the time you couldn't do that, but still, you could pay. You could have Game Pass, and it will have games in it like Stadia Pro, but more games than Stadia Pro. Day and date games. So for me, I felt that was the way to go.
Well, and if you look at it now, it's even better than it was before. All right, let me stop sharing. I'm going to share my screen.
No, you brought up the Xbox booth yet, so go ahead and bring me up, Cowboy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can bring my share up afterwards.
So yeah. So there was a leak that came out. So it showed the Xbox PC app UI. It included Steam and Epic games that were installed on your PC. And basically the Xbox fanboy kind of ran with it and think that it's coming to the console somehow.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but wasn't there another thing also you were telling me that they were thinking that somehow somebody seen that you might be able to have a link for xCloud and share it like Stadia did?
Yeah. They already enabled that.
Yeah, they already have that enabled.
Oh, damn. So you can do that.
Yeah. Dude, people are sleeping. I bet you do, Ron. Sorry. Hey, Ron, you and Ray both love that stuff.
Hey, listen. Hey, Ron, we're not going to stop you from all the joys and pleasure of the world. You know what I mean? You do you.
No.
Hey, but
Now
to
they
be
got
fair,
that service. Now they got that service where you can get that for free.
but look, to be
Oh,
fair,
You
hold
can get
on,
black
hold
nut
on.
free.
We got a
Free black
celebrity in
nut.
the building. Celebrity
Oh.
in the building. Shout outs to none other
hell
than
no.
Purple Haze.
Still won't bring me on for a show. Unbelievable.
Damn. She blackballed you with them black nuts.
Yeah. I ain't gonna say that shit. I ain't saying that.
I guess that, hey, Beth, the only show you're gonna be on is Ron Slusher.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Ron's military too, so you know.
So right on cue, guys.
Allegedly.
So guys, right on cue. As soon as the Xbox fan base thinks,
I know, right?
you know, Steam's coming to Xbox console, you know, the PlayStation fan base brings up GeForce Now and how GeForce Now blocked God of War 2016 on GeForce Now, and that means
okay, yeah. Let's get into it because this is like the biggest thing I see everybody talking about, and I don't understand.
You realize they didn't block anything. They had a time limited contract, and seeing as I guess at this point I'm a has-been ambassador. I don't give a fuck. I'm already banned in one thing, so and I ain't getting in the Discord, which means I guess I'm banned on that. So here's the thing. The God of War was not blocked by Sony when it came to GFN. There was a time limited contract that they had at the time. When that expired, as long as you played it, it's still in your category or in your catalog. So it's not like it's blocked. If I don't know if I have it. I don't think I do because I don't think I played it long. There was a deadline. You had to play that game or load it up, open it at least one more time by I think June or July. And if you did, you kept the game. And if you didn't, it was gone. And there's no way. There are people easily. Why is Vet's porch blue? That ain't blue. That's green, I think. I don't know. Look, I'm colorblind. I don't know colors from nothing. But anywho, the thing is that there people that played it before that deadline still have the game. So I'm not really understanding how the game is blocked by Sony if there are a vast majority of people that use GFN can still access that game.
Well, I think what they're just saying is, so I remember that whole thing well. So what happened was Sony's revamped PlayStation Now, which is PlayStation
Plus Premium, whatever.
PlayStation Plus Premium. That happened right as they announced that it was coming that June or whatever it was, and so you know it makes sense, right? Hey, this would technically be our competitor. So if you don't use the game by such and such, I remember exactly what you're saying, then you didn't have access to it anymore. So, and you could look at it as a time, however you want. But long story short, Sony did, decide that you wasn't able to play it anymore.
Hold on.
Then 2 years later, in comes Boosteroid.
Hold on. This ain't my pillow. This is the wife's.
Did you want to talk to the man in charge or the woman who knows what's going on?
Which is why I don't know. I never know what the hell's going on.
Oh, man.
No, I'm saying Boosteroid came into the picture. And when you tell the PlayStation fans about Boosteroid, they're like, oh, that's not the same thing. They're like, going to Edge browser isn't the same thing. Excuse me, they blocked the game on the Edge browser on Xbox. That's the whole thing behind the article.
But going off of this, Jez is an idiot. I'm just gonna keep it. Jez, look, I like some of the stuff he says is on point, but let's be real. He's a PlayStation. He's a pony. He is an Xbox hater that is a fucking dumbass.
That's the biggest Xbox fanboy right there.
He's the biggest idiot right there, and I'm not going to be nice about the wordage. He's a fucking idiot. Because here's the thing: what he fails to realize is, because what does it say? For those saying that PlayStation can't block their games on Steam arbitrarily from an Xbox PC, they absolutely 100% can. No, the fuck they can't. Does he not understand what an Xbox PC is? That's going to be a handheld device. The Xbox handheld that's coming out, that's basically a Windows device with an Xbox skin. I already know. I've already tested the damn thing. I've seen what it's going to look like. I can't show it because I was accessing.
I think he's referring to the OS. The OS, yeah.
But the thing is that when that happens, it's not going to be for the current gen, the Series X or the Series S. It will be for the next system. And the next gen system is, like this article here says, next gen Xbox might be able to run PlayStation games. That's because it's not going to be an Xbox system. It's going to be a PC with an Xbox styled OS or a skin.
All right,
just
so,
like your phone, Anthony. You've got a Samsung. What's it come with? It comes with the Samsung skin. But if I go with a Motorola, it's going to look different than yours. If I get a OnePlus, it's going to look different than that. That's all it is.
So the thing with that,
hold on, FCAT. I made a poll. So the poll is simply: do you think PlayStation can block their games from an Xbox PC/console? So so far, one person voted and said yes. So let me just, because I'm a novice here and I've been seeing this on Twitter like crazy. So let me get this straight and just you guys explain to me. So what they're suggesting is the next Xbox console may allow you to be able to put Steam on the console. And if it could put Steam on a console, that means you already previously would have PlayStation games on Steam. So then you would be able to play your PlayStation PC Steam games on the Xbox console. But then there's some people saying then, well, PlayStation will somehow stop you to have the ability to play that game on that device. That's what we're saying, correct?
Yeah, so they're claiming because of the device, like it'll send the device name or whatever what it is, the Steam, and make them block it.
Well, let me ask you
that
this.
Way.
Let me ask you guys this.
So what basically this Xbox OS is going to do, it's going to register as a Win32 application.
Okay, well, hold on. First things first.
Or a Win32 provider.
Darn it, I always screw this up. All right, hold on. Let me get it right.
I just had my screen shared if you wanted to show the servers. For
Bro, why I always get this wrong?
There you go.
Oh, wow.
That's where the Xbox cloud gaming servers are currently.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I got it. I did it. Jeez, that took me so long. All right, so want to give a shout out to Purple Haze. Purple Haze has gifted 1 channel membership, and it actually went to Obi Rose Kenobi. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Purple gifted another one. And Ron Slusher was gifted a membership, and Purple Haze gifted 1 more. So definitely thank you very much for that, Purple, for gifting those memberships. Guys, let's give it up to none other than Purple Haze. Thank you, Purple. Definitely appreciate you. And you're the GOAT. You're always have a spot right here for you, Purple, right here. And the cool thing is I got to meet Purple in person. That was a really cool day for me. And let's go. And Ron said, thank you, Purple. All right, I really gotta.
Sorry, I wasn't booing. Yeah, I know everybody meeting the cowboy. Ain't nobody want to meet Vet. I get it. I'm
you know, it's crazy, Vet, and I feel bad because you ended up moving to Virginia, and I had to drive through Virginia to come.
I know, Florida, and your ass didn't even bother to stop anywhere near.
If we didn't have 3 cars driving behind each other, we was on a mission. You know,
that's all good.
So yeah, like me and Vid was discussing in Discord, Steam would basically have to stop supporting Win32.
Well, let me ask you this:
every
PlayStation game on Steam doesn't require a PlayStation account, correct?
I don't think so. No.
Okay, because I was thinking that would be the easier thing to do is if you had to have a PlayStation account. And then it just wouldn't work on that device. Then you just simple.
The other problem. Well, and here's the problem with even if you don't factor the Win30, the 32-bit Windows.
That's a good question.
The other thing to look at this is Sony can say whatever they want. They can tell Steam to do what, hey, you got to block these games. But ultimately, Steam's going to just give them the middle finger and be like, hey, yeah, fuck you.
What if you sign into a PlayStation PC game? Have to PlayStation sign into on an Xbox? Like, what would it do?
You already have to do what? How was that any different than when I loaded up MLB The Show last year on Xbox and it literally shows Sony Interactive Studios? I mean,
oh my god,
it's no different than let's be real. But let's be real. What about all the ponies out there that are going to want to play Indiana Jones, and then they're gonna have to sign into their Microsoft account? They're going to throw a shit fit about that and boycott the game? No, they're going to buy that game. They're going to sign into their Microsoft account. They're going to shut their mouths and they're going to keep playing the game.
I think with technology, I'm pretty sure it's going to be some way to
PlayStation Maker's got to Maker makes a valid point there. It's not going to get blocked. Sony can say whatever they want, but let's be real. Valve doesn't give two shits what Sony says. Valve is just a Steam as a store, literally a storefront. In a whole
this might be the era of PlayStation and Xbox playing nice. Xbox is already putting their games on, PlayStation.
There you go.
Yeah. That's the thing.
That's why it's not going to happen. Oh, shit.
So that's the thing that. So apparently, according to Detective Seeds, that he has insiders saying that PlayStation has no current plans to restrict any kind of access on
anybody that says they've got PlayStation.
They're more worried about Project Amethyst and they don't care.
Well,
and I think they stopped caring ever since. I think they stopped caring ever since they destroyed, dude.
Yes, Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones will need an Xbox account to sign into to play it because you have to download it. I believe is what if I remember reading correctly, that announcement was already made.
But won't Indiana Jones just be like another third-party game on PlayStation? You just go to the store, buy it, and download it.
Yes, but you'll still have to sign into your Microsoft account to buy it. Like to load the game, for the game to work at all, you have to sign into your Microsoft account.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
So, the ponies are they're either going to complain about it and Microsoft's going to be like, then don't buy it. They're still putting their games everywhere. That's the thing.
That even applies to the woke stuff and everything. Like, don't buy it.
Exactly. But this is the thing my point is with this whole thing with, could Sony Yeah, I'm sure they could. Does it matter? What's it going to do? It's going to make them look like the bad guys because what is the option? What are they going to say? Well, Microsoft doesn't do that. No, Microsoft puts their games everywhere because it's smart business. Literally, they're raking in money off of every platform, every possible way they can. They're making money. If they put all of their games on all their first party stuff, if they put anything popular and they said, you know what, fuck it, put it on PlayStation, put it on Nintendo. If Sega was still around, put it on Sega, you're going to buy it and they're making the money.
I think the thing is, it's different strategies because Microsoft no longer cares about brand recognition. So they just care about stuff being everywhere.
No, they have brand recognition. That's the thing. People know they associate Xbox, not the platform, not the fucking box, not the console. They associate the X, the logo. That is as the brand. That is associated with Microsoft. You put that on any system when it comes to a game.
Well, wait. So Call of Duty on PlayStation, does it say Xbox somewhere on it?
Probably not. It's going to say Activision, and anybody that's a gamer knows who owns Activision.
Right.
That was all over. That was political news. That was gaming news. That was
everywhere.
Get it,
but I feel like that's still not the same as brand recognition. You know what I mean?
Well, PlayStation ports have been bad recently. Rise of the Lantern and
Maker makes the point there as well.
What's the other one?
Maker, get your ass on.
The Last of Us Part 1.
Hey, Maker, get on this.
No. There was one recently that was bad.
Spider-Man
2.
Spider-Man
2 got pushed. It came out
bad. Stadia account. Just so you guys know.
Yeah.
No, I know.
Hold on, let me read Dodge Man's super chat.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Okay, hold on, guys. So Dodge Man said, first of all, $10 from the Dodge Man. He said, anything is possible, but the question is this so-called console going to be better than the Rogue or the Steam Deck? I love my Series X, but it sucks. I don't have any faith in their next products. I feel like that speaks volumes. Now, the cool thing is Dodgeman plays both PlayStation and Xbox. He is not a bot. He is not a pony. He literally plays both. And sometimes he'll play a game on his PlayStation and then jump over and play it on Xbox. And I'm always like, bro, why do you do that? Like, you're wasting more time. It's like, oh, well, my Xbox controller, I'm better in Tekken and stuff like that. So this coming from him is, I mean, I get it. Everybody's going to have their own issues with certain things. And, he's been pretty much fed up because he likes to stream. And he's been trying to stream his Xbox console to Twitch and try to do YouTube, and it has been driving him crazy. So I just wanted to kind of elaborate why he said what he said. But thank you very much, Dodgeman. I appreciate it, guys. Let's give a shout out for Dodgeman. Let's go. All right, cut it. All right, guys, so we're going to get back on the boards, but we're going to bring in somebody that hasn't been in yet, someone who's none other than a dastardly individual, because everything must die, because he is the maker of chaos. Maker, what is up, man?
Nothing much, just, working a lot and gaming.
Okay, it's been a while. Now, last time I talked to you, wasn't you supposed to be taking a big trip somewhere? Did you go?
No, not yet. In about like 9 days, I'll be going to Japan.
Damn, 9 days. Woo! Are you excited?
Oh yeah, definitely. It's been a lot of planning and very busy the past couple weeks.
Now, or is it going to be like a full vacation, or are you still going to be working?
Full vacation. I'm off work for a week and a half, and that's how long I'm going to be there.
And is this the first time you've been there?
Yeah.
Wow. Now, are you going with some people?
Yeah, I'm going with a group.
Okay, cool. Damn, man. Listen, I never forgot that you was planning on going somewhere far, and it's cool. And guys, I get to say, Maker of Chaos is the only content creator that's been to my house. So when he came to visit, I met him at the airport in Philly. And he came over, had some cheesesteaks from New Jersey, not Philly, but we had a great time. So I just want to say, never forget the time where we got to meet in person, man. It was really cool, and you got to try Halo Farm ice cream, and it's good stuff.
Yeah, it was a good time. I had a lot of fun.
Definitely. So let's get back into the game. And so before I bring the other guys on, let me ask you. So with undivided attention, nobody could cut you off or anything. It kind of elaborate a little bit of why you feel Sony won't be able to block games being on Steam, being on a Microsoft device.
Well, I mean, for me at least, I think it's because if it's running a Windows API, it's effectively like a Windows device, a PC. Mm-hmm. I guess they could try to if they wanted to, and then I guess Microsoft could probably counter it. Because if they're issuing their games for use on Windows devices, you'd have to block like all Windows devices to make it, or at least they could argue that in the courts or whatnot.
Wow. So now notice it's just a rumored device, right? Do you think we might see a world where that's going to happen?
What was it?
So do you think it's really possible that we're going to see a world where there's an Xbox device running PlayStation games on it?
Yeah, I think in the long run of things, I think all these companies just want one thing, and that's more money. So that's providing their games to more people, equals more revenue. So I think that's going to be the ultimatum in the long run. That's why we're starting to see, that's why I believe PlayStation shifted to PC, and I think they're going to expand beyond that if they want to get more revenue effectively.
Right. Yeah, I mean, so I think Xbox having ABK, right? So just having something massive like a Call of Duty, right? And the Bethesda game. So that looks great for their portfolio to be able to be on many different platforms, as Vet was saying, because you can make more money. I think PlayStation, they do have these hit games that make a lot of money. So, yes, for me, exclusives is a direct way to have brand recognition. However, at some point it might be like, this is working for the competitors, so maybe we should do it too. So we just have to see where the future goes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, give me one moment real quick, Maker, because let me get to the chat real quick. So I don't want to let the chat get too far away from me. Let me see. So Purple said, I honestly don't think that Random Gamer knows what game Activision makes, nor who owns them. She said, South of Midnight will be where I make my tentative final option on Xbox as a whole. And congrats to Maker. That's a long flight. Vet said, yo, Purple Haze. Vet said, you best bring me on your show when South of Midnight comes out, Purple. And I said, hey, Vet, there was some bum acting like you on the show. I love the banter. Why when South of Midnight comes out? Well, Vet is super into it. So because if you try to knock that game at all, we're going to have a discussion about it. LOL. No, the Purple's super into it too. You haven't even played it. I mean, it's my number 2 most anticipated game of 2025. And guys, I know Purple's number 1, Reanimal. And Holtz is in the building, so that PlayStation shows offers day one policy on PC. There's no shame in having the opposite system and the something that can expand the game PC size. Fair enough. So let's bring Vet back on.
Speaking of that, I want to go on a crazy theory with y'all. I have this notion that Project Amethyst might be the PC launcher.
I don't think so. Project Amethyst is tied into
maybe like the PC launcher with the PSSR or the FSR for it.
Well, the Project Amethyst is just has ties to the whole AMD partnership that whatever they're working on with AMD.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what if it's like a PC launcher? There's not to be like a PC launcher. They use the technology for a PC launcher.
I guess the crazy thing is now you're getting into so many hands. You got Steam, you got AMD, you got your Xbox. So
man, I don't know if they do another launcher. I'm not gonna use it because there's at this point, dude, we're gonna get to a point where
that's the only way they can counter Xbox being able to play PlayStation games on an Xbox device. I mean,
not really, because if it's just the next console is just going to be a Windows machine. It's going to be no different than
exactly. So they can't stop that. They can't counter that. So the only way they can is to go ahead, release a PC launcher, and have people buy games on their thing.
So let me ask you this: I think what Vet was saying. No, I think it must have been. It was
Severance, account requirement and everything.
So listen, I think what Severance was saying in the Discord is that Xbox is going to be more popular because you'll have a device that could play everything on it. So would that make you guys interested in the Xbox? If you're like, oh, I could play my PC games on the Xbox, I could play my Xbox games on the Xbox, and I maybe be able to play some PlayStation games on the Xbox. So you have one console that can do it all, and it's console form factor, because I think PCs has a lot of options, but it takes away the convenience sometimes, right? So if you could be like, oh, this console could do all of that or play all of that.
That's basically what they wanted with the Xbox 360, right? That one physical console, it had the DVD player, the HD or whatever the hell it was, whatever retarded shit they were trying to, compete with the Blu-ray.
I think that was the Xbox One.
Right. That was the Xbox One. But the 360, they were wanting it to basically be, you have this machine, it has your TV apps, it has your music, everything is built into it. Hook it up to your TV, everything's done from that one machine. They kind of got away from that with the whole, the series, the 1X, the Series S, the Series X. They're going to backtrack, and it's like I said, it's going to be like a Steam machine, except it's just going to be a Windows machine in the factor, like a console box essentially. And you're basically going to have Windows, but it's going to look like the Xbox. It's going to be a fourth version of Windows.
And they can't do anything about it.
No, that you can't.
The only thing they can do is put a PC launcher and see what it does.
Right, but I agree with so they're not competing with Xbox. They're not trying to compete that way.
Yeah.
If anything, if they go that route, their competition is Steam. Their competition is Epic. Their competition is GOG,
Right.
EA, BattleNet. I mean, how many other fucking launchers are there? But the problem with that is also you have they also then you run the risk of what about the light? Is there a license? Do you have a contract? What do you have with Valve where your games are?
No. But I think you guys are getting away from it though. So I thought we were talking about how to
They
put
still
these
need to be
games
on
a
Steam.
console. So a console, you don't need a launcher. It's just going to be purchased
Right,
from a
but
store and
They'll
downloaded.
do an
to the box.
incentive like day one games on PC on the launcher.
I think. See, and the hard thing is I can't really explain exactly what the way it's going to look. But what the images showed is it to me it's going to look, if you want to think of what it would look like, think of like how Amazon's like Luna's storefront is, where you go to like the the different stores, GOG,
Right.
Ubisoft. It's essentially that is basically what the launcher or whatever it will look like on the new consoles. That's
Also,
why you saw
another
it,
thing to
that's why
think
you saw
about.
it, Epic. It's going to look like the damn Steam Deck. It's the same damn thing. If you look at a Steam Deck, what does it have? It has all these different little categories for the games, for your your Steam Deck verified, all your games, your apps, your TV, your music and shit like that. It's essentially going to just be a variation for the console, where it will have different categories. They're already starting that with the game.
And they're saying this will be in 2027, right?
Prob 2026. When I don't know.
Maker, jump in there, man. You're quiet.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I kind of agree. I could see Sony releasing their own kind of PC launcher, where they do release their titles first and foremost through it. I mean, Epic Games did that for a while with the Epic Games exclusive type stuff to lure people over to the Epic Games launcher. I think PlayStation is kind of going for that, they're focusing on Apple, or like Apple style, where they want you to use their particular products, like with the Portal, how they wanted you to have that particular what's it called? It didn't use Bluetooth. It used the link, the special. And I've seen them support the Portal more with like cloud gaming, and now you can cloud game on there. So theoretically, eventually, you might be able to play PlayStation games just on the Portal and not need a PS5, but you're still locked into that particular system.
Right.
So I could see them going.
Yeah, but Maker, let me ask you this:
You still have to sub to a subscription.
What I'm asking you guys is, on an Xbox
Ron.
What would be the point? We won't be talking about launchers, because you'll just simply download it from. Like, are you saying they're going to have a launcher on a console? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think that. I think first, the way it's going to work is, if they go with like a Windows API, most likely they'll have their own like game hub type deal, where it's similar to how a lot of PC handhelds are, where it's like like the Steam Deck, where it just puts all the games.
Big picture mode in Steam.
It puts all the games there, and so you can just select the games. It'll have a specific store button you can click, goes to the store, and then it's going to have that tab for Steam games, where all your Steam games that you've installed or want to install will install. And you can play it. And I'm assuming that's how you'd be able to play games like God of War, is if you have it on your Steam, you click the Steam games, you can find it amongst the list of the games you own and download it.
Well, they're already rolling out the game hub, though. That, and like you said, that those hubs are setting up.
That is the boosteroid loophole, though. Is you have to download and install the game on their virtual machine.
So Herb, I'm a little confused.
There might be
Here's
something there.
Here's the problem. I think you guys are having two simultaneous conversations. That's why I keep trying to bring it back. You guys first start talking about them blocking games being played on an Xbox console, but then you guys are bringing up launchers. And I'm like, wait.
Hey, look, I didn't bring up the launcher thing. I just continued when it was brought up.
I got because that's why I'm like, because Purple's like, she's confused. And I'm like,
the thing with the launcher is going to come with incentives. It's going to come with incentives, like the PSSR. It's going to come with the day and date stuff like that. If you subscribe to PlayStation
The only way with
Premium.
that PSSR
What
thing,
if look,
that ain't gonna
what
work on
if
a
they
PC.
push an update to the PlayStation Plus app on PC and make it to where you can play PlayStation 5 games to the cloud?
No. Hold on,
Like,
stop. What? But nowhere did you even mention the Xbox console. I thought that's what we were talking about.
Well,
And
let's-
that's what everybody been
nah,
talking about.
I'm talking about a PlayStation launcher.
Dude,
A PlayStation launcher on what? PC?
Yeah.
So then we're not talking about this console anymore. I'm just trying to understand where we're.
It'll still be on the console. The console will have the console will basically be a PC, Cowboy.
Okay.
that's where
Yeah.
that part I
It'll
agree
be
with.
registered. It'll be
what they are-
recognized as a PC.
That is what Microsoft is pushing it towards. They're moving away from if you bought an Xbox Series X right now, what it looks like now, like Doc Dark's dumb old Xbox. Oh wait, he got rid of that because he's not a gamer anymore. But that operating system that was on that console, I'm just trying to make myself relevant by throwing him under the bus. Anyways, but that OS that's on that console, they're doing away with that. They're moving away with that with the next generation, and they're basically putting Windows, they're making a specific version of Windows for the next console, just like the Sega Dreamcast. Look at that. I know you remember that one, right, Anthony?
Yep, I have one.
Okay, what the operating system was on that, right? It was Windows.
Didn't realize it.
Yeah, that was a version of Windows they made specifically for the Sega Dreamcast. That is what the new Xbox or whatever the hell they're going to call it will be.
So what's crazy? When people say like Mr. Urban is always like, you do know consoles are PCs. This is the first time my brain is like, well, PC is just a box that you download stuff on, and a console is a box that you download stuff on. Just PC allows you to do all this extra stuff, and console don't. So technically, if you were able to make a console device that played more like a console, but it had PC advantages.
Yeah, Purple, you got it right. Purple's got exactly what I was explaining. She basically dumbed it down for what I was trying to word out.
Yeah. If it's running a Windows API, it's effectively a PC.
Yeah, that's exactly yes.
It's
my stuttering fucked it
but
all
they
up,
could-
but you guys understood.
theoretically they could call it an Xbox, right?
Right.
Like and it'll have a user-friendly Xbox style UI, so that it's going to be easier for people to use than a typical PC.
And are we saying? Wait. Are you guys saying this device will also be handheld?
Yes, that is.
Yeah.
I think
That is-
handheld will probably be one of the things that
Well,
they do. I don't know if they'll do
there
both.
is a handheld getting released this fall by, I believe it's Asus. That Xbox handheld that's been talked about.
What they'll do, Cowboy, is they'll release a thing where you can boot it to something else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it'll be
Like right now they got somebody booting Steam OS on a ROG Ally, and it performs better than the Steam Deck.
The only reason it performs better is the only reason that thing performs better is because it's got better hardware in it. Let's be real with that. That's the only reason. It's not just because put Steam OS on a ROG on. They basically took this and put Steam OS on it and says, well, it's better than
they know PC people like to boot other stuff on our PCs and things like that. They're trying to tap into that kind of thing.
But here's the thing: if I put Steam OS on this, I can't play Call of Duty anymore. Can't play GTA Online unless I'm using, Boostroid or some other service.
Right.
I have Windows on. If I have Windows on it, I can play whatever I want. Let's say Microsoft releases whatever the OS is going to be that they're working on. That'll be on the handheld when it comes out. And I think what I've heard is November. I don't know for sure. Asus hasn't said anything yet.
Right.
I know that's who's working on it. But whatever that OS is, if it's a Windows variant specifically for the handhelds and for, let's say, the their next console, then I could take that one and put it on my handheld, and it would probably run 100 times better than just standard Windows 11.
Right.
That is what they want to do. That's why they're making this. They're basically working with OEM. So if you go to Best Buy, you buy an HP or you buy a Razer or any computer, that's the OEM. That brand is the OEM. Windows is on it, but it'll have all that HP software or the Razer software or whatever, you know, whatever brand it is. Same thing with Samsung. You know, everybody puts their own software on it.
Right.
Well, Microsoft is going to essentially they're licensing this operating system out to OEMs, their OEM partners, PC partners, to build the handheld. Asus is the first one that's going to do that. So I'm guessing that, and this is just hypothetical, but my guess is that they're going to do the same thing with the console. They're going to start licensing that shit out to other, you know, HP or whoever. And this is the initial one. We'll see more as when they get ready for the console. The actual, that's what we're going to see.
They're like I said before, they're basically taking the whole officially licensed for Xbox thing, and they're running with it.
That's UV. That's what was the white label for Stadia? All right, hold on real quick. Let's
like
get
what
the host.
Nintendo did.
All right, so hold on. Let's get the host because host said a lot. So host, let's throw you on here. Let me back up a little bit. Host said, I think I read the other thing. He said, well, he has been the most damaging company in the media in the last decade as they promoted sharing games by physical, but then they don't promote the same mainstream approach to buying digital. I think he was talking about PlayStation, right? I said, I believe devices 5 years ago that offered these gaming hubs and didn't deliver. So Sony portable device, Steam Deck's hub systems for cloud gaming didn't work years ago because gamers are lazy. Let me throw in Purple real quick. Purple says, so that's a no. She also said just a handheld PC with the Xbox branded. And she said, if that's the case, this will be the last generation of the Xbox branded hardware. And then my man Holt said, it's funny how Steam has created a user interface and device that work well with the operating system that is now becoming the forefront of gaming, and everyone seems to tight into the art tech. Purple said, which makes sense for Microsoft, and so I'm going with the series generation of Xbox is the last generation consoles for Microsoft. I think they're going to have one more, right? That's kind of what we're talking about, right? Why is PlayStation PSSR a thing, but seriously upscaling technologies and consoles or current PCs architecture ain't made relevant? He says, sadly, I feel we've moved from the native of the narrative of hardware specs and now chatting crap about upscaling technologies and rendered abilities to sell devices that underwhelm. That is underpowered in 2025. It's amaze Anthony and Mrs. Console or PCs. Wait, what? Let me see. Funny how PlayStation 3 had the option on launch to install Linux, and there's a backlash now that at these consoles policies or in the clouds and running on Linux. So here's the thing. I think PlayStation 3. Here we go. Was pretty revolutionary. That's probably my favorite console of all time. But the problem is we can't look at the old stuff and want today to be like that, because that was more partnership. That was more combinations and people, working together. Now these companies want more to take, especially Sony. So, I totally get that. Yeah, I mean, it's so interesting to see where gaming is going, what's going to happen in the future. We're going on and on about this Xbox and what it will be. I think if Xbox could pull off a portable PC that's Xbox branded, that they were still going to put their games everywhere, but they'll be able to play Steam and Xbox games and somehow be able to play PlayStation games, that would be pretty mind-blowing. And if they could kind of pull people more into the PC realm, because what they would do is if they pretty much made their own version of the Steam Deck and all this other stuff and had Steam on it, right? They would essentially start turning console gamers into PC gamers, and it will help console gamers understand a little more of PC. Or it might push some console gamers that are Xbox gamers away and make them go run out and buy a PlayStation, because for me, I like the console approach being the convenience and ease of use. I recently spent like an hour on Monster Hunter Wilds, because they got so many options for the visuals. And I'm going, oh, well, let me turn on 60 frames. Oh, let me do uncap. Let me make it 120. Let me put it on balance. And it was just driving me crazy. And I'll look and be like, oh, I don't see a difference. And I'll tweak the contrast, and I'll tweak the just all these settings, right? And literally, I will get on and mess with this, and I'll mess with that. And that's what I don't want. And that's why I'm not interested in PC, because the more options, which I'm never going to say options are a bad thing, but the more options will make you become a tinkerer. And then now I'm spending all this time when I could have just been playing the game. So for me, I've always liked that consoles, you got what you got, right? You bought a console and it could only do 30 frames and 4K. There it is. You play it, you enjoy it, and you just keep moving on. And with a PC, now you can spend extra money to get it to do what you couldn't do, but then that's extra money. And then we know next year they're going to have a bigger and better thing. And so for me, it's always like the options is a little monotonous to me. Let me see. I think Xbox as we know it is over. Purple said sadly. And she said, I think Xbox wants the most players for the least cost. Thus, a live service and games act as storefronts. I agree. So let's bring everybody back on. Sorry, guys, but I want to make this a little interactive, and I don't want the people to feel like they're being left out. And host just had to blast us with this whole long.
I know. I was about to go in the chat and complain, be like, "Hold, settle down."
So, but yeah, I mean.
No, but
wow.
Holtz made some good points, and so did Perp.
Yeah,
I agree with her that this is. I think that this is. I totally 100% agree that this is the last we will see of the Xbox as a brand, like the physical Xbox consoles. The whole point, and I think the writing was on the wall when Microsoft started shifting from calling it Xbox Gaming to Microsoft Gaming. When they started rebranding internally.
I told you that SNX was going to be it.
Yeah, but I mean it was inevitable anyways, though. To be honest, I mean they were.
I have to say I disagree.
Well,
I think they're going to keep the Xbox branding, but I think it's only going to be with their gaming line. So like whenever they push out, I'm assuming because we don't know the extent of what this is, if they're going to create a customized experience specifically for this new box, this new Xbox, quote unquote, that they're working on.
True.
So I don't know if it's going to be like a specific tailored experience through it. And I think that they will probably keep the Xbox brand just because of how popular it is. I mean, we still have Xbox Game Pass, and I think that's how they're going to keep it. But and in terms of like how this is going to affect them, I mean, it could go. I think this is kind of in line with what they've always been wanting to do. You know, if they're running a Windows API, they can use the like play anywhere, the method that they've been wanting to do, and everything lines in with PC.
Probably charge PC players to play online.
No,
no, they won't.
They would not do that.
They did 20 plus years of console players. Don't make Microsoft drop balls.
To what Purple says, I think they're going to keep the Xbox brand for this particular set of devices. It would just make sense to me, and I think they're going to keep it just like there's a Microsoft Surface line. It'll probably be like the Microsoft Xbox line is going to be this new thing. Because like, why would you throw away a brand that already has this name recognition?
I don't know. Whoa! I can counter that. Ask Elon. I'm just saying. Why would you throw away the Twitter name and come up with X?
That's true. Let me see as some stupid things.
Well, he was taking it over, so I guess he wanted to put his stamp on it.
Well, hey, let's not discredit the fact that who's the CEO of Microsoft, Satya Nadella. That idiot, what did he do? He already regrets some of his decisions in the past. Oh, let's get rid of Windows or phones. Oh, damn, man, I wish we hadn't have done that. That was my mistake. Yeah, I don't put
Well,
anything.
you know what the
past
problem was
Microsoft
though? They
sometimes.
just wasn't in the grand scheme of things. The phones, they wasn't competing. That's the problem. At the end of the day,
But that's like saying that Google wasn't with Stadia. It's the same rhetoric.
I know they
Stadia,
wasn't. That's why they went out of business.
They thought it would just be an overnight success.
Windows,
they weren't in it for the long haul. Microsoft should have stayed in it for the long haul. And
you know what? You know what I think?
They would have made.
I think that Stadia up. I think what messed Stadia up is remember when Stadia. Everybody was talking Stadia was coming, right?
Yeah.
And then Xbox. A lot of people don't remember this. xCloud came out before Stadia, and then they ended up speeding up the Stadia timetable, and then Stadia came out. So I feel like maybe Stadia should have waited, like maybe if they would have launched with, and I know we don't need to get into a Stadia thing, sorry, but if they would have launched with an exclusive, like a cloud game, I think the landscape of Stadia might have been different if it was good.
They had the opportunity for that. Jade Raymond was literally working on a cloud-based game exclusive to Stadia, and then they shut everything down. So she said, "Fuck you, Phil. Fuck you, Google."
No, that's fair games. That's fair games.
And took it to PlayStation.
Yeah, that's fair games.
Yeah, but is that even going to be a cloud game now?
That's the same game. That's the same game.
Yeah, but is it even going to be a cloud game now? Because if it's not, then it doesn't even matter.
Well, we don't know nothing about fair games, but a cinematic trailer.
Well, yeah, it was a fairly good cinematic trailer. Good Xbox International podcast. Hey, hold on. I was there.
International podcast in
hold on.
His house.
Hold on. I gotta see what's Perp saying about the Windows Phone. I know he is. I don't care for look, Purple. We could have a 3-hour debate on your show with about the Windows Phone. I
mean, you guys could do it right now.
Well, she would have to grace us with her presence. But,
Space and opportunity. You know?
Hey, she'd have to
wait. I was there for the Windows Phone. Stancy and Nadella isn't being honest with the Windows Phone. There was no way they wouldn't keep that.
I know. That's because Nadella's an idiot and doesn't know anything.
So I was a big phone person. At the time, HTC had phones on lock.
No, Nokia did. Look, Nokia, the Lumia 950 XL was literally one of the best phones out there on the market. Hell, that camera can still rival some of the cameras today. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean they did, but I feel like they were Nokia was like the push from flip phones to like starting to become smart, I guess, kind of, sort of. But once smartphones became a thing, man, I remember HTC was
HTC ain't got nothing. Hey, look, HTC ain't got nothing on my BlackBerry. I'm just saying.
No, because BlackBerry was his own thing, though, right?
BlackBerry was oh shit. Oh, look at that. I already started something. Look who's coming on the show in 5.
Oh damn. Purple want it.
I know. That's the purple alert. Look, you need to get a sound effect for that when she says, "I'll be there in 5." Just start hitting the siren.
Right? Listen, I might just have to give her this.
We need like use AI to generate instead of the Jerry chants from Springer. We get a perp.
Right. Mr. Urban World is in the building. He said HTC HD2 was an incredible phone that stood the test out.
I had that one.
Don't forget, you got, hold up. You know what I still got in my drawer? I still got the HTC Evo. Do you guys remember what that was?
Damn, yeah.
That was the 3D phone. So if you guys go on my channel,
dude, I remember that
very first couple of videos on my channel, it was like side by side. You're like, wait, what was he doing? Because I was making 3D videos. That was the first thing I was doing on my channel. That's how
I remember that phone. That was supposed to be like the next big thing.
It really was 3D.
Well,
I used to.
My first one of the first two phones, I had the Nokia brick phones that literally you could be, probably 60 feet below ground, below the surface, and still get signal. Like there was nothing that phone, nowhere on this planet that phone couldn't pick up a reception. And now phones struggled for that kind of shit. But then I had you remember the Motorola StarTAC? The old Motorola Flip, I had that one. And then I had that stupid Sprint phone, that silver one that was in Men in Black 2.
Yeah, I was
I had
fan
to.
of the
I
Sprint.
had to sell that damn thing because it was in the movie, and they showed it them getting those at the Sprint store.
Well,
So I had to sell that shit at
they had the
Renee's.
razor. Remember the razor that was able to flip, and then Sprint. I forgot who was making it though. Excuse me, but they came out with their version of Katana.
Yes.
So it was like their
yeah. God, that takes me back because I remember having to sell that stupid. I sold a shit ton of those phones though.
Yeah, I remember I bought this pink flip phone for my daughter's mom when we was just dating, and we broke up. I was like, "Yo, I want my phone back," because I had a plan for her and everything. I was like, "No, I need to cut that plan off. I want my phone back." And she didn't want to give it back to me. It was a whole big deal.
Did you call? Did you at least call after 9 p.m. or text after 9 when it was free?
Dude, you remember that? Hey, Vet, you're not old enough for that, Vet. Stop playing. You ain't old enough for that.
What the hell are you talking about, man? I still remember 100 call ATT.
Yeah, man, that was Hey, Vet. I once did a prank, right? So me and my friend, this girl we knew, right? We kept texting her, and she was like, "Hey, stop playing, yo. You're running up my bill." So I told my boy, I was like, "All right, I'm gonna stop. Because I ain't gonna stop." Yo, we kept texting her. I mean, sorry, I meant he kept texting her. Yo, her phone got shut off and everything because it kept. You remember,
Sandy? I don't know what he's talking about. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Hey, listen, I did stop, but he kept going on and got her phone shut off.
When I was in high school, we would do that shit. We would go before we walk into school. We'd hit the payphone and dial the 1-800-COLLECT and just call some random fucking number in California and leave weird ass messages asking, saying, "Help, we've been kidnapped. We're in Virginia. Help us."
Me and my boy, we would go to the diner and we would do this. We would literally sit across from each other and slide each other's phone, and nothing was off limits. And we would just prank people. I remember he pranked my mom like 3 in the morning, because we would come out the club and just go to the diner, and we would just. Like, it was wild. Yeah. Good time.
Damn, hey, Mr. Evermore, I remember that app. I remember the Blockbuster app.
ACC Evo was one of the first phones with cloud gaming, aka on live.
Yeah,
I didn't realize that's what that was. And HTC HD2 was the first phone with movies. It featured a Blockbuster app. Yeah, bro. I was a HTC head, man.
I remember that. I actually got one of those sent to me for free from the CEO at T-Mobile at the time when it had launched because I had so many issues. I actually reported them to the Better Business Bureau when you used to still do that shit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's all these lawsuits that's gonna reverse all these like blocks on anti-competitive companies like Google. Like, they're forcing Google to, give up all that stuff.
Good, about time they need to.
I wonder as a budget, right?
I feel like PlayStation's like, oh, we better, ease up a little bit.
So you know how like they get forced to do all this stuff? I wonder how much money they would end up losing by having to play nice. You know what I mean? Because technically you don't want a monopoly, but I wonder it's like, damn, are they gonna lose? Like, what sectors are they losing money by having to play nice? Because obviously if they was gonna make more money, they would have been doing it,
Even though PlayStation is based in Japan and their laws are different.
But man, Sony's always been like this though. This is just the Sony way. I mean, look at it goes all the way back to like the Nintendo days because we see how that worked out with Nintendo and PlayStation. They didn't play nice. Hell, the fucking reason Nintendo's the reason PlayStation's even a thing. They helped. Those two companies helped create the PlayStation. Nintendo was like, I
remember
that's some stupid ass tech.
You know what's crazy? I remember I was working at Sears Funtronics department, and this was in the mid 90s. And I remember the Nintendo rep used to come to the store and all that, right? And I remember like she would come and bring like the games and all that, and we would put it in, and I would get to play them first. Like, oh, I remember her telling me the headquarters like in California, and I was like, man, if I was to move out to California to work for Nintendo, blah, 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 right? And I remember the whole thing about PlayStation or Nintendo was about to make a console with Sony and all this stuff. And then it fell apart. And I was working at Sears, or maybe I was working at GameStop then.
Oh, man.
I can't remember. One or the other. But I remember when, it was Sears. I was still at Sears when the first PlayStation came out. And it was like, whoa, to gaming, this was something new. But I remember... Now remember, other people tried to do it. Panasonic 3DO came out.
Well,
died
because of
Atari Jaguar.
Dude, let's be real. The 3DO died because of the fucking price tag on it. That fucker was $500 when it came out.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Games were jank. They had nothing on the platform. They
and the thing is, people and CDs was too new. People was like, all gamers wasn't really trying to jump straight into CDs. We were still like, what is this PlayStation thing? What is this Panasonic 3DO?
Well, and
I think
Sega was the other one that did that. Sega popped in right around that.
Yeah, they ended up doing a Sega CD. Yeah.
Yep,
I think what messed
CD.
up Panasonic 3DO because all their games were like these movie games where like you play the game, but then the movie paused, and then you pretty much was controlling.
I will say on the Sega 32X though, the power. If you ever played the Power Rangers game, that was like the TV show and a video game, that was actually pretty cool. Except it did get me my channel shut down.
What are you talking about? Yeah, y'all haven't played that Mad Jack whatever on Game Pass right now.
Nah, dude, we're talking.
It's literally Die Hard Arcade.
Plumbers don't wear ties. Oh my god!
Remember in Die Hard Arcade when you're running down the hallway and it's like press punch.
Oh, I found. Wait. Is that his picture? Is that actually him? Damn, I always thought that was Ron Slusher. Hey, Mr. Evermore, did you steal Ron's photo? Because I swear I seen that with him as his photo as well.
Hold on, Mr. Evermore got a picture of himself?
I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I just happened to see that.
About to freeze over. But hold on, Vet.
No, I just saw it. Oh shit.
So guys, hold on real quick. So guys, coming in live on the Cowboy King of Entertainment new Tuesday night show called Keeping It Real with the Cowboy. This is volume 2 because I actually used to do a show called Keeping It Real with the Cowboy back in the day. Vet would know that. But is none other than Purple Haze, and we don't know where this show is about to go. But give it up for Purple Haze. Haze. It sounds like that's what it says. Purple, what's going on?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear. I was about to ask you. I can hear you.
I know. I can't. For some reason, it does not like this one, but it's working today, so I'm all right.
It's working today. So Purple. All right, we've been talking about a lot, and we got you in here. And so, can you just give me your thoughts on this whole Xbox climate? If the next one is a handheld, or if the next one is a whatever it might be, go into it for me.
So I think the next one I think Vet and Maker have said it as well. I think the next one will be branded as an Xbox, but it won't be built by Microsoft.
Okay.
And in my opinion, that is like Xbox as what I say is Xbox as people had known it before, like its own hardware brand. I think this generation's the last generation of that. That's not to say that I think they'll keep Xbox as a brand as long as they're in gaming. But for me, it just ends up becoming similar to what I think the best example I have is what Google did with the Chromebooks versus where Chromebooks are now, right? Google used to have Google branded like Pixel books and Chromebooks and that were built by Google, but now you can't buy a Chromebook built by Google, even though Chrome is like the Google operating system.
Okay.
And so that's how I feel like what's going to happen with Xbox in general.
Well, I say this. It's kind of like a wise person told me, it doesn't matter where you game, how you game, as long as you're gaming. So at the end of the day, I think Microsoft is like, look, it doesn't matter how you game, where you game. They just want to be a publisher that's going to bring games to gaming. And so, how more to get away from losing money as far as hardware, right? So if you're not making money on hardware, but you found a way to make money on games, ABK deal, blah, 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 right? If let's say they start making their money back, then why not say, you know what, we don't even want to make consoles anymore. We could just partner with a manufacturer or a company that people are familiar with, like Asus or whatever, and they make the console and we're just keep bringing the games, and maybe that might be a thing, you know.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I think when we set this initially, like if you go back to the way back when where
Mhm.
ABK was being bought, or like, hey Purple, why don't you why are you against this deal? Even though I continue to believe it was an illegal deal. But second thing is that at the time, if you go back to that video, I said that's going to be the end of Xbox as you know it, just because that's going to be a transition. That's why you do it. And I'm not saying that's bad or good. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me bring the boys back on, and let's see what where we're going with this show, because everybody's in the building. Purple's joining us, and Vet, I think you said you had something to say to Purple. She's on here now. So I don't know if
she's against the deal. She's against the deal, but she's using Xbox games on her PlayStation.
Mm.
There's only one Xbox game. Like I said, there's one game that I'm looking forward to, South of Midnight, and if that does not live up to expectations, it's going to be everything I need to know about it.
Wait, is South of Midnight coming to PlayStation? I thought that was on Xbox only.
No, it's going to be on Xbox. But if it does not live up to the expectations, then like I said, I think that's going to be the last venture with that company.
Yeah, you know what? It's a hard sell too, because for me, I remember months ago, FCAT remember this. We watched the one Xbox showcase, and I got excited, and I was like, I think I'm gonna buy an Xbox. And because they showed volume, they showed so many games, I was like, dude, if you could get a console, pay the $20 a month, and games are just rapidly coming. And I'm a GameFly guy, so I rent games. So not everything I need to own, not everything I need to beat, but just you bringing me games that I want to at least try and play. It seemed good at the time, and then Xbox took a while before the first game on that showcase came out. And I was just like, okay, I'm one of these people. If I don't do something in 2 weeks, I'm probably not going to do it. So if I don't see a movie in the first week, I kind of lose interest. And by the second week, I might even watch it when it comes on TV.
Oh my goodness. You seen the movie coming out this Friday?
What, Snow White?
No. Woman in the Yard.
So did you mention that on your show last time when I was watching? Oh my God, did I see that?
Has anybody else heard that in chat, or the other maker, FCAT?
Wait, what is that one about?
Final Destination.
What's it about?
Yeah, what is that one about? I'm trying to remember.
It's like a horror. It's about this woman, and then there's this woman in the yard. As best I can explain it.
I'm gonna have to look at the trailer. So lately, this is crazy. We moved to Florida, right? And we got a closer theater, and well, it's not closer than our regular theater back in New Jersey, but our theater here now is like literally 24 minutes, and it has 4DX. And we've only seen 4 movies since we moved to Florida, which is crazy because we've been here for 4 months. But I feel like this is one of the lowest periods of movies that piqued my interest. So, because I was on the fence with Novocaine just because it was in 4DX and all the crazy stuff, so it'd have been a good time. But then I just really didn't care too much, so I didn't see it. So I'm gonna have to watch that trailer. But you said that come out this Friday?
It comes out this Friday, and I feel like it would be one of those that you would do a review on. Because like I say, I like, right? I've said this before. I like pretty horror. I like horror films that I can like watch. It has like multiple meanings in it. And it's like the production value is like really well shot. Like that's the type of horror I like. And you've reviewed some of those, right? And so I thought you would have been all over this one.
You know what? It's probably because I have barely been going to the movies, and so that's probably what it is. I think about it. I don't really watch regular TV. Like I don't have, like I cut the cord a while ago. So I guess since I didn't go to the movies in a while, there was no way for me to see this trailer. Because I want to see the
trailer. Can you show the trailer? Can you show the trailer?
I probably could put it in the background with the music off. I don't know if that's gonna do it justice, but let's pull some of it up.
I've seen the trailer myself, and I just wanted to say it's I think there's only one thing that turned me off a little bit from it, is that it's like a Blumhouse film.
Oh, you don't like Blumhouse? You don't like Blumhouse?
And also I gotta watch the trailer for Final Destination. I didn't watch that yet either.
All right, sorry about that. I just you mentioned movies, so I was like,
No,
"There's
good.
this one coming out."
Listen,
So,
good stuff. I'm gonna now this Friday.
yeah, it's the
You know
28th.
what's
I'm
funny?
almost
You know I'm gonna do this, Purple. You ready? I'm gonna go watch it and not watch the trailer. I'm gonna go into it with just that a couple seconds of
Oh,
a little
that'd
bit I
be
see.
so cool. And can you do like
Yep.
one of your reviews? Like, hey,
Yep.
we just saw it and do it, everything like that?
Yep. I'm gonna
Because
go into it blind. I'm telling
I can't watch
Sandy.
it until
Yep.
next week.
I'm
I
telling
can't watch
Sandy
it.
this Friday we got to go to the movies and we got to go see Lady Yard, and we can't see the trailer. I promise you, that's what I'll be doing this Friday.
Oh, that's gonna be super cool.
Yeah, that's gonna be dope.
I don't know when the last time I watched a movie without watching the trailer first.
I don't think I've ever done that.
I'm trying to think. I've definitely done that before. Somebody have just recommended we watch a show called Cassandra on Netflix, but we did watch, like, you know how Netflix have the like 10-second little video. So we did watch that, and I was like, okay, and we actually watched the whole thing. But I know I did that with something. I'm trying to think what it was. Somebody said, hey, just watch this, and I watched it just off the strength of them. Well, I do that with Mr. Urban World a lot. I'll say that. Like, I watched a show. I watched a bunch of stuff because Mr. Urban World recommended. Like, I watched From because of him. I watched Delete. I watched The Woman in the Mask. I watched a plethora of things because of him. But he knows my, like, what I like. And so usually he could just tell me something. I'm like, look, Sandy, Urban said, let's watch it. And then we just watch it.
Sounds a bit sus.
Oh, man. Hold up. Speaking of Urban, he said, Cowboy, I'm shocked you didn't see Locked yet. Came out 4 days ago. What the hell is Locked?
Probably something stupid. I'm just kidding.
I noticed Turbo's comment about the different strategies with Xbox and PlayStation, but I think PlayStation's realizing that the PC market is big and vast and it's growing, and they want to tap into it. And not to say that they're following in their footsteps, but they kind of will be or want to, sort of way.
Are you saying that that PlayStation's just now realizing the PC market's big?
Well, look at this, right? The GTA, we know GTA 6 is coming sooner to PC because the guy said, PC market's pretty good. Doing good right now.
A year later,
Now this might be the part of the show where we're gonna get a little crazy. So
a year later does not constitute sooner.
Hey, I was about to say that.
No, they're talking about less than that, maybe less than that.
So there's some. I agree. So here's a couple of things when people talk about the PC market and it's growing in PlayStation strategy that there's some context that is lost there or just not like when we talk about the PC market and it's growing, where is it growing? Because you're right, it is growing, but it is growing in a certain place.
AI.
I
It's
know.
not gaming.
No, it's not AI.
China and Asia.
Exactly. It's China. It's mainly China. All right. And so when you think about that is actually if you look at gaming as a whole, you look at console for the most part has flatlined. Supposedly Nintendo may make that difference this year, but for the most part it's flatlined or declined. You'd look at PC across the globe, even now in Europe and the Middle East, it's almost flatlined. Middle East is a little bit more, but in South America, Central America, North America, Europe, it's basically flatlined. And when I say flatlined, it's basically growing at the rate of the population. So
Purple, you better be happy Severance ain't on here.
I've said this to Severin as well. He's been in my chat as well, but he has twins, so
he don't know what he.
So it's growing in China. So if you want to get into that's basically where you could say gaming is growing. Like before between 2015 and like 2023, you actually would say mobile was also contributing to that. But now mobile has essentially not just flatline, mobile's actually declining. And that's not because there isn't games. That's because, like, why are people on their phones now? TikTok, like, gaming is now it's again competing against social media to a point that it's losing out to social media. So when we talk about gaming, that's why they're going to PC. Well, that's the reason to get into China, because China doesn't necessarily have a robust console market for various reasons, various trade policies that's happened. So really the only way to get into China is through the PC market. Now, the funny thing about China, though, is, and this is all data y'all can look up, 80% of Chinese money that goes into the Chinese gaming market is for Chinese game developers. And so when you think about PlayStation strategy into China, PlayStation saw this quite a while ago. This is why they have the whole China, what is it called? It's the China something.
China Hero Project.
Yes. That was the whole reason they decided to do that. And what did we see in this? I don't believe this one was part of that program, but this is like kind of a proof point for them, which is Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong, let's just say it sold 20 million. I don't think it's quite 20 million, but let's just go with that number.
Okay.
Some 88% of those sales were in China. And so if we kind of can like roll back to PlayStation and think about their strategy about like, what does Sony do? Sony sells hardware. And so that's why Sony said, hey, let's invest in these studios that are console centric, as well as also putting things on PC there, because the move is still to try to get some of those PC players into console, and that's how they're going to grow it. So I'm not saying, hey, them putting their stuff on PC isn't to help grow and share stuff on PC. What I am saying, though, is the move for PC is less to do with PC as a whole and more to do with China gamers in that growing segment of the gaming market, because that's the only segment that's growing.
So I definitely agree, but I feel like Vet want to say something. Go ahead, Vet.
Oh no, you don't have to put me front and center. This is a community show. But I will say that Perp's right about the gaming market revenue when it comes to the Chinese market. That accounts for 24.8% of the video game industry's worldwide revenue, which is more than the US and Japan. They generate more revenue. And then the Wukong, I had to pull that up because I got to make sure somebody's got to be fact checking Purple Haze to make sure that it's legit, because you never know. But she was correct on that, because they sold 25 million copies as of January of this year.
Wow. My thing is, what if they play ball when they do follow what Xbox is doing, and say like they release their own Linux style, EMOS style kind of thing on PlayStation 6. I mean, that runs in-game.
I didn't say that again, FK. I didn't get what you were saying.
What if PlayStation comes out with like their own OS, like Linux OS?
I don't think they're going to do that.
They already do. Their
OS is their console.
Right, but their console operating system is just it's a forked version of Linux. I don't remember what exactly it is, but it's a variation. Like, what if it's not
get into that market?
I think he's saying if it was on PC, right?
Oh, I don't see that. I don't see that happening.
Yeah, why would
this goes back to what I originally said. Like, this is now becoming an OS war.
But it's
Windows versus Linux.
No, the only problem you're calling
but it's not though. That's
the speculation though.
But the problem there is no. I don't agree with there's an OS war, because Windows. Maybe within Windows, yeah, sure. Windows 10 versus Windows 11 versus every other version that people are using, because Microsoft can't figure how to make a proper one anymore. But
no, like Windows in the whole versus Linux in the whole.
Yeah, but that's
I'm curious if PC's the gaming revenue that's only one that's increasing. Does that mean PC is winning in this whole scenario?
It means China's winning.
Damn
Which is
it.
PC.
Well, wait a minute. China's winning. What the hell?
Yeah,
are
isn't
they
it the
doing?
East
the money
versus
in, right?
West thing?
No, I mean, no,
Wait a
the
minute.
reason, but it's art of like that's why I say it's like bigger. It's like I would say PC because if you look at go look up the Steam charts or Epic, whichever one you want to look up. Right. If you look up the games that are selling them that generate the most revenue on all of those are mostly what free to play
Live
games
service.
live service
Yeah.
games,
Yeah.
and you monetize them through however season passes or add-ons or however live service games monetize. Not saying all, obviously there's people, right, but that's the majority. From just go look at it across the board. And so when we say like PC is winning, it depends on like, well, what type of game is PC winning with versus what type of game does like console win with. And then if you can kind of like look at that, you can see that if anything, Sony is essentially like Sony saying, "Hey, we win with this type of game."
Right.
Well, I mean,
PC is winning with the simulators.
PC wins with certain games, and Sony wins with certain games. If you look at where Microsoft bought stuff, it leans towards one of those over the other.
There's some popular like some indies kill it on PC, like Lethal Company. Repo is one a lot of my friends are playing and I'm playing too.
Never heard of it.
Vampire Survivors was like really big that one year.
What's that Delta
came from
one?
PC.
Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, I'm saying who generates the most. I'm not saying like when you say killing it. What I think what we're saying is technically the same and kind of different. When I say is I said look at the games that generate the most revenue on PC. That is not indies. However, if you look at,
you can say the same about PlayStation and Xbox though. Like, what are the most gross revenue games on Xbox and PlayStation? Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft,
Madden,
like those are in the
Call
top
of Duty,
10.
Yeah, unfortunately, Madden, Call of Duty,
Madden, Call of Duty,
it's
it's 2K, it's wrestling. It also Fortnite is also up there.
Wrestle Wednesdays.
I'm not saying, but I'm saying
Apex
that
Legends. Yeah.
if you look
ain't
at
nobody playing that Apex.
the separation of those two, like the top 10 on console, it's usually like you buy the base game and then add-on purchase. Not saying all, it's exclusive.
I would argue some of the ones on PC are like some really big ones. Like I mean, even if you look at like Helldivers, that was like a huge seller on PC.
Yeah.
So I think what we're saying is like I'm saying if you look at the majority, which says there is a minority of other types of games, the majority on PC that generate the most revenue are for the most part the ones where you don't have to put out that huge purchase in the beginning. Of course, there's other PC games that do well that you like your Grand Theft Auto or whatever it is.
Yeah.
But by far and large,
you can say the same about console though. That's my take is like there's a lot of those live service games don't release full price. They usually are like $40, except for like Call of Duty. But
well,
even
like
then,
I said,
Warzone's free to play.
I mean, I'm just saying, go look at anybody who's done the top 10, top 15 sales across them. There's definitely games that are on all three of them. But if you look at what the majority is, so let's say 10 of 5
like
on console versus 10 of 5 on, like you're going to see that there's a difference in what type of games being bought. All you have to do is like, what is mainly selling on the Epic store? Well, that's where you get your Fortnite, your Rocket League, and so forth.
Yeah.
That's
you can also
go ahead.
There's also Counter-Strike for PC as well. That one's a free to play that's
still big.
that kills it.
Yeah, Counter-Strike on PC is like I said, that's a type of game that does well on PC. Counter-Strike though on console, like looking at
like World of Warcraft was another one that was huge on PC.
Oh, yeah.
How did it fare on console when it made its way to console?
It's like they're different. It's almost like they're different all I'm saying is they're different customer bases. So
I get what you. Well, I get what
you're what I'm saying is like I can point out that there's a lot of like I just pulled up the top 100 selling games right now by revenue. Number one's a $16 game. Number two is a $10 game.
Tell me
number
what the game is. Tell me what the game is.
Schedule 1 is ranked number 1 for some reason. I have no idea what that game is, but apparently it's number 1 on
Okay,
Steam.
so like,
you might want to get a better
go to console though. That's what I'm like. PC generally
I'm
generating
talking
the
PC.
lower price point entry for gaming, which is it usually dominates in free to play in games that are probably worth like.
Can we
I was gonna say number
Hold on,
3 was Kazan.
But Perp, you could warn them. Hey, Perp, you're gonna put Cowboy to sleep here.
Can we say something real quick? No, can we say something real quick? So
no, go ahead.
I definitely hear what Maker is saying, but this goes to the point of when people scream how amazing PC is because you could do all this stuff. But that shows, right? The $16 game, right? It's clear, and this was like what 2 years ago when they said 13% of the people who had, I guess, the 3090s, only 13% of PC players have a 3090. So what I'm just bringing up is I would be curious to know that $16 game and how graphic intense it is, right? But I think the thing is, there's so many low-end PCs that if you take a cheap, I don't want to say, well, if you take a cheap game, $16, and you have hundreds of thousands of low-end PCs, that little number is going to become huge. But that's my point, and this is kind of going a little bit away from your argument, because I'm throwing in the argument of when people try to sway you, and sorry, Vet, because I know you're a PC guy, but people try to sway you of how big and bad the PCs are.
No, the thing is,
when you actually start looking at the numbers, the PCs that can't do this stuff you try to splash in people's eyes is really the main sellers, is what I'm saying.
But this is why you can't compare PC and console. This right here makes it so hard, difficult to do.
I picked a better one. So last year, the best-selling games of last year on Steam were Baldur's Gate 3, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Counter-Strike 2, which is a free-to-play, Destiny 2, which is free-to-play, Helldivers 2 is paid, Dota 2 is free-to-play, Power World paid, PUBG and Apex Legends free, Space Marine, which is paid, Black Myth Wukong paid, Elden Ring paid. And I would assume a lot of these also line up with PC or console.
Yeah, there's definitely. I'm not saying there's not overlap. Like I continue to say, the majority of console sales, and there is overlap. If that's what you want me to tell you, there is overlap. Like
I would say there's a lot of overlap. Like Power World definitely did well on consoles. Helldivers 2 definitely did well on consoles. Call of Duty definitely did well. Baldur's Gate did well on consoles.
Maker, you know what you're bringing up? You're bringing up a bunch of games that was critically acclaimed, like you said, right? So those games came out and everybody was like, I want to play that. So guess what? They played it across everything. I want to bring up a stat, right, of like a PC exclusive game, and it's like the $16 game. I think that makes more of the argument, right? But again, then that falls into my argument of, well, there's so many low-end PCs. So then it's kind of like, well, saying that PC is doing this and doing that, but it's like not even that many people have the biggest and latest and greatest PC to boast.
I'll give you top Steam releases of 2024. Okay. This is the easiest way to do it. Just go to Steam, look it up. $15 game. What was that? That stupid that was the #1 game. I mean, that ain't.
But I'm not even saying. What I'm saying is like eventually, because of the Chinese market. What I'm saying is this: Chinese market is so large. Like, let's use Black Myth Wukong. Okay, what I'm saying is the Chinese market is so large that there is no console presence in there. Of course, like unless you can tell me like a North America console to PC breakout, that's kind of like the argument you're making, Maker. I don't make that argument. What I'm making is that I say like China's growing. It's like the only place where it's growing. And the majority, because they do not have an established console market, the only way for a console maker to sell in China is through PC.
I don't think that's going to change much because they have really high restrictions on like that stuff.
Okay, like I don't know why. I don't know. Besides creating chaos at the moment, what are like? What if
I'm just saying. Yeah, we are agreeing. That's my thing but PC is still going to continue to grow, is what I'm implying. And China is one of
China
like
is
Yes,
the
it's
one.
the main group. That's
Yeah.
why.
Perk made a good point.
started it all.
By look,
Yeah.
by you going with Black Myth Wukong, the stats don't fucking lie. The game launched in August 20th of 2024. It sold 25 million copies by January of 2025. That's a lot of fucking game sales, and it hasn't even been a year.
Yeah, in fact, how many of those games were? And I think this is going to highlight it. How many of those games were sold in China?
Let me see. See if I can break down, find that.
All right, that's a good
And
one.
I agree. Like that's why they're pivoting is because of like the China. That's how you get it into China.
Yeah, let me ask you a question because I don't know this. So, are we saying that China doesn't have consoles?
No, China
They do.
does have consoles, but it's not an established market. So like outside of places up until these tariffs take into effect.
Here we go. Black Myth Wukong, they sold 25 million copies worldwide. In China, it has sold over 4.5 million copies on the national game bestseller list, with an additional 3 million units sold on Steam. The other 1.5 million copies are distributed across PlayStation 5, Epic Game Store, and Tencent's Wii Game.
So what's the percentage though? What's the percentage?
I don't know that shit. I just
that's it's.
I don't do. You're talking. You're talking percentages and shit. That's above my pay grade.
Did it say like 5 million sold? And
which number was the biggest?
Look, there's a lot of numbers on this screen.
Yeah, that's why I got to see his data. But ultimately, if you look at, like I said, I can bring up the research where it shows that 80% of Chinese, like gamers, spend their money on Chinese games. So what that says is like all these other games, whether if it's not a Chinese studio or Tencent or a publisher like that, most of the time Chinese market doesn't touch it.
Well, that and Call of Duty Mobile microtransaction.
Well, I don't even know if Call of Duty Mobile is big in China.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, that's where most of the money comes from.
All right, well, what I was able to pull up was 10 million copies were sold in the first 3 days of Black Myth Wukong's launch. 18 million copies sold in 2 weeks. 20 million in its first month. I can't. It says about 25% came outside of China as of September 2024. So
75% was within China.
Yeah.
So there you go. That's kind of my point right there.
And they're using that game as the basis to say that we're going to see more games coming from China that are going to have just as much success.
Correct. But it's because like China, because of it's such a, whether it's a national identity or whatnot, like if it's a big game within China, it's going to be big. And so all I'm saying is like, that's why you see this push. And that's the more interesting thing is why PlayStation has partnered with Chinese studios, which is not something Microsoft's doing, right? They're
that's
like,
a lie, actually.
What's that?
They have a collaboration with Tencent right now.
Are most of the sales from Manhunt WoWs from China?
Wait, no. Do you not know about the Tencent deal that they established like a couple years back?
But okay, talk to me what the Tencent deal is and how you understand it.
From my understanding, they're working with the Timmy Studios that falls under Tencent in regards to, I believe, something with the Call of Duty IP.
Okay, so to distribute a game within China, you have to partner with a Chinese company, right? So this is why
this is an exclusive deal. They announced it like publicly.
That they're building, like, so when you say an exclusive, they're building a game within China?
Within the studio under Tencent, yeah.
Okay, so I'll have to see what that game is when it launches, but I'm saying like right now. Like right now, if I were to say what game has Microsoft built partner with in China that was launched by a Chinese company?
But they have deals with, I mean, like we have one big title right now with PlayStation. That's with Black Myth Wukong. Yeah, we have Lost Soul Aside coming out, but I would say that like Microsoft also has done partnerships with Chinese developers. I believe there's a mobile game that's based off of Age of Empires as well that they've done. but I
Okay,
can't.
like I'm just gonna say, like I'm not saying, like I think where you're taking my statements to mean like absolutionists, like they're absolutely not doing this, or and I'm not saying that's the case,
Yeah.
right? What I'm saying is they're different strategies, like right. What I'm saying is that for the most part, Microsoft has what they need with the games that they have, who have established fan bases and are trying to put those established IPs as many places that they can get to, in using like those games as storefronts or the subscription as a storefront. Like that's it. Now, whether or not they also are experimenting with other things as like potentially literally that experimenting, 100%.
All right, hold on real quick,
So
guys.
I've actually got it pulled up right here. The Timmy Studios one, Xbox announced in 2021 that Xbox Game Studios is teaming with Tencent's Timmy Studios, developer of the wildly successful mobile hit Call of Duty Mobile and Honor of Kings. The two companies formed a strategic partnership to create game content. It's unclear exactly what that might mean or what might be able to play resulting from the cooperation.
I already pulled it up. I got the same thing.
Yeah,
but it goes more into detail. It's to bring it. Microsoft and Tencent partnered together to bring Android games to Windows 11 in China. That's all. That's what it was for.
Well,
it was to bring mobile games to Windows in China.
Was it?
Yeah, I've got the article here.
Did they even announce what they did?
I'll send you. Hold on, I'll send you the.
Maybe it was partnered with Xbox Game Studios. I think.
I don't know where this. Like I said,
I don't know where Maker's going.
When it happens, we'll give Maker credit for when it happens. Like
all right, so hold on real quick, guys. Real quick. Hold on. Okay, get out of here. Real quick, let me pull this up. My man Dodgeman donated $10. He said, as a streamer, all I want is to stream from console. They make a console focus on games and streaming with stream setup and custom overlays, running games upscale. I'd go for that, not for PC. So you're just pretty much saying the reasons why he would go for console, especially because he's a streamer and not on PC. Now, PC is going to give you a lot of options if you're going to be streaming. You know, you get a capture card and all that stuff. But yeah, I get what you're saying. And now your mom knows. Also, thank you for that.
Word.
Yeah. So yeah, so when they launch the game, whenever, like I said, there's literally Chinese games that are being built, and PlayStation has invested in those games and in the development of those studios. When Microsoft shows the same thing, then we can compare which one is more successful at that than the other. But at the moment, what we know is that PlayStation has already brought to market several AAA games within China, and those games have been popular.
The only one that I think that they did with this, the new China Hero initiative, was Black Myth Wukong. In terms of like, if you're talking like Genshin Impact, I believe they had an exclusivity deal, but I don't believe that was to help with.
There's other games that aren't even in the Western market. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's like literally games that, I mean, when we think of like the biggest games in China, it's just like the biggest movies in China. It's like stuff you've never even heard of.
Right.
And if you look at that actual portfolio, you're going to see like, oh, they've been partnering with them. What's that?
Was that PlayStation offering the hand to them, or is the developer volunteering to put their games on the device?
No, it's a mutual. I'm not even talking about the console, man. Like, I'm just talking about from a business standpoint, like putting games on PC. First, I give two shits about I'm talking about.
Damn.
No. I was wondering, because like, are you talking about like the developers in China making games for PlayStation, or like
no? I'm talking more like PlayStation acting as like I see what you're saying. Apologies, Maker. What I'm saying is, PlayStation acting more as like a publisher, a traditional publisher, meaning, hey, we're going to give you money to help stand up your studio, and we're going to give you in-kind support to help make a AAA game. And then they make the game.
I got it.
And that game also launches on PlayStation, for example, but but that game is widely more successful on PC in the Chinese market than console outside the Chinese market, if that helps.
From my understanding, the only thing that they've done to set up something like that was the China Hero project. At least from what I'm aware of.
Yeah, no, China Heroes a part of that. Yes, China Heroes a part of that. There's other China Heroes like a formal part of that, but there's other things that they've done through some of their subsidiaries that are also very similar to China Hero. But regardless, it's all the same outcome, if you will. Like they have to tap into the growing part of the industry. They're going to how do you tap into that if they don't have consoles? Well, you have to put it on PC. And then once you realize that industry, that country specifically, primarily buys Chinese games, well, how do you do that? Well, then that now means you have to somehow partner with Chinese companies so that they can make, in quotation marks, Chinese games.
Well, yeah. But I would argue that, like, I guess Microsoft technically has, now that they own Activision, with Call of Duty Mobile officially under their belt, because Call of Duty Mobile is made by Timmy Studios, which is based in China. So they now, I guess, partner with them.
I would say the difference is Call of Duty Mobile. Same with, you could say, I think a bigger one would probably be something like World of Warcraft, right? World of Warcraft. Yeah, like exactly. I would say something like that. But
was Power World? Well, but that I wouldn't consider that because that wasn't published by them.
I thought Power was Japanese or no?
Was it I think it is. I think you're right. It is Japanese.
Yeah, that was the whole thing when Nintendo sued them.
I knew that one was a popular game on PC.
I thought Pal World was made by Nintendo. Oh wait, I'm thinking of a different one. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. No, so I think it has to do with like the IP though. Like what is considered Japanese IP, like versus non-Japanese IP. I think of
Tekken, or wait, no, not Tekken. I don't know. One of them fighting games. What is it?
We haven't seen it. Like they're coming. They're gonna do the same thing that like their movie industry has done.
Didn't they have like a Virtua Fighter that was like a Japanese thing? Wasn't that from Japan? I swear.
About China, Pat.
Oh, China. Wrong.
Japan.
Yeah, but I do think as
Japan, Asia. I can't keep up with all these damn countries.
Can we admit? Oh, good.
I was just gonna say, as long as China's like still has this large PC base, I do think we're gonna still see games from like PlayStation come to PC.
I thought
100%. 100%. I'm not. If anything, I'm saying like I think the only thing I bring them up is that is the. And I'm not saying you set this, Maker, by the way. I think a lot of people in Western markets, when they talk about the dominance of PC, they are meaning like a dominance of PC in the Western market. And where I draw the line is like, well, PC is growing. It's the one that's growing largely, but it's mostly in China. And if you have IP, yes, you're going to put it on PC to try to reach China. But the real, like, Gorgian knot, if you will, is how do you get Chinese players to buy non-Chinese IP? And that's kind of like for every media. How do you get Chinese movie watchers to buy non-Chinese movies? And what you're starting to see is the same thing that's happening in China with their game development and how the Chinese gaming consumer supports the Chinese gaming industry. You're starting to see that in other areas of the world that traditionally we have not talked about in these terms. You're kind of starting to see that in India with the mobile gaming market. You're going to probably start to see something that hasn't been talked about, but is probably going to happen in the next 3 to 4 years, where you're starting to see the nascent beginnings of a Nigerian gaming market. And that is really kind of like an aspect of the industry that's not talked about. And where do all these places have in common from a gaming standpoint? It's two things, right? They all have access to mobile smartphones and PCs. Not all of them have to access to consoles, and so that's really forcing console makers to really think differently. And I think that is what's driving, which is not wrong what you're saying, Maker. That's driving like these pushes to these other platforms. So in a way, yes, PC is growing, but it's probably not the same type of PC gaming that we think of in the Western markets.
No, go ahead.
Oh no. I was just gonna say, yeah, I would say that like also like yeah, different countries have different tastes. I've been speaking with more and more people from like Japan as I'm learning a little bit of Japanese. And I'd ask them like what games do they play, and actually quite a few of them would say Overwatch, which I have not heard people playing that game over here in the US in some time, at least on my friend list. Everyone
Or
talks about Marvel Rivals.
Pikmin's over 50% of the sales of Pikmin were in Japan. And Pikmin sold like is closing in on the 4 million sale. Pikmin 4, that is. And so that's like another example. Like that's popular in Japan, but not nearly as popular everywhere else. So I agree. Like everybody has different tastes, and that's like I think what we're gonna start to see is more like there's gonna be games coming out that we're gonna be like, what the heck? And it's not gonna be for like Western markets, as these companies are trying to really capture where.
So it is the East versus West thing.
But I actually do have to go. Rudigs and a couple others are in a different Discord waiting for me, so I'll catch you again.
Thanks for
popping in, Maker.
Yeah, it was fun. It was a good conversation.
All right.
Yeah. Well, Maker, thanks for popping in. If we if I don't hear from you, man, I hope you have a good trip in 9 days.
Yeah, soon. But yeah, I'll catch you guys later.
Yeah,
All right,
thanks,
man,
Maker. Later.
Guys, that was just of chaos.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of numbers.
To kind of switch gears, guys. I wanted to talk about this. If the new console wars, like if the end game is now PC, and thinking from the traditional way of console wars, the true winner of the console wars, I mean, they're gonna bet the show in a couple of days.
Say that again? I don't think so.
So Nintendo Switch 2. Nintendo is the true winner of the console war. They're the only ones who doesn't have their games on a PC legally.
I mean, I think every industry usually has like two dominant players. And in my opinion, it's Nintendo and PlayStation for gaming hardware, like video game hardware, right? I think Microsoft realized this quite a while ago, right? And so they said, how do we compete? Well, they can't compete on the PC storefront side of things. They're not competing on the hardware side of things. So really, there's a couple of other places. The cloud doesn't seem to be panning out the way anybody would have thought. Like cloud is kind of more of like an accessory, which, to your point, FCAT, Nintendo's always treated cloud like kind of as an accessory, right? And so that's right. And like Microsoft, like what they're doing is like, where do we have established IP and where can we monetize through that already established IP? And so, yeah, I don't know. I just think that the market's already, you have a clear loser, I would say, in the console market. And you have, I think, two winners. I think PlayStation's still going to hang on just because they're going to probably keep those two separate. Like they understand where each other are, and they're gonna kind of stay out of each other's lanes for the most part.
I think they're going to be out of each other's leagues regardless. So here's the thing: Nintendo IPs are clearly more younger audience, right? I'll say it like that. I'm not going to get to kids and all that stuff, but their exclusive IPs are clearly kid friendly, and a lot of PlayStation IPs are not. Now, yes, they got Astrobot, which was great, right? So they're automatically gonna be a difference between the two, and then even hardware. So if Xbox goes by the wayside, it's funny because PlayStation and Nintendo would pretty much give you everything between the both, right? Because hardware wise, it's going to be a difference. PlayStation, let we just say now, would have a PS5 Pro, and then the Switch would come in and be, the hardware would be under a PlayStation 5, right? So it'd be like, okay, people would get that for their own reasons. People would get a PlayStation for their own reasons. And even when it comes to games, people would probably choose them for their own reason. And even when it comes to third party, people will probably choose them for their own reasons. So it'll be interesting with just both of them,
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still gonna get it, but yeah, I've got it. To your point, I think it's more or less chasing where gamers are at and how to access them the best, in my opinion, and that's what they're all trying to do.
Yeah, and I think Purple, you said something earlier that was important. PlayStation strategy is they're trying to bring those gamers back to PlayStation. So even if they put something on PC, at the end of the day,
100%. Yes, that's 100. I think that's 100% for people who think like, and I think that's where I don't think Maker was saying this at all. By the way, I think a lot of people think like, hey, the PC's the ultimate place to be.
Correct.
But in reality, it's like, even if you talk to, if you're trying to find like the best place to play a lot of games at a solid price point for the fidelity, console is still a better value than PC. And so I wouldn't be surprised if once you start to see kind of like the value proposition start to change back into PlayStation's favor over the next several years. Not saying that PlayStation's going to overtake PC and there's going to be more, but I think there is still a market for consoles, and it's clear as day. But that Nintendo just sold with an underpowered console, it's the best-selling console ever, right? So it's kind of like there's almost like there's two markets for gamers really who want to play high-end stuff. There's one who wants to do it cheaper, and there's one who's willing to spend more money.
Well, hell, look at what Nintendo started anyways. They literally started the handheld thing. When they brought the Switch out, what's the big selling thing now that everybody's getting into? Handhelds. Who started? If you look at it, who started that? Technically, it was Nintendo.
Well, if we just back up a little bit, just want to drop a little bit of history.
Ain't nobody cares about your old watered down PlayStation Vitas or PS.
No. I'm taking it back before that. If we being honest, the Nintendo Switch is a Sega Nomad. I'm just saying.
Sega Nomad. Sega Nomad.
I'm just saying
I knew that's where he was going.
I'm just saying that is literally what it is.
I know.
But so the Switch, if you think about the Switch, actually, Nintendo's move to go to the Switch was innovative as much as it's financial. That a lot of people don't look at as well, which is from basically 1990 onwards, Nintendo always had two product lines. I know we always talk about the console, right? Nintendo, Super Nintendo, N64, GameCube, and so forth. But running parallel to that in a very different gaming group was a handheld group.
Oh, Game Boy Advance,
Game Boy Color, 3DS.
You
Yeah,
you had the 2DS.
Yes.
God damn.
Right.
The Game
And
Boy,
so
the Advance S, like how many variations of the Game Boy Advance did they come out with? That
exactly.
sold
Game Boy
like,
SP, right?
yeah,
So
that's what I was gonna say. They sold like hotcakes.
so by bringing out the Switch, what you ended up doing was cutting down your costs because you didn't have these two different products. You essentially combined your consumer base, right? Because there's some games on the Switch today that we would say, okay, yeah, that's still like a handheld game. You know what I mean? That's not like something I want to play on the TV. And so that's kind of what forced Nintendo's hand to do that. Now, the other companies haven't, they don't look at it like that, right? Everybody else looks at it as kind of like, oh, let me take my console gaming or PC gaming on the go. But Nintendo, for the most part, has still maintained this idea that it is servicing two different populations. The console population, like a Breath of the Wild or something that's probably better played on TV, and
The fitness games.
and the handheld market, which like the ones I'm thinking about, like the ones Squids always plays are like
Oh
more
my
like
god, yeah. Well,
you know what I mean?
like
Like
the
Squids always
Pokemon
plays.
games or the
ones where they show a little guy walking around and it's like top down.
Oh yeah,
Right.
those. I mean, hell, even
Octopath Traveler. Like
yes,
that.
that one.
There
Yeah,
you go.
Yeah.
I
Like
couldn't
right,
think
they still make that type of game. And so that to me is like that gets lost in the Switch, because if we were to actually take these two apart or just think about, that's what essentially they just brought their consumer base into one, and now instead of having, it's essentially like two different customer bases came together. So I think it's really like sleight of hand what they did there, but that's exactly what they did, considering the generation right before this, a lot of people were thinking Nintendo may go bankrupt if they didn't get their fiscal house in order.
well, I don't think that. I mean, I agree. That was what people thought, but I think the other issue was that the Wii U's disaster was what almost killed them.
Yeah, well, that's the generation before.
That
That's
thing.
that's
But even
essentially
that was that was them trying to branch out, though. If you really think about the Wii U, that was Nintendo's first step into handheld.
correct.
Before the Switch, so it just wasn't. It was. I think in essence, the Wii U was just ahead of its time. It was the same concept that what killed Sega. This just didn't kill Nintendo. Nintendo was established, and they somehow made it out of that death.
Well, you know,
Primarily
what the good thing was, Nintendo gave you something that you didn't want. They creatively came together and gave you something that you did want.
Right,
Because-
but what I'm saying is the Dreamcast when it came out, it was way more advanced than what people really realized it was at that time. It was there's still to this day there's still tech that the Dreamcast has or had that isn't out on the market. Where the hell's a VMU? How come we don't have something like that nowadays?
The Dreamcast's main, in my opinion, what kind of like what was the Dreamcast's like when Sega Dreamcast came out? What was the market it was trying to go for? This is a question to y'all. Like it's a rhetorical question.
Honestly,
what
I
type
don't
of game
know,
was it
because
just specifically trying to play?
I don't know. It was gaming, but it was also, if you really think about it, it was also a PC. It was hitting two different markets at the same time.
So Sega Dreamcast, if you actually go back to, because I remember looking at it, I used to read a ton of Popular Mechanics, because it's right around the time like I was getting into engineering.
No, I'm just kidding.
But Sega Dreamcast was really, they were it was about being like a console. Like if Xbox is like a cross between a console and a PC, Dreamcast was trying to be a cross between a console and an arcade system. So if you look at all the Dreamcast games that came out at launch, those were all arcade. A lot of those are arcade franchises, more so than anything else.
Yeah.
And so what I would say Dreamcast, like one of their things that they failed on was that the arcade was basically by this time way past its prime. Like the idea of arcade gaming was way past its prime.
God. Now another.
Well, Dreamcast, they were able to hack it. That was
Yeah,
pretty much Dreamcast.
I mean, but that's So that's all I would say. Like, what with Dreamcast, why I would say it was kind of doomed from the start because it was going after a mark. Not only was Sega already in trouble at this time, they tried to double down on this prior generation of gaming that had already fallen out of favor. And so, and to me, that was the ultimate, like, yeah, you should have probably stuck with to delay the inedible, maybe stuck with creating a console centric or potentially trying to do what Xbox did, but they went that direction. That's why.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Dreamcast was they pretty much came out with a console, and their main games was the games that you already was playing, but they had like a version that was extra. Like I was a big fan of Battle Arena Toshinden on PlayStation 1. And then the Dreamcast had I think it was called Battle Arena Toshinden Ultimate Revenge Attack or something like that. And it was the same game, but it's crazy. It looked worse, but it had like 2 extra or 4 extra characters.
Hey, but who else had the NFL 2K at the time? Let's be real. Their NFL, the NCAA games that they had were top notch at that time. Plus, let's be real. PlayStation couldn't even match the quality at that time. The Dreamcast was what, 60 was like way 128-bit graphics or something. Come on now, don't trash my video game system.
But I think the thing with the Dreamcast, I would have to look to see when it came out, because usually consoles come around the same time, so they directly compete. I almost feel like the Dreamcast maybe came out a little too late. So then when it was time for the next PlayStation to come out, and then the Xbox coming out, then it was like, okay, well, we already, it's not time yet.
It was 1998. It was 1998. I remember exactly when it came
November
out.
27th, 1998. It was released in Japan, and it came out September 9th, 1999 in North America.
So then that year, what other consoles? Like that's what I'm saying. I'm wondering what else came out. Like, when did the PlayStation and Xbox come out versus when that came out? Because I'm curious.
Xbox hadn't come. So Xbox was coming out in 2001. You had
PlayStation 2.
What's that? 2002. Okay, 2002.
No. The PS2. The PS2 launched. Was announced in 1999. It released in Japan March 4th, 2000, and it released in North America October 26, 2000. So it came out a year later. So
my point is, so think about it. You had a newer console. Again, look how the Xbox Series and the PlayStation 5 came out literally, so close, same year. So you had the Dreamcast, and then a year later, you get better technology come out, right? So instantly, that makes you say, like, oh, wait, hold up. So now, like, and that's when you was competing side by side. Nintendo's able to come out later on with a lower console and it's still going to do great. But back then, your mind was you followed the 8-bit, 16-bit, 32, 64, 128. So that was my point. In my head, I'm like, I'm trying to remember exactly what killed
hold on. Here you go. I got it. So the Sega Dreamcast, like Perp said, it came out in 99 in the US, in North America. The GameCube, Nintendo launched the GameCube in 1999 as well. PlayStation came out the next year in the US. In North America, PlayStation came out in September 9th, 1999. Microsoft launched the original Xbox the year after that in 2001.
Mm-hmm. But Xbox wasn't even like back when. So like if you go back to because like this time, because this was like when I was leaving gaming. So like I remember this time. A lot of people have like they don't remember this time frame that well.
No,
what had happened to Sega before the Dreamcast? You had
Sega Saturn.
What's that? Sega Saturn. What was before the Sega Saturn?
Say that again.
What was before the Sega Saturn?
The 32X. The 32X.
No, don't forget the Sega CD.
No, hold on. Listen. I could vividly tell you. They started with the Sega Master System. They had the Sega Genesis. They came out with the Sega Game Gear. They
Hey,
came
Game
out
Gear
with the
was shit.
Sega 32X, which you stuck inside the Sega Genesis. They came
Correct.
out with the Sega Nomad, which was a portable Sega, and then they
Correct.
came out with the Sega CD. Then they came out with the Sega 32. They
So-
came out with the that you could put into the Sega CD.
So I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about their handhelds, the Nomads and Game Gears. I don't want to talk about
Gotcha.
that. I want to
How
talk
about
about
the Jaguar? Oh, that
I want
was
to talk about
No,
the
Jaguar is
32X.
Atari. Just
Not
put that to
Atari.
the side. Yeah.
So I want to talk about the 32X, right?
Mhm.
The 32X was that was the first time like no one really understood, like that was
Correct.
bad marketing, the 32X.
Correct. I and honestly, I didn't even buy one. So if I didn't buy
Correct.
one, trust me, it was bad marketing.
So then what did you come out right after that? The Saturn.
Yes.
Another one. So at this point, at the same
No,
time
no. Let's back up a little bit. No, then they had to. So I'm trying to think when the Sega CD was the system after the Genesis. The 32X was just again an upgrade, so that was very poor.
Yes,
But yeah,
correct.
the Sega CD.
It's but I'm saying trying to get to is that 32X, and they came out relatively in quick order between the CD,
Correct.
the X, and the Saturn. So
Correct.
there's some business issues right there. You're confusing your customer base because right now it's like, should I be upgrading? Is this one better? At the
Right.
same time that this is happening, though, what do you have coming out? You have Sony coming out with PlayStation 1. You also had Nintendo coming out with N64.
No, the GameCube, right?
No. When we had 32X.
Yeah, you're right. The 64. You're right. You're right.
Yes.
'Cause I was,
So what I'm trying to say is at this time, Sega basically tarnished their brand in the console market. So everybody who was like, oh, Sega, a lot of those people went to PlayStation.
Yep.
And then PlayStation also started having IP. That first PlayStation created IP for the PlayStation. And so now when you get to Dreamcast, what other IP outside of Sonic does Sega have? Oh, by the way, the previous 2 generations of Sega consoles, they had tarnished the reputation. So what gamers are going out to buy a Dreamcast where I now have, N64 revolutionary console. Yes, they announced already by the time that Dreamcast come out, I'm going to wait for the GameCube. You have PlayStation 1 already revolutionizing things. At this time, Sony was the company in consumer electronics. So Sony PlayStation 2 is coming out. There is no market for why do I go out and get a Dreamcast? That's what happened. Now,
all right. Now I'm gonna throw some numbers out here, even though I'm a little bit special when it comes to that shit. But as y'all are throwing out all these goddamn systems and shit, I'm pulling up every release date just to fact check everyone because I got to make sure y'all ain't
console warring back in.
Look, this is how we
the
console.
90s.
This is how we console warred in my day. In my day,
let's do it.
So we're gonna go back.
Right.
We're gonna go all the way back here. So the Sega CD came out December 12th, 1991. It was released in Japan in 91. It came out in North America October 15th, 1992. Let's see. And in Europe, it came out in 93. It was actually named the Mega CD in outside North. No one cares about outside North America.
Yeah, it's the Mega Drive. Hey, listen.
Okay. Sega Saturn. Hold up.
Hey, Vet, I was going to say, Vet, if you just do the U.S., then we won't get all.
Okay.
You know,
all right. We'll just stick with the U.S. because
I want to.
USA all the way. We all know.
I want to ask Miss Lawyer a question, a legal question.
We didn't even finish diving down this rabbit hole.
Hey, we're going through
your question.
What's the question?
No.
I want her to tell me legally, can Sony block?
No, bro, hold your question.
We're talking about Sega. Go.
Yeah. This is
hold
a
that
Sega
question.
show now. Damn it. This ain't no Sony show. Get this bums out of
All
here.
right, go ahead, Vet.
Okay, the Sega Saturn came out in 94.
Okay.
Let me look at North America, May 11th, 1995, actually, to be exact.
Okay.
The 32X came out in June of 1994. It was debuted. It was unveiled at CES in June of 94. I don't have the exact launch date in front of me, apparently. I can't find that. But, wait. Okay. November 21st, 1994, North America.
Okay.
So literally in 94, right around the the same fucking time as the Saturn. Then you had the PlayStation 1 came out in 99, or no, PlayStation 1 was 94, yes, 94. The Nintendo 64 came out in 1996. It was launched in the US September 30th of 96. And in 91, at the same time as the Sega, what did I say? The Sega CD? That would have been the Super Nintendo had debuted in 92. Came out a year after the Sega CD.
So that's what
Sega had so many damn systems. I don't know how you could have known what the hell to get at that point.
Because like I said, I just remember this time really well. And so when we talk about, and then I also interviewed tons of y'all who talked to me about these systems.
I only talked about the Dreamcast.
And so, but that's the thing. And so Dreamcast is actually, besides what we just talked about, we're also not talking about what actually drove at this time console sales, which also was third-party support. They did not have a lot of third-party support. So now, not only do you destroyed your fan base with confusing them with all these consoles, now not only do you have competition from other consoles that are getting same graphic fidelity as you were, because at the time Sega was ahead of Nintendo. But third, there was no games you wanted, so Sega tried to go this route because Sega's bigger than consoles, right? Sega's market before consoles was arcades. So that's why they tried to lean into that as an advantage. And ultimately, it didn't work.
No, like you said, I mean, Sega had way too many consoles. They started the Sega Mega Drive. Well, the Sega Genesis came out in '89, and then they just kept dropping new systems every couple of years.
Hold up, back up a little bit.
Go ahead.
The first Sega system was called the Sega Master System. When did that come out?
Hold on, let me. You and the damn.
He's got to get that fact in. He's got to get that.
I know.
Listen, I had a Sega Master System. Like, well, my neighbor did actually. My best friend when I was young. So we used to go over his house.
Sega Master System was launched. So it was the Sega of America rebranded the Mark III as the Master System. So it came out. Let's see, September 1986 in North America.
There you go.
And then
Purple wasn't even born then.
Then the Mega Drive came out. The Sega Genesis came out in '89, and then it was like every 2 or 3 years they were dropping a new system.
Yep.
It's like
they confused their consumer base.
Sega was the Apple, the iPhone of that time for video game systems.
And then you did not even mention.
I didn't even get into the handhelds.
You didn't even go into the Nomad that could connect to your TV.
That's true. That's true.
So like Sega, and so that kind of, and that's really
the Nomad
important.
came out in '95.
Right. So a year after what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So
and the Game Gear was 1990. Jesus Christ, man! Too many systems. Then you had the Sega. The Game Gear was the one that I had though.
We need a Ashton Hall jump back into the future of console wars.
Look what Ron said. Ron said if PS2 didn't have a DVD player, everyone would have bought a Dreamcast.
Yeah, well, that's where Sony. But that was the thing. Sony created the DVD, and that was kind of one of
they created Blu-rays.
They created Blu-rays, but I thought they also had a significant arm in DVD technology.
No, they did, but the Blu-ray was like literally
they were happy with Blu-ray because they finally won because they couldn't get everybody on board with their little betas. What was it, the Betamax or whatever the hell that shit was? Beta, the thing that couldn't compete with the VHS tapes back in the day.
Yeah, the thing that was amazing with Blu-rays, they was able to have 50 megabytes on a disc. Whereas CD was a lot lower than that. So that
come on now, get out of here with that shit. Ain't nothing can touch my 8 tracks.
Oh my goodness.
And my record player.
So PSC. Let's be real. I agree, but I think that was all part of PlayStation. That's why I continue to say when we talk about PlayStation strategy is always similar, which is they want you to buy Sony hardware. That is seeing them through thick and thin.
And it's crazy when people
who else
don't
is like that though? Because
so when Purple say that, it's so clear as day, and it drives me crazy when people think that they feel. Listen, I get it. Like when I talk to Sev all the time, just recently, and he's like, it was today, matter of fact, he was like, PlayStation games are going to be on PC. And I said, well, when you get your crystal ball, just let me know the year you think. And he felt some type of way. And I was like, no, I'm just saying, I'm asking you if that. He was like, but look, they're even coming more rapid. I'm like, Sony picks and choose what they want to go on PC and when they want it to go on PC. But I still don't see where you feel they're going to go day and date. Because again, they have this whole concept of brand supremacy. They want their brand to be the thing, and they want you to be on their product by purchasing their product.
Well, but here's the thing: to compare that, Sony when it comes to PlayStation is the same thing as Apple, because you can't get Apple stuff on anything else, can you? That's not. You're locked into their ecosystem. It's no different.
You get Apple Music on.
Well,
Windows.
now you can.
And now you can.
You can. But you can't get. There are certain things you cannot get that are still locked within the
subscription. But
that's
different.
No. But I'm saying the hardware though. When it comes to iPhone, what else do you get? When you buy an iPhone, you're entering into that ecosystem. Apple will get you into the Macs. You'll be getting it. You get a MacBook. You get an iPad. You get the iPhone, the Apple TV. Yeah. They want you on all Apple stuff. The Apple Watch, whatever the hell it's called.
And it's a great comparison.
That's what I'm saying is with PlayStation, Sony wants you in their ecosystem. They don't want you going everywhere else.
And it's a great comparison because look at the new Sony technology called the Link, right? So now they have their earbuds. The one I have, you can that's the only device that you could use Bluetooth. Well, it's not Bluetooth, it's a Link, my bad. That's for the PlayStation Portal. So you can't even use any other Bluetooth you have sitting around the house on a PlayStation Portal. To be wireless, you have to buy their specific earbuds. So yeah, you're right.
Right. That's why I was asking Purple, like, her legal advice, like, it's Sony blocked.
Yeah, 100% they could.
No, they can't.
Really?
Yes. No. Wait. What's the question? Because I did not understand that whole discussion y'all had earlier today.
Yeah, because there's no why Purple. Because they was going from one thing. They was talking about like two lanes at one time.
Because I was trying to counter everything.
If I understand correctly, what y'all are saying is this: is that I think we all that what y'all are saying is a hypothetical world that the next Xbox will be basically a handheld or a PC. I think that's what we said.
Right.
It will be a PC.
Right.
Therefore, if it's a PC, it should be able to have Steam on it.
Correct.
Right? Like for an example.
Right.
Therefore, if it has Steam on it and PlayStation releases a game for Steam, would it be able to play then on this Xbox PC thing?
Yeah.
Correct. So if you go on Twitter, there's a war right now. People saying no, Sony can block their games from going on it, and people saying no, they can't.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Here's my take, real quick. I'll make it real short. If they were, let's just say they were able to, that also means then they'd have to effectively remove their games from Steam and Epic, because the PlayStation games, let's be real, they're not just on Steam, they're also on Epic. That means you're yanking your games off of Epic Game Store as well.
I think that
they're only citing that it's being blocked because of the GeForce Now thing.
That's not even the same thing, though. Those
all right, let her answer the question.
No, because
the actual question: could they and would they are truly different things, and could they? And then ultimately, yes, 100% they could. But could that be challenged? Yes, it could. Because you're now in kind of a world of like, when you start to think about storefronts, that's where it gets kind of shaky. Because I hear what y'all are saying. You're saying like, hey, it's on Steam. Steam can be played on any PC. This is essentially a PC. And therefore, it should be able to play there. Yes, I totally understand what you're saying. At the same time, if PlayStation were to say something like, no, Steam, you're not going to put it there. And if we see it there, XYZ is going to happen. You can almost guarantee that they're going to create something to keep it off of there. Like, all these gaming companies want to play nice with each other. That's the thing. This isn't like this. I think that's what people are missing right now. Everybody's trying to play nice with each other because the industry is somewhat shrinking unless you're in China. And so I don't know if that's actually what, I don't think Xbox is going to be what y'all are saying it's going to be. I still have questions about why would they do that, given you're going to put Steam on it. Like, I think there's some kind of like business sense that doesn't make sense, because now what you're saying is it's essentially Xbox is only getting some money for the branding of it. They're making no money from the games that are on it. If that makes sense. Steam makes the money and PlayStation makes the money, which just doesn't make sense for Xbox to have a PC. This is why Microsoft doesn't make PCs now.
So here, I'll jump in there. The reason why I think that's a weird call is because, one, when you think of PC and you think of console gaming and blah, 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 I would figure whatever it is going to have to be powerful to hold up its end of the bargain as a PC. And we know every year you get a new chip in PC. We know consoles, you don't do that. You ride it out to its dead. So what you're going to have people whatever they make it, and if it comes out in just 2 years, in 2027, I don't think this device is going to be able to hold up to what a PC gamer would want as far as specs. So it almost it feel like they could have another console, because we're used to consoles being outdated by the time they come out. But people on PC are going to want this thing to play things looking amazing if it's quote unquote half PC. So I don't know I guess upscaling is going to be that great.
Yeah, I don't think it, but that's the whole thing where I don't think they said it was going to be handheld or PC or a console. I don't think that's what FCAT or Vet's saying necessarily, but I agree with. Here's my thing. I think there's two. I think the idea of a handheld PC, that market is saturated. There's like 6 or 7 companies with handheld PCs, and you already have your dominant players there, right? And so like you entering another one, like unless it's like a diehard, and this is why I feel bad for the Xbox centric hardware gamer. And I think what Microsoft is trying to tell them right now is you need to find a different home. Like, right? I don't think certain people have picked it up and said, okay, got it. Let me go to PC. Let me go to PlayStation. Let me go to Lenovo or Steam Deck or whatever. Other people have not. And so if this is truly going to be something like my version of events of what this thing will be, is essentially like whoever's making it, Asus or whatever, they're going to have Asus make it. And then you're going to have Xbox branding on it, but it's going to be similar to like a Fire tablet versus a Chrome tablet. And what I mean by that is a Fire tablet has a special app store, even though they're both Chrome-based systems, right? They're both technically the same everything underneath, but Fire tablets don't have all the same things as like a Chrome tablet because of the Amazon store and the Google Play Store or the Google App Store, whatever they call it on Google. I think that's something you're going to probably see more so than this. If it is truly a PC, I don't think you're going to get a full PC. And that's why I think this argument is somewhat not making sense to me.
So the thing is, it's going to register and come through as Win32, they said. That's how it's going to read out. And for something to block it, they would have to tell Steam to stop supporting Win32.
Yes, I think it's possible. Like, yeah, I think if a company like Sony says, if this was truly to happen, Sony does have the power to say, we don't want that to be over there on that product.
Apparently, they don't care, according to sources.
That's a different argument. You're telling me,
if they really don't care, then they're giving up the console. Or if that's true, they don't care. That's it. They're giving up.
Well, Purple, the one little context that the one little context that FCAT mentioned, but he didn't go into detail. So remember on GFN when GFN had God of War 2018, and then PlayStation announced they were revamping PlayStation Now to be PlayStation Plus Premium, and it was coming out that June. And then they put out, I don't want to say it's cease and desist, but they put out that you can no longer play, you can no longer have God of War 2018 on GFN. Now, Vet did mention it. I'm trying to remember if that was the case, that as long as you had a certain amount of time to purchase it, and if you didn't purchase it by then whoever purchased it after the fact could not use it on GFN.
But you couldn't access those games from via the Edge browser from the Xbox console. Same thing with Death Stranding. You cannot access that game.
But that wasn't a because it was a PlayStation game. That was literally because GFN wasn't allowing, NVIDIA wasn't allowing GFN to work on it. It had nothing to do with Sony.
Yeah.
So when it sends the what it's considered as like the system, like it'll send like a name of it, right? And if it says anything with Xbox, like yes, they can block it. But like if it says Windows, they can't block it.
All I'm gonna say is like I think they're two different arguments. If what you're saying is, I think there's two different discussions. One conversation is would they care, which I'm not going to get into that. The other conversation is can they? And yes, 100% they can. Right? They can dictate where their IP is on a gaming console because they have the rights to it. Right? Again, you have to think about what are video games at the end of the day. Right? We are buying
intellectual property.
Yes, intellectual
property.
You
don't own anything is what we're saying.
We don't own anything. 100%. So if you don't own it, right? That's where I think the conversation gets. Who owns it?
Not
PlayStation owns. And so if PlayStation is saying like it can only be played here, and here, or we're going to bring a lawsuit to you. Guess what? Everybody who is responsible for the chain of events of putting XYZ on X123 screen are going to be like, okay, we don't want a lawsuit. We got to figure out some way around this. That is 100% possible. This isn't like you buying, especially when everything is digital now.
But see, here's the thing: the articles that have been all over Twitter are leaving that part out purposely. Or even just the tweets, the stuff that people are posting online on X and wherever else, they're leaving all of that out and making it and just putting what they want in the quotes and not explaining it like this. Because that's where the failure here is.
I know it's a console war thing, but I feel like anything that says 2 years out, I don't even think it's that big of a deal.
But this is the other thing when it comes to Valve. Valve has already stated you don't own anything. They can you can spend $70 tomorrow on a game. They can pull that game and you're not getting your money back. They've literally come out and they updated their terms of service that stated you don't own anything. Epic did the same thing.
I think it's like, a hypothetical that's within especially 2 years out. I think the AI bubble, if it doesn't pop, it's going to have some serious people like, why are you spending so much money on AI? So one of the companies that's going to be mainly affected by that, if it does happen, is Microsoft.
Oh, whoa. NVIDIA is also.
Oh, 100%. I'm
just
saying.
Leave them little shitheads
No,
out there. They are totally going to go.
NVIDIA is not part of it.
Okay. Oh, right. You're talking gaming wise. Gotcha.
Yeah,
no.
gaming
I get what you're saying then. Okay.
Yeah, my thing is,
that's going to put pressure on Xbox, and I could see where I like I say, I continue to think Xbox is trying to tell y'all, or people who are very centric to Xbox hardware, they're trying to tell you the same thing like a job tries to tell you, like, hey, you don't have that much work. We're bringing in these people. Like, they don't tell you need to find a new job, but you kind of get the hint.
But conspiracy theory right here. What if when Xbox signed that deal with Boothroyd, what if they talked to Boothroyd and it was like, hey, what's the secret to y'all's loophole? And they saw that little.
Yeah, you know what the secret is? Because I know it's called a contract that they put together.
No, yeah, Boosteroid was probably out. Boosteroid was most likely out of compliance, and now is back into compliance.
Look, let's not get purple started on Boosteroid.
No, I think they're in
we all know where
compliance.
that's going to go.
I still don't. I still
Well,
don't.
you can play PlayStation games via Edge browser to Boosteroid because of their little loopholes there.
So here's the thing, right? Hold on, let me speak on this. I don't feel like there, and you guys talk about whatever you want. I just think it's not much stock when somebody start talking about side loading and anything that's not legit. It doesn't matter because anybody technically, if you like, I know an IT guy. We used to work at the same place for many years. This dude is brilliant, and he could do whatever with a PC, right? But that doesn't matter because it's not legal. It's like when Mr. Ermore always said, I could have any game you could have on PlayStation PC. Yeah, you can, but can you play it online? Well, no, you can't because it's illegal and you'll be found. So I feel like all this stuff of like, well, technically Boosteroid is, if it's not legit, it doesn't even matter because you could do anything. But if it's not legit, it doesn't matter. That's my point.
I'm gonna be, and then I gotta hop off in the next 3 minutes. But here's my ultimate thing: like console. It's actually kind of sad, like, right? Which is, I think these companies have moved on, and you have these consumers or gamers. I don't even think these people play games that much, who are still holding on to like this war that this is just over, and
it's been over.
It's been over, and I think like the thing is, and this is why I try to tell people, gaming's if you are a gamer who likes the console wars. Your biggest concern shouldn't be about the console wars. It should really be about that gaming is just transitioning so much and potentially away from what you liked as a gamer. And to me, that's a much bigger conversation. Like, that's a much like realistic thing. Like, we kind of like Maker and I were going back and forth, but one thing is very true. Like, the games that are making the most money were not like the games from the console war era.
Listen,
right?
Let me say something real
I'm gonna
quick.
sum it up. Hold on, Anthony. I'll sum it all up. Change is inevitable. Let's be real.
I agree, but I think what Purple is saying. So recently, my favorite game in the world is Prototype. So recently, I said I never streamed it on my channel. Let me play it. I'm playing this old game, and it's the remaster version that came to PlayStation 3 like a million years ago. And this game don't look near as good as anything. But I literally play and say, they will never make another game like this. One, you're running around slicing humans in half. So if they're not robots or whatever, like the gaming has changed, to Purple's point. Like, I'm not gonna get a game like this ever. Like, I'm running on top of buildings, throwing people into helicopters. Like this. So what gaming was, where gaming was the outlaw and you just did whatever. And if anybody ever got a chance to play Manhunt, they'll never be that game ever again. Trust me. And I actually sold that to somebody at GameStop for $35, but I should have kept it. But anyway, so at the end of the day, like, I think we already got past the games I'm bringing up, but the games that maybe 10, 15 years ago, yeah, man, gaming is not the same. And what's popular in gaming is something like a Fortnite, a game that is free, and then you do add-ons, and that's just popular. Like, I used to laugh at Fortnite, said it's a kid's game. Then y'all seen me play it for like 4 months straight, right? I made a thing out of it. And I still look every day. I look to see what characters was added, and I don't even play the game no more. But if they add a character I want, I'm gonna buy it. Figure that out. They somehow beat me in the head and got me into that. I want that character.
I mean, all you have to, what I just say is the land, just like, it's like me saying, hey, you know, there was one time where GameStop was the place. One time where you would go to Best Buy and look at games. Like,
I didn't go to Best Buy. I didn't go to Best Buy. I went to Kmart. I was a Kmart.
Okay. Kmart. But you get what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying.
Everything about the console war is essentially changed over, different. It's moved away.
Right.
And you have these people utilizing the same mentality. And it's like, I don't know if y'all realize it or not, but this thing is changed. And like, if you like to game, or if you like to argue, keep arguing this, because it don't make no sense anyway. But
Right.
if you like to game, that's the thing that I'm more concerned with, and that's why you'll hear on my channel why I talk about what I think, and I go back and forth with Reforge on this. What I think is like, we've gotten older. Gaming's changed. It's a different demographic, whether we call that woke or not woke, or blocky or not blocky, or cartoony or not cartoony. And to me, that is like kind of the bigger question. Because even though I like movies and I know movies have changed, there's still movies I like. And
Movies have changed,
gaming,
they've
to
gotten
me,
worse.
what's that?
I said movies might have changed, but they changed into the worse.
There's now only a few of them. Cowboy watches more movies than I do, so I'm not gonna say. But
He watches weird shit that don't matter.
There's things I have to like look. Same thing with books. Same thing with comics, graphic novels.
What a
Same
book.
thing with just music in general. And part of that is aging. Part of that at the same time, and you said that things change.
Yeah,
part of
change
that
is inevitable.
Yeah, and so I think.
Look, the music I like listening to is like between 40 and 60 years old. It's still better than the crap they come out with today, but that's my opinion.
So the thing with change is the younger generation is always going to have the foot up, right?
Yeah.
The reason why people don't like
don't acknowledge them. No, Anthony, don't give them.
No, I'm stating the fact. So the reason why a lot of people my age don't like newer music is because it's not my music, right? The same thing why my mom didn't like my music, and my mom's mom didn't like her music. So even in gaming,
let me hear. What was your music though? I want to know what.
I'm not gonna get into it, but even in gaming, I just mean my generation. So even in gaming, like things that we traditionally wasn't a fan of, we're either got to be into it or you're just going to kind of feel like you get out of gaming because it's just going into the direction. Like, again, when I used to laugh at my nephew, I used to be like, bro, you play Fortnite, you better upgrade to Warzone, right? And so then you catch me playing Fortnite again, right? So I just feel like at the end of the day, that's just the evolution, right? The younger people, and that's why cloud gaming may be a thing one day, because where my granddaughter could pick up an Android and then pick up an iPhone, and I couldn't even do that because I only ever been using the Android. I'll be lost, right? So so it's just gonna see how long we continue to game when the policies and the game itself, what Purple is alluding to, what actually makes up the game that you liked will no longer be the game you like. And one last thing I'll say is the console wars, which is silly because the console wars was always about the console sales. That was the measuring stick in console wars, and it ain't even nowhere. That's why it ended, because once Xbox wasn't, making as much as PlayStation, and then once Nintendo already sold more than PlayStation, that we already see who technically won the console wars. But people just bring up new things just because they like debating.
Yeah, I can't say that. Well, that's my thing. It was fun talking to y'all. I have to hop off now.
Purple, one last thing. I won't be able to go to the movies on Friday because it just hit me. I'm gonna actually do my What If episode this Friday on Mystic Fragments.
Oh, okay. I may not be able because I have to fly out to London this Friday, Saturday, and so if I don't make it, I'll try to catch the replay.
Yeah.
No, that's super cool. I like that show. I was watching it last time. I think he had Louis on.
Mm-hmm.
So super cool. I like Sour Blow.
You know what's funny? Holtz told me, I think last week Wednesday, we was doing Weave Wrestle Wednesday, and he said Purple's supposed to be coming over here. I was like, really? I didn't know that. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can. I mean, the reason I haven't reached it because it's just my schedule's crazy, and I'm trying to see when I reach out to him, I want to be like, hey, I can meet up, and if I can meet up with David Wilson or someone, that'd be kind of cool too.
Wow.
Nobody wants to see him.
So hopefully I can see that. It's just my schedule's super crazy, and
Purple, I just want to say thank you so much for coming on. Love talking to you. Love the energy. You're definitely one of my favorite people, and I appreciate every time you come on, and it's just great to have you.
Still waiting on that invite.
Oh my goodness! Multiple shows, man.
I know.
But no, not everybody, and obviously he's not on it right now. But Maker, I obviously appreciate his I swear I could be
He's
agreeing with
trolling.
him, but the way he phrases stuff, it makes
Yep.
it seem like you were
Hey,
arguing.
Ron, I know you did. I saw you at the Radio Shack when I had to kick you
Bro.
out of my store I was managing, boy.
Yeah. All right. Take care,
See
y'all.
you, Perp.
All right, Purple, later. Guys, give it up for Purple Haze.
Hell yeah. That's why she don't bring me on the show
All I
anymore.
got to say to Mystic Fragments is he needs to have me on because I'm the king of what ifs and alternate universes.
Dude, I'll tell him you're interested if you really are. You know?
He already knows he's punishing me. He's punishing me.
Yeah, I'll let him know. Well, guys, look.
Because I accuse him to being the Xbox fanboy.
I'm an Xbox fanboy.
I mean, to be honest, he was on the show at Xbox International. So
Hey, look. To be fair, I ain't a fanboy of nothing. The only fanboy I'm of is myself because I'm the greatest that there ever was and there ever will be.
Go.
Ain't nobody can touch me. Hell, I can't even be canceled even if I try. And don't kid yourself because I have tried many a time. Okay, maybe X did cancel 2 of my accounts. Facebook got me at least 3 times.
But they can't. They can never slow you down.
No, because I got another Threads account. I got another Facebook account, another X account. I haven't been canceled on. Well, actually, I did lose the one YouTube account, but that was because of a psycho that lives in Florida. And now I just got an international troll I got to deal with. So,
wow.
Not troll, stalker, I should say. I got to rephrase that. I got my very own international Canadian stalker.
That's great.
Yeah, you know who he is. He was part of the
SPCN.
SPCN.
I know who he is.
That dumbass we had to bring in that was so nice to everyone. And I don't know what happened.
Wow.
Man,
well, you know what's crazy? Listen, when I found out he was an a-hole, actually, when I found out he was an a-hole, it had something to do with you. That's the crazy thing. And when I found that out, I was like, oh, I want him to be part of my show where we're going to be the crazy bad boys.
Look. To be fair, anybody that you find out that has a problem with somebody, I guarantee you I'm somehow involved.
I think you might be right.
And to think, I almost didn't even, if Stadia hadn't have been a thing, I would have never gotten into this whole community. I would have still been doing my retro shit, making money.
Me either, bro. Me either.
Actually, I probably would have, to be honest, I probably would have been a Twitch partner doing retro content, gaming content. Because I turned it down to go. I turned down the Twitch partnership to go to YouTube just because of Stadia was launching, because I found out about it ahead of time.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is I was on Twitch before Stadia also.
Yeah, fucking.
I would have never came back either, but Stadia and Google.
See, Phil Harrison done fucked us all over. We both could have been sitting here as Twitch partners, and look what.
Listen. Even better than that, I could have remember Facebook was doing something where, if you're a black content creator, we want to give you extra money, all that nonsense.
Yeah, Facebook started it. Twitch went into it. Mixer, Mixer was just a dead thing. But yeah, Twitch is still doing that shit. Now Kick's getting into things. Kick is actually, I got a thing. I should send it to you. Kick's got a thing that they're working on that you make a pitch to them. They will give you front and center page on their main homepage, and they will pay you up to $20,000 to do 3 episodes, but to bring the community and bring something new that's not already on there. They're paying people. They're also doing a contest to pay. The winner will get who gets the most views for IRL, like blogging, like vloggers. Hold on, let me pull it up. Let me pull it up real quick.
You know what's crazy, Vet? I always think about I love doing YouTube, but I bet I could just start brand new on a new thing and all the content I already have.
If you went to Kick, just added Kick. I'm not saying leave YouTube because obviously that would be retarded, and I would have to drive down to Florida and just cold copy one. But let me see. Where is it? It's in Pep's thing here. Hold on, let me pull it up. Here we go. What is it? So is it this one? So the first one is Welcome to Kick Road, where the Kick community comes together to celebrate all of the content produced on Kick until DreamHack Dallas weekend, May 23rd through the 25th. Our winners will be announced the 24th at 5 p.m. The contest is only for creators or channels under 100 concurrent viewers in a 30-day average prior to April 2nd. They must live in the 50 United States. Sorry, Holtz, you're out. Ron, I don't know where you live. I have a feeling you're probably in like Guatemala or something. So
I think Ron lives in a black nut.
Yeah, probably. But from April 2nd to May 23rd at noon, the channel that produces the most hours watched among IRL, which would be like your vlogs, anything like your podcast, talk shows, chatting. I think GTARP is actually GTA RP. So I'm assuming that's just Grand Theft Auto. Call of Duty, art, and live music categories will win $20,000. And they said the top channels after our overall winner is declared with the most watch hours produced for those win $5,000 each. So per category. So the overall winner gets 20 grand, and then the top for each of those categories would get $5,000 afterwards. So out of all of the platforms, the streaming platforms, you've got Twitch, YouTube, Kick, I guess, the other one, the political one that I tried. That one's retarded, but I've never seen anybody willing to do this. And I've seen people in other platforms that are getting turned down because of the platform they're streaming on, except for Kick. Kick is actually hosting this entire thing. Like this DreamHack is actually being sponsoring Kick for this. So I'm just saying, with your personality and shit, dude, I guarantee you could easily set up a channel over there and probably make it easily win, or at least get up there with the IRLs and
maybe because I put out one every day.
Right. So they don't do, I don't know if you can upload, but you could easily you can just fucking sit and chat with people, and you would get plenty of people coming in there. I guarantee you would.
Something to think about.
Hey, $20,000.
Yeah.
That's a lot of PlayStation content right there.
Well, listen, here's a last. I want to have one last final hurrah before we close out. All right, so
I wanted to bring up that analogy you said about Nintendo being in their own lane.
I mean, they kind of are, right? That's a real thing.
Right. Xbox and PlayStation, they're in their Ferraris and Lamborghinis going fast, and Nintendo's in like a Toyota Corolla or something. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna I don't.
By Xbox and PlayStation going fast, they run into PC.
I think you gotta say that Nintendo is a Camry. They said Camry had like the best engine of all time.
Yeah.
I mean, this is many years ago, but they had like the one engine that's like the longest lasting engine.
Well, we know Nintendo is basically like the Ford build tough type shit, and then you got the Lamborghinis, and we all know what happens when you go too fast, too furious. You crash your
right. You crash into PC. That's what I'm saying. You crash into PC.
Bro, I was trying to tie it into Fast and the Furious.
Well, I was gonna. No,
when you're going fast, like that, you won't catch up with PC.
Well, remember in Mario Kart, whenever you're in first place, that blue shell hit you.
Yep. Hey, it was in the movie. It was in the Super Mario Brothers movie, and we all know what Nintendo's working on currently: Super Mario Brothers 2. And they're working on the Zelda movie, so shit. Like I said, we can knock Nintendo all we want, but it doesn't matter who you are, what age you are. You will always know what Nintendo is, because you will everybody, until Nintendo ceases to exist, you will always know that Mario, Zelda, Donkey Kong, those three are Nintendo, and they will always be Nintendo. Like you will never see them anywhere else. I guarantee that. And the fact that they can just do look at how much money they made off the Mario movie. How much do you think they're going to make, even more that they will make off of Mario 2? And then you throw in a Zelda movie? And then all they have to do is time those movies when those movies come out, and then you throw out a new Donkey Kong game, or a new Mario game, or a new Zelda game. Shit, it's game set and match.
So you never played the Mario typing game for PC?
Hey, I played that shit. I played the shit out of that.
Yeah.
Mario, I played that. I had my Super Nintendo with my Mario Paint.
All right, guys. So listen, I want to shift gears. All right.
10-4.
Now, this is going to be a little crazy. And Vet, I'm glad you're still here. But I want to bring this up because I don't want to, if the topic's getting old. and I don't want to have to worry about bringing it up next week. So I want to bring this up, and then I can move on from it. So let's go.
Topic switch.
All right, so there was something going on in the world, and I feel like not many people is mentioning it. So I'm going to bring it up. Yes. So it was said that Donald Trump has removed a ban on segregated facilities. He has told the country that it is now okay to go back to having race-only restaurants or water fountains or bathrooms and still be eligible. And the rest of it got cut off. That's not cool. Still be eligible. For
make it a political fight up here.
So listen, huh?
You're trying to make it a political fight.
No. Well, what I wanted to bring it up because me and Vet was talking about it a little bit, and not that we really care, but this is something big that happened in the world. Now, I did watch a video, and it was a black guy too, and he was explaining that it's not a bad thing. It's just that it's going to help to not allow women going into men's bathroom or men's going into women's bathroom, because technically you kind of have to pull back some of that law so somebody could say, hey, you can't go in this bathroom. So that's kind of the reason behind it. But on hindsight, it looks bad. People are going to say, whoa, now somebody had the right to tell me I can't go in the bathroom. But it's, yes, they can, but it's mainly because you're a woman, ma'am, and you don't belong in a men's bathroom, or you're a man.
Look, that's what happened. We wouldn't even have to have that if we weren't having all these idiots, that have these mental disorders, thinking it's okay to play dress up and go into the wrong bathroom. We shouldn't even be in this situation. But when you have serious mental conditions, and you think that it's one thing when you're a kid and you're playing dress up. It's a whole nother thing when you're an adult and you want to be like, well, you know what? I think I'm going to be a horse today, or I'm going to be a girl. Or you're in high school. Well, fuck, man, I got cut from every team. I suck because you're a guy and you're not that good at sports. But if I go on the girls' team and I say I'm a lady now, well, guess what? Now I'm great at sports. Those are called mental disorders. And that's this is ridiculous that we even have to go this route to do this.
You know what's funny? My personal opinion is I don't even think it's mental disorder. I think it's a conscious decision, and it's one of the things you tell somebody they can't do something, and they're just going to prove to you they can.
This is where we went wrong. Is you remember when you was a kid, and when I was a kid, I even remember this. What happened when we would do something, and when we would get in trouble? What would happen to you? What would happen to me? My grandpappy would whoop my ass with a tree.
Yep.
With a stick, not a tree. Well, as a kid, I thought it was a tree because of the way he beat the shit out of me. But that's what happens. Well, Ron, I think I heard that's what you do on your movies. I could be mistaken. But this is the thing, what happened now you're in today's times, if you whoop your kid's ass for doing something inappropriate, what happened? You're going to jail. Yeah. And look what we've got. We've got dipshits in Congress like AOC, who think it's okay to, if you don't want to be a lady and you want to be a dude, or you're a dude that wants to be a woman or whatever, you can just go ahead and do that. You've got this is the stupidest thing I've ever had to go through and watch, that we have to turn back the clocks, and instead of going, we're not. It's not segregation of what.
Hold on. I don't understand. This is directed to the LGBTQ plus community, not black people.
So let me explain it.
I thought it was directed to black people.
Yes. So listen, when it originally came out, it's up to your interpretation. And the first thing you would think, because actually I gotta give credit to Vet. When I saw this, I took it as, oh, here we go with the race stuff. And so Vet literally challenged me. He said, where'd you get your facts from? All I did was Google it and showed a screenshot. But what I didn't do was watch a video. So the first thing I did is say, oh, you know what? Let me actually watch somebody explain it. And it was a black guy explaining it on the news. And he actually explained it as it wasn't a bad thing for a black person, and he was black. And I was like, oh, because think about it. So yes, if you read this, you're going to think it's segregation. Black person can't, the first thing go to your mind, black person can't drink out of white water fountain. Black person can't go into white bathroom.
Yeah,
But no, what the guy was
in the
explaining
back of
is
the bus.
right. But what he was explaining
Yeah.
was
Hey, my family never made anybody sit in the back of the bus. We told you.
so, listen. What he was explaining was if you tell somebody, okay, just hear me out. If somebody's trans, we're just gonna keep it like that, and go into a bathroom in America, there's certain places where they can say it is allowed for me to go. Let's say I'm a man and I dress as a woman. I could fight it and say, no, you have to let me in that bathroom. So what he pulled back was if it's a privately, again, it's not public traded company, but if you're a private company, you could say, no, you cannot, and they can't get in trouble. But now, can they be bad and say, oh, you're black and you can't come in here? Oh, you're white, you can't come in here? Yes. But the thought was this is the way for a privately owned company to stop a man from going in a woman's bathroom. So,
but the problem is we shouldn't even be at this stage. That's
well, I get that.
But I also understand that if you that like I told you when you told me about that, that's why I said where's the source? Because I know damn well how social media is, and all they're going to read is Trump removes ban on segregated facilities. That's it. And now in this country, now overseas, if somebody like Wilson or anybody overseas read that, they're not going to understand everything about it. They'll look into it and try to understand it. Whereas anyone in this country, they're going to see the words Trump ban segregated facilities, and they're going to be like, well, here we go. Slavery's coming back.
This was a part of Project 2025, correct?
Oh, my God. No, that's
I don't know what that is.
That's a left-wing bullshit thing that was aimed at dissing Trump to make sure that he wouldn't win the election. The reason that Trump won was because you had two idiots running for the Democrats. Don't even get me started on the political thing, dude. I could have a whole fucking show.
After he got elected, he pretty much admitted that Project 2025 was real, and
he told everybody that
he was for it.
I understand that. But he said this from day one when he got back into office. He was going to gut the government down, get rid of everything. Just like, what's your thought on the department on him shutting down the Department of Education? You for that or against it? I'm gonna make it a two-part question. So he's shutting in April next month. The Department of Education shuts down. It's starting the shutdown process starts next month.
So wait, what does that mean?
It means
that's also part of it.
But do you understand what exactly they're doing? They're closing that. They're taking kids. Let's say the special kids, the ones that the kids, those ones that have the IEPs or things that need special education or whatever. Guess what? They're still going to get those services, just not from the Department of Education. They transferred that department and moved it to the Department of Health and Human Services. School lunches that were right now were overseen by the Department of Education. They're going to the Department of Agriculture. But the problem is,
you were trying to get rid of the IRS.
We don't need it. The IRS was when the IRS was founded. Do you know when that was founded? It was founded right before World War II started, right before the Japs bombed Pearl Harbor. It was created during the Great Depression. FDR created it literally to help us fund the war, so we could get the economy jump started and get the war. It was a temporary program to allow the government to get the money needed to get our military set up to get us in so we could go at war with Japan after the bombing. It was supposed to end at the end of World War II. Well, unfortunately for Americans, the government realized they were making a shit ton of money. Like, we would pay our taxes, they would keep a shit ton of it, and then give us a little bit back and say, oh, here's your refund. They were making a killing. That's why it stayed. That was another program that was not supposed to be there. And a lot of the other agencies and things that he's been getting rid of or condensing, he's taking certain things that need to stay working in the government and he's moving them to other departments, major ones. Like, we can't get rid of, obviously we cannot disband the Department of Agriculture that gets rid of farming jobs and things like that. You can't do that. You can transfer other things over, like food that the schools handle, that where they get that stuff from. That's handled through now. That will be handled now through the Department of Agriculture, like it should have been, and like it was in the first place. because you got to remember, the Department of Education wasn't even a thing until like 1979. So if you go back, where was all this stuff being done? How was all these things being done? How were people getting educated prior to 1979 and students getting fed in school prior to 1979 if there was no Department of Education? Things just magically happened, or all of a sudden, because those people that were in school, they're still alive, they're still kicking.
You packed the lunch.
Exactly. But that's what I'm saying is, like, you have to, like, nobody looks at that stuff. They look at social media, they take it as the truth. They don't bother to actually source everything.
Oh yeah, it's America, man.
What about the Meals on Wheels thing? Is he done that?
It's going to go to the Department of Agriculture. Everything else school related, like my state, I live in Virginia. Guess what? Our governor just announced that, like, the food dyes that are banned, he's already banned them. The schools have to get rid of any foods that have dyes in them. There's like 7 of them or 11. I can't remember how many he banned, but the schools have to take care of that by July. But everything else, because the Department of Education won't exist when school starts in the fall in this state, the governor has already stated, well, because it's going back to us, we're going to handle it all. That's what we did prior. That's what every state in this country handled education on their own at the state level up until 1979 when the Department of Education was made.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I've only benefited from RFK's thing with where he legalized psychedelics for medical use.
Well, my medical care is through the VA, so it doesn't benefit me none.
No, psychedelics include marijuana.
I know. But what I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of things that are going to change. And when you look at it, if you look at it through the eyes of social media, it's going to look bad. If you don't bother to look up the source or fact check the stuff, and I'm not saying by a community person or an AI thing from Facebook or X or whatever, like, you actually do the research like you had to do in school when you had to use the library and look at these mystical things called books with paper and stuff, and you look up those sources and you verify the stuff yourself, you're just going to believe anything. You're going to look at this headline like that you got on your screen. Trump removed the ban on segregation and immediately assume, oh my God, slavery's coming back. Oh no, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Civil war, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, I'm glad I looked up that video.
Because, and if you look it up, then you realize it has nothing to do with that. It's completely different, but social media takes a little excerpt and it's basically clickbait.
You can read that and think Donald Trump's going to send black people back to Africa. Like,
no, he's just going to send them down south to start working on the fields again. We got rid of all the Mexicans and the illegal Venezuelans and sent
look. I ended up moving. I ended up moving down here on my own. Damn.
I know. See, somebody's got to be picking them, doing that sharecropping,
right?
I mean,
I got my cowboy hat to cover.
Look, I'll even give you a free tidbit of one thing that I thought about when I was a kid, when I was in school here in Virginia, and I was growing up. When we got to the Civil War, we learned that the South got screwed over. Hell, my high school's junior and senior research papers were on the conspiracy behind the Civil War and how the giant conspiracy that Lincoln had with the North to make sure that they won. I'm not going to get into that. That's a whole nother podcast. But when I was a kid, people, as I was growing up, they were like, the teachers would always, in elementary school, our teachers would ask us, when we got to learning about the Civil War, they were like, this is why we didn't want the South to win. And I kid you not, I was that one dumbass kid in like 6th grade that was like, well, why the hell not? And everyone looks at me and they were like, looking around and shit. And the teacher's like, well, why did you want the South to win? Were you for slavery? And I was like, no, I just didn't want to. You liked slavery and having, all what they did? I said, no, I just don't like doing chores. Why the hell do I have to take the trash out? I don't want to do the dishes. I don't want to have to pick up the dog poop. I don't want to do any of that. So it's a mindset thing. It's how you look at it. Like if I go on social media and said, this is why I was into it, why I was for this and that, I guarantee you I'll get eaten alive in today's times. But as a kid, I didn't look at it the same way I do it now.
Right.
I looked at it as I don't like doing chores. I don't like doing my homework. I don't like to have to take the trash out. I don't want to clean, make my bed. I don't want to pick up my dirty laundry. Why can't I have somebody else do that? Why can't I have a Jeffrey like from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air? Why the fuck does he have to? But you see what I'm getting at, though. That's yeah. If I type that and put it on X right now, I guarantee you, dude, I would piss off everyone.
Oh yeah, you would.
I mean, it'd be great.
But you send somebody that hands them Saratoga every 5 minutes.
Hey, I might actually get paid from X if I did that.
Yeah, you might. You'll have so many people on your thing. Wow, dude, we should try to come together and do an experiment. Try to come up with the most polarizing post.
Well, I was actually thinking of doing a show where I was going to invite some people onto it, and it wasn't going to be like a sit around and talk. I was just going to pull up Reddit, and there's one that I use to laugh. Literally pick. I don't pick on them. I just laugh at the comments, and it's called Guy Cries. It's basically a bunch of wusses that go on to Reddit and complain about their miserable lives, like their wife left them, or they're just been crying because they got dumped by their girlfriend, and and I think it's hilarious. So I sit there and I was like, oh, what if I make a show where I literally pick out the funniest one? We do, we'll pull like 5 of them together, read the different ones, and then we'll grade on which is the saddest one and which is the funniest one.
You should do it. I would show up for that. I mean, listen, it's public knowledge, so nobody could get mad about it.
Hey, when you put something on the internet, it's there forever unless I delete my channel.
Knowledge. Listen, Ron said he would be the first guest. But look, remember when I was doing the Yes Men? That was the whole thing. It's like, look, we name dropping. It don't matter if you do something stupid. We pulling it up.
Look. I bet you if I go on your channel, I can see a video of a dude waving in the background with something.
You can. Look, and I never pulled that down. I never got it blocked. And a lot of people's like, oh, I can't believe it. You left. I was like, bro, it don't bother me. It is what it is.
Because if YouTube, look, I guarantee you people reported it. If YouTube didn't take it down, then who gives a shit?
That's my point.
I bet you not only didn't YouTube take that down, but they paid you for that video.
Damn right.
You got paid for some black nut, basically.
It probably was Ron Slusher.
Oh, damn. That's why he wants to be the first guest.
Wait. Is Ron Slusher Ron Jeremy?
Dude, I don't even want to know now. Now his comments are all starting to make sense. Black nut fanboy.
Starting to make sense. But I did just want to pull up that last thing because it was something in the media, so I at least wanted to bring that up. But I think that's it. I got to pull up everything I wanted to. FCAT, I think you got to pull up everything you wanted to. Vet, man, you was on the whole show. I appreciate that, man. And yeah, I mean, listen, this was a lot of fun. Vet, if you come up with something, let me know, man. As long as I can squeeze it in there.
Hey, look, I've been working on some ideas and stuff in the background, so I might have some, because I would like to do something in the mornings that's non-video game related. That's more, well, I don't want to say chill, but definitely polarizing.
Right.
I got a couple. The Reddit's one show I would like to do, and then I got another one where it's basically just it's like watching.
Listen,
if you ever watched Ridiculousness on MTV,
yeah, I remember that.
That's basically what I want to do. I want to do the same thing.
Well, look, if you ever did it,
so the only last thing is Napster got sold to Meta for $207 million.
Yeah, I don't think nobody cares about it. Yeah, I did see you post that, and I was like, okay. But no, real quick, Vet, if you ever did that and you did it during the morning or during the day, I could at least tell you like that day what time would be my lunch break. I get 30 minutes, and I wouldn't mind jumping on for 20 minutes while while you went over some stuff, just so I could be a part of it with you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, hold up. And then hold up real quick, guys. Let me close the poll. So we had, do you think PlayStation can block their games from Xbox PC/console? Yes was 31% and no was 69%. So there you have it. And that was out of we already closed it, so I don't know how many votes, but and now your mama knows. All right, guys. Well, look, man, I'm gonna shut this thing down. But a lot of fun, man. Just a lot of laughs. I like, it's cool to back and forth. Just good stuff, man. You guys crack me up, and I just, I enjoy the time spending with you guys.
Hey, this was like the SBCN business meeting days.
Yeah. It's getting there. It's getting there.
The only thing we're gonna do is if I bring a show up, we're gonna have to find a way to start it off with a really big announcement.
Yeah, big major announcement.
Shit, I might even pull off a Memorial Day surprise.
Oh man, dude, yo, I should find a clip. Oh, bet I should find a clip on my channel, right? And I should clip it. I should clip it, and I should make it like a new video. And I should just post it as a premiere, right? And say nothing. And people see a premiere and it just start off and you see me like, no, dude, I had a clip of you too.
Oh,
so I could,
yeah, that's
you know what I
great.
mean? I'll have to look for it, but it's out there. It's still out there, bro.
Oh, I know there's got to be plenty of clips of the two of us when we did that, that Memorial Day. Or just the SBC when we made that big ass announcement, because I'm sure it's not on mine because that channel, I had to terminate that one because of brand.
No, I remember that. Dude, that was so crazy. The backlash we got, the way, remember, what was dude's name anyway? The dude with the glasses. Remember he was gonna
Jack the Slip, yeah.
Yeah, remember he was in the back. Remember he was in the back and decided not to come out.
Nope, he's like
left was hanging.
Man, he took back that money and gave it over to
what is their name?
It was Stadia something. What the hell was they? Stadia Source.
Stadia Cast? Was it Stadia Cast?
Stadia Source. It was the one with
Stadia Source, yes.
Yeah, the dude that didn't really care for you that much.
Yeah. Avery.
Yeah. Oh my god, that takes
well, he got mad because I was with Stadia Sources and I decided to do my own thing, so he felt some type of way.
That's because you took away his audience. You were the only reason they
had Yeah, because remember Chase had the whole time where he left the community, and then he came back and was like, "I'll only talk about it, but only to you." I felt like a news reporter. So when and the only time he had available was going up against Stadia Source, brand new people at the same time, and everybody was watching me and not them. And he wrote, Avery wrote me like, "Listen, I don't appreciate it." I was like, "Bro, what was I gonna do? This was the biggest story."
He was fucking pissed.
Oh man, that was crazy. Yo, listen, we need to have a stream where we just reminisce and name drop and bring up everything.
Man, I would totally do that because I don't give a shit about throwing anybody under the bus. Hell, I've done it enough times over the years. I mean, look, I've been in the cloud community with y'all for 5 fucking years since Stadia, since 2020. I know damn well I've thrown people under the bus numerous times.
No, I think the thing is though, reason why I say name drop because it's our history, right? It's like. Dude, if we made friends, we lost friends. Like I was watching yesterday, I was watching a short from Brian. What was his last name? Brian
Chappelle.
Yeah, and I remember he couldn't stand me, and he blocked me on Twitter.
Oh yeah.
All because he was afraid to play me in Pac-Man. I'm like, bro, he ran his mouth. Like,
dude, man, yeah.
Oh man, yo, it was the Wild West, bro. People don't understand. All the new people, they don't get how crazy it was.
Nah, shit. Even Wilson was around. Rudix was around, but they weren't around.
Yeah, but they, they was around at the tail end.
Yeah, they were at the end.
Like they kind of seem like the good cowboy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't like Ray. We'd have to basically get you, me, Ray, and SPG on the show to reminisce. Because we were like the 4 horsemen of the Stadia days. I mean, when the SBCN formed, that we were the main 4 that everybody fucking came to for things, and then that's when we got all the UK people, CGD, Blake, Stadia, and everybody else we had over there, Eli, who then became a hitman because I pissed him off with a mission in Red Dead.
Bro, I was there for that, man.
I know the first and only time he's ever cussed, and I'm the reason he cursed, and he was like, "God, what the fuck, man?" And then left, and I never heard from him again.
That was wild.
Remember, oh my god, there was oh shit, I can't remember that other. There were so many people. I would love to just do like a throwback to the Stadia days, like a throwback community night where we just sit and chit chat about the Stadia days.
Oh man, that would be cool. That would be it. You know what's crazy? It's just the newer people. They went, man, if they could only be. Remember how cutthroat it was in the beginning, like cloud against cloud. Like, oh
dude,
man,
it was literally GFN versus Stadia, and then, or technically, it wasn't even that. It was Stadia versus basically everybody else.
Yeah, everybody else. Yep.
So because then you had the whole Stadia 100 controversy.
Oh my God, bro, that was the other day. I was trying to remember what was that call again. That's crazy. I got to be a part of that because they came to me and was like,
I have. If we end up doing a throwback show like that, which I might put together, I have all the OG logos, all of my old shit. I will resurrect. I will bring Stadia Vet back for one night only from the depths of hell, where I have him keeping track of things for me. He's doing HR for me down there. I will bring him back. I even have the event, dude. I have the event from the Stadia where they had all the Stadia content creators.
Yeah.
The original event back in before the one that you did.
Right. I know what you're talking about.
Yep, I have all of that because it still has my fucking Stadia Vet logo with the Assassin's Creed shit.
Yeah. I forgot what I think the original one I wasn't a part of, and I got to be
no. I think you were because I had met you and Spectre right at like immediately after that, because that was when I think you and Spectre were working on something, and that's when I reached out to you, and then we started the three of us chit-chatting about taking my idea and merging it with Spectre's, and then it turned into the SBCN, and then we eventually brought in Ron. If we make a Stadia movie, I'm playing Ace. Dude, you better get his okay on that one.
Yeah, right. He might run a cease and desist.
Holy shit!
Oh
man,
dude, what happened to Project Storm? The other day I seen MM2K. He still does his thing.
MM2K is a pony. Storm is cloud and play. I don't know what else he's PC. He's basically PC, but he's on Twitch now.
Oh, really?
Well, because he's like SPG, he loves that high-end text shit. He's always
right.
Been about,
remember he was doing AK videos.
Yeah, well, he moved to. I got him to move to Twitch when he started doing when they got the 4K to launch over there.
Okay.
So I get alerts all the time when he goes live. I just keep forgetting to go over there to watch.
Yo, I wonder what happened to Duncan and them.
I don't know with Duncan. I talked to Barry.
He was the most hated man in the community.
Well, Barry's the other one that was with him when they did that.
Yeah, I remember.
I talk to Barry every now and then. I still keep in touch with him, but yeah, I talked to him a few days ago in a different, not my Discord, but somebody else's. I can't remember which one it was.
Oh, that's cool.
But I don't know what I ain't heard from Duncan. I haven't heard any. I don't even know what happened to Blake Stadia.
Nah.
CGD doesn't talk to me no more. I think it's because I shit on Xbox a little too hard.
Who was that?
Cloud Gaming Dad.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Him and his wife used to play Red Dead all the time. Yeah. So they don't talk to me no more. Who else have I chatted with?
I remember he had the whole controversy. Remember his channel grew so fast, and then people was like, "Oh, he was paying for it," and it was a whole big controversy. And then he deleted his channel, and it's like, bro, who would delete their channel? That doesn't make any sense. So it kind of seemed like that's what really happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well then he came back. Who else? Jesus Christ, there's so many people. Yeah, I'll have to figure out how to put together a show, and then we'll have to track down at least some of the old school people.
We have to. I remember Clyde was my dude, and then he came in sideways. My channel got a little bigger, and me and him was both doing stuff on Mondays. And then he actually inboxed me and was like, "Hey, so today's show, maybe you should do it, at a different time." I was like, "What?" And then he was my guy, and I was like, "Bro, that's when you know you made it. When the person you look up to try to get you not to do a show at the same time as his."
And that, like with me, I didn't even have that, but I was in everybody's streams.
Yeah,
that was how I made my name. It wasn't because I was I was just streaming Stadia. I was doing that, but I was with everybody. So everybody in the Stadia community knew who I was. Yeah. Without me, I had one of the smallest channels, but I was one of the biggest personalities, and I was well known by everybody in the damn community because I put myself out there.
Well,
And I
no,
was
you know what though?
I
I'm
had
not
the
really
biggest
big-
mouth, and I had the biggest
Well-
mouth, and I made the most controversies with shit and starting shit.
Well, you know what though? Not really. I remember you were one of the channels, one of the people I met that had a channel monetized when I was first thinking of getting my channel monetized.
That's right. Because
Yeah.
I was doing the retro stuff prior to the Stadia.
Yeah,
I brought
because I
my
remember
joint,
me and you used to talk a lot, and I would ask you questions about it, like, oh,
Yep,
you know, because at first I didn't care to get it monetized, and then a friend of mine was like, dude, why don't you get your channel monetized? And like, you were like one of the only people I like actually knew that I could talk to about it.
Yep.
You would like tell me about it and stuff like that. Oh, damn, Ron says Sunny Cloud Gaming. Yo,
Yeah.
I think what's crazy is how Jem is like a regular dude now. I used to always look up to him like, damn, when he had one of the bigger channels. Now he's just like just a regular dude.
We hang out like literally every day in Ray's Discord. He's like we sit in there chatting all the time. But Sonny was literally the first person that I started following on when I got into the Stadia stuff.
Right.
He was the first big channel I came across, and then it was him, and then I came across Meg's channel towards the after I was established as a content creator.
Dude, that was cool when you and Meg was like Bonnie and Clyde.
Yep. And then we kind of getting back to that days.
I know. I be seeing you she streams or you'll post, and dude, I look at your Discord like every day, just so you know.
Well,
like your thing pops up like every day.
And like that's the crazy thing is this is the most active Discord I've ever created. Between the Formula One stuff and then and the GTA and everything else, it's actually it's more active than Ray's, and Ray's got more people up in it. That's the thing. That's the crazy part.
I get the notifications every day. I look real quick and click on it, and I'm like, damn, you always you added a movie thing the other day. I'm like, God damn, he got everything in here.
Oh yeah, I mean, I cut down a lot of the waste, the excess waste, but I did put the movie theater room because I would like to start doing whether it's weekly, it's end of the month type thing, just launch a movie on Netflix and share it in there and let people, we just sit back and chill and watch movie or whatever, or chat, hang out, whatever, for the community stuff. But that's the ultimate goal with that. But yeah, dude, I dumped a ton of fucking money donation wise to Sonny over the course of Stadia. Holy fuck. I got it, dude. I had it so much. I was donating to him so often. I literally had people in his chat donating to ban me from donating because they said it was making them look bad.
Dude, I never will forget the era of the vet bucks.
Holy shit, man. Those things were wild back in the day.
Bro. Oh man, dude.
Yeah.
Hey man, this was a good little reminisce, bro. I appreciate it. Well, I'm still gonna do my Monster Hunter stream. Because I haven't broke it yet, and I can't believe it's gonna be like 11 o'clock soon. But let me get off here, get something to drink, and then I'm gonna fire it up, and maybe my son might join or whoever wants.
All right, sounds good. I'll pop in.
Hey, look, man. Thanks for dude. Just going down this little. This was cool. This was cool.
Yeah. Oh, I know. We'll get a show together so we can have more people to.
Yeah, man. We definitely got to go and maybe raise thing and bring it up and see if some people want to chat.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Vic.
All right. See you, buddy.
All right, later. Oh man. All right, guys. Wow. That was cool. Just cool to go down the memories lane. And you guys, you people are epic. I love doing this because all of what we just went over, just all these experiences, all these people I've met, I wouldn't change it for anything. I got to live, learn, and love just this whole YouTube thing. I'm like speechless just going over some of the memories that I've had. And I'm just happy. Like Ron, dude, I've known you for so long. And it's just cool you're still popping up. Mr. Urban World, Maker Chaos, Purple Haze. I mean, we could go on and on and on. And these are people that I've known for, like he said, probably 5 years. 5 years. I've had the pleasure to meet some of these people in person. And so I love it. And this is why I always make content, man, because it's a part of my life, and I just can't imagine when I won't be doing it, you know? So, wow. But with that being said, guys, thank you for watching. I'm going to fire up a Monster Hunter stream in a little bit. Maybe my wife might jump on, try to help her beat the game or something like that. Tomorrow is We Wrestle Wednesdays, so that's going to be cool. Jumping on there. And WWE 2K actually fixed some of the issues that they had with the game, so I'm excited for that. I created a character, so I'll be able to unveil him tomorrow, and so that'd be cool. We got started the night off with probably a vote. You guys will see, but it's GM day tomorrow. That means we'll do a raffle, and each person will get to create the stipulations for a championship match. So that should be cool. But yeah, I will probably go to the movies over the weekend and see that movie Purple told me about, and I'll make a review, and I'll go into a blind. I won't watch anything else about it besides the little 2 seconds I seen of showing a lady walking with a kid or something. And yeah, I got content coming, guys. Every day I'm putting out new vlogs, and I'm almost done all the videos I've recorded in Florida. So I've been recording since I got here, and I probably only have like maybe 3 videos left to make in Florida until I make something new. So I'm going to start a new thing called Anthony L. Lewis Before Florida. And these are going to be videos that I've recorded back in Jersey that I've never made. Like my granddaughter's birthday party like 2 years ago. My nephew's birthday last year. When me and my wife 2 years ago, probably 3 years ago now, went to Wilding Out in Atlantic City. So just a lot of cool stuff I'm going to do. But man, I'm ecstatic. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. I get so much energy and get so enthusiastic about just coming on here and chatting with you guys. And this channel is cool. This stream is cool because nothing is out of reach from us to talk about. So if you guys want to talk about anything, just put it in the chat, send me a message, go into the Discord, put it in the Discord tab of the Keeping It Real with the Cowboy, and we'll discuss it, and we'll just chat and have a good old time. So with that being said, thank you guys from the bottom of my heart for watching, and I'm going to get out of here. But remember, you guys are nothing less than epic. With that being said, now your mama knows. Oh, man. And now your mama knows. Welcome to Anthony L. Lewis Epic Entertainment, where everything is in real life, no characters, no filters, just Anthony L. Lewis. What to expect is me meeting people, going to different places, and checking out a bunch of different things, be it movies, restaurants, or anything else. Oh, and one of my favorite hobbies are video games, so I guess we'll be doing some of that too. Well, I'll see you all in the next video, and I hope you guys like, comment, and subscribe, and share this to some more people so they can get in on this Anthony L. Lewis Epic Entertainment. And now your mama knows.
I'll make you famous.
Because I'm a cowboy! Oh, man! And now, your mama knows! Bruce! Unleash the baby god dragon!